Good morning, everyone. Welcome to week 2 of the Lori Vallow Daybell trial, aka Lori Daybell trial. And today is June 9th, 2025. 5 years ago today, two children, Tylee Ryan and JJ Vallow, would be found on the property of Lori's fifth husband, Chad Daybell. We remember, most of us, I'm sure, can remember Nate Eaton from East Idaho News. We love Nate. Was in the helicopter that morning, flying overhead, wondering what was going on. And hours later, detectives would be literally sifting on hands and knees, searching for the children. They find Tylee Ryan in the pet cemetery, and they found JJ near a tree a little ways away. Tylee Ryan was found dismembered and burned, and JJ found duct taped and bound and bags. This is the same Lori Daybell who has been in court, in trial, the last week, saying how loving she is and how she doesn't want to put anybody out. Now we're on trial for justice for Brandon Boudreaux, who had an attempt made on his life in October 2nd. Speaking of Tylee and JJ, just weeks before, in fact, the week before was really JJ's demise. And then 2 weeks before that would be Tylee's. So October 2nd was the attempt made on Brandon's life as they wrapped up JJ. Week later, it was Tammy's turn, only that failed. And then another week later, they succeeded. So today marks 5 years. And I wonder, and tell me what you think in the comments, I wonder what Lori Daybell's gonna be like today. Will it be over the top, over her usual top self? Will she fake some tears as she's talking, as we've heard her do? Will she recognize the day? I'm sure she knows what day it is. Or will she just be her jovial self? Hi, neighbor, sorry. We've already seen her last week. There's only 2 days of trial. We're on day 3. And day 2 was her getting kicked out of the courtroom because the beautiful Judge Boreski, and I mean beautiful not by his looks, I mean beautiful because he's being awesome, told her to get the heck out. Leave. Get out of my courtroom. I've been courteous. No, you have not. You've been nothing. You haven't been courteous at all. So we have today being that day. Now, there's a few things I'm going to bring up because it's something that bothered me. And when something bothers me, I know there's something going on. There's something that Lori said, I believe it was Friday. Yeah, when she cross-examined Brandon Boudreaux. And she asked him if he saw a little boy. And it was random. And he even looked at her like this. I think that was her play on words. I think she purposely brought it up. And I think she purposely brought it up because Brandon Boudreaux is the one who did see a little boy. He saw JJ Vallow. He identified JJ Vallow. He couldn't identify Tylee Ryan because she was basically in pieces. That's how loving Lori is. Now, I don't know about you, But as a mama bear, nobody's touching my children, or I'm gonna lose it. Lori just said, go right ahead. They're zombies. So Lori asks Brandon Boudreaux, did you see a little boy? Yeah, he did. You know why that makes me very, very secure in my conviction about it? Because when Lori was at her house in Idaho, in Rexburg, and gets a little knock knock at the door for a welfare check on JJ, she lies to the cops and she says, they're at a movie. They're at Frozen 2. Two children who's frozen underground in Idaho in a yard that belongs to her fifth husband, who she also lied about. Frozen 2. Chad Daybell says, he wanted a ballpark figure on Charles the day he died on July 11th, 2019. Just a ballpark figure. And an email previously, which I wrote about, which was coded, about how they wanted to talked about a baseball bat in the coded thing. So she likes her little play on words, and so does Chad Daybell. And Lori snuck it in. I have zero patience for Lori. I typically have that much, but now I have that much today for Lori. So we'll see what she's going to do in court, and if there's going to be any shenanigans in court. I've said this before, that she's going to amp up. She has already in the 2 days. I don't know how many days we're going. I believe it's 20 or 22 witnesses. How many are we at? I think 7, 8. I'm not sure how many now. We're just going to cue this up for a minute because I am on fire this morning. I am riled up. I'm riled up. So we're going to watch. We're just going to keep that queued up for now. Donna says, hello, Linda. Let's kick some loony Lori arse. Hope everyone has a great day. Thank you so much. Is she going to be nonchalant? Yep, maybe. We'll see what she's going to be. Now, I think maybe. What do you think? Do you think the judge knows what day it is today? Do you think he's like, yeah, today's an extra day that I don't want to look at her? Maybe. Maybe he knows what's going on today too. Holly says, don't yell at me as she yells, right? I'm a little spicy today. Yeah, so Chris says, good morning, everyone. Hope everyone has a great day. Linda, you are looking beautiful like always. Well, thank you so much, Chris. I appreciate it. Thank you for the super chat. Yeah, we have Lori sticking those little things in there. And Lori likes to do the play on words. I've said this for years, even though people think I'm crazy. But no, but wait, there's more. I'm not. That's where she's getting with that. She's evil. And the morning in her trial in Idaho, where they wanted to show, I believe it was the autopsy results, she didn't want to be there. That was the first time we saw her actually not wanting to be there. But you know what? You sit and look what you did. Honeybird says, I hope she gets the boot again. Literally gets kicked out with a good boot kick to the butt. I know you guys are laughing when I say boot. How do you say an American boot? Yes, Condo says, just like her dig at Brandon, gray and pink pony evil. Gay and Pink Pony, yeah. She has to get it in there. Linda is ready. Let me tell you today, I'm ready for the snark, okay? Mimi says, Linda, with the door she kicked wide open, who knows just how many witnesses will be called now. Lori's going to continue to get worse. 100% she's going to get worse, is going to amp up because now, don't forget, when she got kicked out of court, that wasn't good for Lori in many ways, but even how Lori perceives herself. She's like, I was just trying to, why am I getting kicked out? And she looked like an ass. And well, here's the thing. What happens when you assume, Lori? You make an ass out of you and Shih Tzu. That's what's happening. So, we got the other package again today for Lolo. We got, these are my last of my oranges, I think. We got little oranges for Lori's nausea. Yes, I really need to. I need to do Shih Tzu do for the jury results. Sometimes we just don't know when it's going to end, so you guys got to remind me. So it should be happening pretty quick. We're going to start the day. I'm going to get my documents because I take notes as we watch this Shih Tzu show. And yeah, so basically last was day 2. Oops, let me get this in a different window so I know still what's going on. Last was day 2. Lori got removed. Melanie's is still an ongoing investigation, which was a little info snack we didn't know, which is great. So, and then we were talking about the Jeep Wrangler, the colors of it. What to do. Let's take a couple more comments before they start. It's me, Cheryl says, let's get spicy. I feel spicy this morning, let me tell you. Bebo says, did she have to stay for her children's autopsy? No, she was in jail at that time for 4 months. She was sitting her butt there, but Brandon came and identified him. Janine says, I think you were right on. She is sick. Yep. Andrew says, I love spicy, Linda. I am spicy today, let me tell you. Well, that's so sweet, Tammy. Thank you. Jen says, I'm in Calgary. Let's do coffee. Well, that would be fun. Brian says, same, but about 3 fewer O's. How do you say boot? Boot. 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 Got it? A boot in the bum. Boot. Boot. I don't know. You guys help me. You can help me with my Merkin. When I lived in LA for about under a year, and I did catch myself say huh instead of a, because Canadians go, that's nice, eh? And I did catch myself say huh. And since I've lived in the States for that, under 1 year, I never say supper anymore. I always say dinner. I never say supper. So there's that. Diet Coke Addict says, so good to see all of you. Yes, we're back for more. Now, not the end of the oranges. It's a travesty. I have no more oranges. I didn't get my water, though. I got my coffee, but not my water. Okay, now. Maui girls in the house, welcome. So it should be happening pretty soon. Bubby Bubblicious says, Linda, happy Monday, beautiful. Are you ready for the Shih Tzu storm today? I am ready, and I have the extra today. The extra, like, just, you know what, Lori? I woke up and I was typing out the thumbnail for today's video. And I thought, June 9th, oh my gosh, it's been 5 years. Tylee would be turning 23. JJ would be turning 12, or he would have just turned 12 in May. Yes, this is the other thing. Lori filed an appeal. Let's put that on the side too. We might as well read that while we're waiting for court to start, trial to start. Lori Vallow Daybell's appeal has been filed in Idaho after she was convicted in May 2023 of murdering her two children, Tylee Ryan and Joshua J. Vallow, and conspiring to kill Tammy, the former wife of her husband, Chad Daybell. And it says she filed the opening brief on May 30th. He argues that Daybell deserves a trial for 5 reasons. 1, Lori Daybell was deprived of her 6th Amendment right to counsel of her choice when the district court disqualified her retained attorney. 2, Daybell was deprived of her 6th Amendment right to the assistance of counsel during pretrial hearings on the state's motion to disqualify her counsel after the district court denied her attorney's request to participate in those hearings. Number 3, Daybell was deprived of her right to due process under the 14th Amendment when the district court held pretrial hearings that affected her substantial rights in her absence or while she was incompetent. And number 4, the district court erred in allowing the state to introduce evidence of uncharged bad acts from Arizona into the Idaho criminal trial rule under Rule 404B. We heard Lori talk about 404B on last week. Lots of the Idaho rules of evidence, and the district court erred in denying Daybell's motion to dismiss based on a violation of her statutory and constitutional rights to a speedy trial. So there's 64 pages in this apparent brief. I could go through some of it in a bit and see, but we have Mark Means making an appearance, and Mark Means was her initial attorney. He was the one that she believes that he was her baby boy in a previous life. I'm not joking. His special blue eyes and all. Yeah. So I'm pretty glad that Melanice is Victoria, welcome. I can't wait to hear your snark today, girl. Spicy Linda, I'm here for it. I hope they charge Melanie too. James says you're in rare form this morning. I'm spicy this morning, let me tell you. I have the justice card right the heck out. Yes, I have my Lori bashing coffee right here. Welcome. Welcome to It's a Crime. I'm Linda. For those of you who don't know me, hit the like, hit the share, hit the heck yes, whatever you'd like to, get it out to as many people as possible, because we're going to see justice go down hard on this trial. Can't wait for her shenanigans today. I hope this, I say this every time, but I hope, cross your fingers, that the judge gives some one-liners today to Lolo. Let's do it. Maybe even a little zap. Susan J says, boot sounds correct in my ears. Ali says, Linda is a hot tamale today. You probably had a great weekend. Well, part of it was great. Part of it wasn't so great, but that's okay. This is just what makes me spicy. So we'll see. Let's just get my, what was this called? Pop Pink Fizz or something like that. Pop Fizz Pink. Look at that, my memory. Get that on. Maybe Lori's going to come in a red murderous tie today, like Chad Daybell. Susan says, Linda, I hope Lori opens the door again. It allows her prior convictions. And now this would be a Christmas miracle today if somehow it got out about her children and what she's done. She opened the door on Thursday. She opened the door on Friday. The judge even said, you're opening the door. Like, bets are off on that. So maybe something will come through today because it's the anniversary of her children and what she did to them. And the numerous lives she ruined. Numerous. The family, the friends, even acquaintances of all the people she's murdered, and the first responders digging to get to Tylee's remains in a bucket. And then digging to get JJ and finding his head first. It is like, I've said this before, I picture Chad Daybell sipping his coffee, or he's Mormon, so he was not drinking. Well, we don't know. No rules apply. He could be drinking coffee. He's taking a drink and he's looking out at that backyard with his dupers. And I'm telling you, I've said this for years and years and years as well. I even did a video on his duping delight when Tylee's name was read out on the what was it? The pretrial stuff. I can't even think of the word right now. And I was made fun of. Even a YouTuber was making fun of me. But here's Chad. Here's Chad laughing, but that's not his dupers. Let me see if I can find his arrest. There we have it. That's the real Chad Daybell. That's the Chad Daybell I saw for years. That's who I saw. And I see him. I just picture him looking out that window, knowing the kids are in that yard, and him having a smirk on his face. You know what? Eating grin on his face. That's the Chad Daybell. Thank you, Janet. Please show your appreciation to Linda. Let's snark it out for Lori. Absolutely. I did put my sassy pants on today. Seeking Justice says, Hope Bolshatowski been sweating all weekend. Sally wants to know, is there a difference between the way you say a boot and about? A boot? My boots on? I put my boots on, and it's about time. Yep, it's different. About and boot. Or as you say, boot. And about. How do you guys say it? About? About. Like dollars and dollars. Jeff 2017 says, I cried watching Brandon. The trauma and hurt he has endured is unreal. I feel for him as kids. 100,000%. Peter says, I want to see the storage tape today. Well, wouldn't that be nice? We see Alex roll it. Was he first? And then Chad Daybell. It's the tire and the back seat in the storage. And Chad patting Lori's butt. But they're just friends. Also, when Tylee and JJ were buried in that yard, Tammy was at work. So it would be 5 weeks after Tylee was buried in there that she was killed. Yeah. Road Less Traveled says, I always look forward to your spicy commentary here from South Carolina. Nice to see you again. Every time you say shenanigans, it cracks me up, but I see you definitely have pep in your step. Yeah, this morning I'm a little spicy. Somebody's asking how my dad is doing. Well, my dad is doing very well. Considering. But there's some drama with the family that's going on that makes me a little extra spicy today as well. So, there's that. My dad turned 87 this weekend. And thank you for asking, Carla. Lord's Girl says, Linda, as I watch and listen to you, I'm reminded of what a loser Lux guy must be. He lost, you won. Nana nana boo boo. All right, so we should see. I'm gonna check just a minute here. Um. Yes, we left off with Detective Ryan Pillar. Nate says it's one of the biggest days we've seen so far for public turnout. Every seat is full. People began lining up outside at 5:30 in the morning. Okay, so let's just take a look here. I'm just reading some. I'm going to read you a little bit of this since we're waiting. If you guys are okay that I read more of this, the brief. Yeah, Mama Jackson, I know you're right. He's not Mormon. He's made his own little offshoot religion. He's the prophet. He's not Mormon. You're right. It's so far left field. I've said that for years. That face of his is for sure. I love you too. What's the delay? I thought they were supposed to start early, but I think now we're gonna start possibly in 25 minutes from the look of it. But we can get into some other things. I could turn on Justin Lum. I can speak some more, whatever you guys want, or I can read some of the documents. What would you like? Susan says, Linda, your vid where you read text between Natalie and Ian is where Ian admits Mel knew about it afterwards. That's a great one to recommend. Okay, I'm gonna grab that one. If I remember what I called it. It'll probably be in my Ian series. Oh, there's 3 parts to it. Here's part 1 and 2, I think. Here. And the timeline. There's a lot that she's full of it. The latest timeline too is I have with just for Brandon, but this is more when I do deep dives on their lies. Okay, let's just check in on Justin for a minute.
The January of 2020, we talked about last week, the January of 2020, and when law enforcement, all of them were starting to talk, and you started to see these pieces kind of fall into place. The jury has no idea, like you said before, about the incident, about the attempt on Tammy's life outside the home. They have no idea about all of this stuff. But as we know in the bigger picture,
and that
this
could be confusing
case plays
too.
a crucial role in that.
Yeah. So it's like opening the door is one thing and would totally just destroy Lori and end this real fast. But also the jury could be very confused about, well, what is going on? You're open, what are we talking about? What investigation?
Yeah.
Because there's so many that are.
All right, let's look while we're waiting a bit. Let's look into her, what do you call it? Her brief. It says, this is Lori Noreen Daybell's direct appeal from the district court's judgment imposing a controlling term of life in prison without the possibility of parole for her convictions on 2 counts of first-degree murder, 3 counts of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder and grand theft, and 1 count of grand theft. Ms. Daybell respectfully contends several prejudicial errors tainted the fairness of the proceedings in the district court. 3 appellate issues surround the district court's mishandling earlier in the case of the state's quest to remove Ms. Daybell's retained attorney. First, on the merits, the district court's ruling disqualifying Ms. Daybell's attorney violated her fundamental Sixth Amendment right to counsel of her choice. Second, the court deprived Ms. Daybell of her Sixth Amendment right to the assistance of counsel at a critical stage when it erroneously rooted the disqualification issue into the companion case of State versus Chad Guy Daybell and did not allow her counsel to intervene in her behalf in that case. Third, the court violated Ms. Daybell's 14th Amendment right to due process of law when it heard and decided this issue while Ms. Daybell was incompetent. Her case was stayed and she was not present. The district court also erred in permitting the state to present wide-ranging uncharged bad acts evidence at trial under Rule 404B of the Idaho Rules of Evidence, which injected prejudicial character and propensity evidence to the case. And finally, the trial never should have happened because Ms. Daybell's right to a speedy trial was violated. This court should reverse the district court's judgment on any of these grounds. Then it goes in the background of Lori and Charles adopting Charles' grandnephew, Joshua Jackson, JJ. And then talks about Tylee. So this is interesting what they're wording in here. JJ was born prematurely and was autistic. He was smart and loving, but he was also a typical 7-year-old autistic kid, meaning that he followed a strict routine, had some trouble in social situations, and could get upset at small things. He was not yet fully potty trained at night, and he attended a private school that had served services for autistic kids, which, by the way, from what I saw and researched and knew about that place that JJ went to was quite amazing, or is quite amazing. He doesn't get to go there because she's an evil wench. Lori's daughter from her previous marriage, 16-year-old Tylee, also lived in the home. Tylee was a smart and vivacious kid, but she could be a moody teenager. Tylee struggled with depression, anxiety, and panic attacks. She had frequent and painful bouts of pancreatitis throughout her childhood. Tylee got her GED so that she could graduate from high school early. Lori's faith was a central component of her life, and she was a devout member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. It even talks about Melanie Gibb. In October of 2018, Lori met Melanie Gibb at a church event and they became friends. They talked on the phone and texted each other often. Another member of her circle was Zulema Pastenes. Melanie and Zulema had been routinely attending Preparing a People conferences, which is a group or association that sponsored periodic conferences and events with speakers who would teach attendees how to be better prepared for anything that might happen, like a disaster, but as well as preparing them for the second coming of Jesus Christ. Melanie and Zulema shared these interests in common with Lori, along with other individuals in their circle of friends. In late October 2018, Melanie, Zulema, Lori, and 2 other women drove to St. George, Utah to attend a conference. Chad Daybell from Rexburg, Idaho was a frequent speaker at these conferences where he would sell his novels about end of times preparations, near-death experiences, and other spiritual matters. This is where all the weird stuff happened with Chad, where he's like, do you know I was married to you in previous probations? And I always joke, if I was there with the girls, I'd be like, wrap it up, girls, we're leaving. The guy's a creep. I digress. Lori had not met Chad before, but she had read a few of his books. Lori spent much of the weekend at Chad's table. Melanie claimed that Chad told Lori that they had been married in an earlier time period. That's where it was, is like, hey, do you know you've been with me forever and ever and ever and ever. Now we're going to take a time for a minute and just check the comments from... Yes, Joan says, did I hear that right? Melanie is under investigation. Correct. Still ongoing as per Trina K. Let Lori open the door. My email is itsacrimeandashame@gmail.com. Luna says, hi, Linda, you're looking beautiful today. Thank you. Hi, neighbors. Zaluna is here. Zaluma. Remember John Pryor in the last trial would say, instead of Zulema, he'd call her Zaluma. Janelle says, Melanie was my friend at one time. Melanie Gibb? We have some questions for you, Janelle. Brenda says, she has opened the door a million times. When do the warnings stop? I don't know with this girl. It says, as part of their religious beliefs, Chad, Lori, and others believe that people had lived multiple prior lives or probations. Chad had also had near-death experience from which he gained spiritual insight, as had Lori. But Lori said she had near-death experience. But Lori's sister, Summer, is like, I've never heard of that. And Lori claimed on the final day of her trial for the kids and Tammy, she said that she was giving birth to Tylee and she had a near-death experience. But Summer said that's the first I've ever heard of it. I've never heard of that. Lori lie? What? John Pryor was so weird. Okay. Chad taught the circle of friends that he could see the light and dark in people, and he had developed a rating scale of lightness and darkness, which PS is the rubric, which PS is Lori's hit list, and it's the people that Lori didn't like. After that, as Melanie and Zulema would testify at trial, Lori began to tell them that Charles was possessed by a dark spirit or a demon. They engaged in castings with her or something akin to a prayer circle where they would attempt to cast out Charles' dark spirits. On July 11th, Charles came to Arizona to spend time with JJ. He arrived at his estranged wife's home a little after 7:30 a.m. to take JJ. They talk about going through that. It goes through Charles being shot and the mourning of the children. On September 8th, Alex, Lori, and the kids went to Yellowstone National Park. Lori took a picture with a smiling Tylee hugging JJ with Alex to the side near some of Yellowstone's famous geysers. On September 20th, Melanie Gibb and her fiance David Warwick came to Idaho for the weekend to visit Lori. I don't think she was engaged at that point, though. No, she wasn't. Melanie and Lori were also intending to record a podcast. Melanie and David did not see Tylee while they were there. They did see and interact with JJ. However, they would later testify that on the evening of September 22nd, Alex came inside holding a sleeping JJ, taking him upstairs. Late into the evening, Melanie and Lori recorded their podcast with David also participating. The next morning, David and Melanie left to continue their trip. They did not see JJ. JJ also did not return to school. And then Lori told them that he was climbing counters and knocked over the picture of Jesus, is what they said. Like, just can't get any ridiculous. Oh, the lapidity of it all. Tammy says, I hope Shih Tzu gets put in her place again today. Me too. Okay, let me check. Should be starting soon. Like, there's something weird going on. Maybe, maybe not. But I remember on Friday they said they wanted to start early today. So I'm just trying to see from Nate. Lori's in the courtroom with her advisory attorneys, judges on the bench. So we might have another half an hour. That's late going to court. He wanted to get started at like 9:30, I think he said. Wasn't it 9:30 on Friday, he said? Let's get into it. I missed you too. Thank you for being here. Yeah, it's so weird. Lori's So I don't know what's happening. Maybe Lori had a case of the Mondays again. Yeah, like what is taking so long? Because on Friday they said we're starting earlier. And here we are. So half an hour from now, or maybe 25 minutes. No, it'd be a half an hour because Lori just walked in. He said 10:30 for today? That's the other day. So they're showing on June 6th on Friday. Let's see what they got going on.
Former relative, the so-called Doomsday Mom.
Oh, okay. That music was horrible. But we love Justin Lum. Yes. Mary's asking, am I recalling correctly that the Jeep was Tylee's? Charles owned it, gave it to Tylee for her to drive. Yes, Peter, that was awesome. Your objection count was great. Yeah, Girly54 says, I thought they were starting at 10 today and they were 30-minute delay. I thought he said he was going to try and start at 9:30. So it should be starting now. Yeah, but according to Nate Eaton, Lori just walked into the courtroom. I guess she wants to be fashionably late. Might as well go for gold. She's probably smirking with this little thing, the appeal she, the thing she, whatever, filed. It says immediately upon her return, Lori retained attorney Mark Means as her counsel. That's her blue-eyed baby boy that she talks about. And that he was supposedly her son in a different life. With Chad supplying the funds to hire Means. Means entered his appearance as Lori's co-counsel in the desertion case. Means would eventually be her sole attorney in that case. Around the same time, Chad retained John Pryor to defend him against any forthcoming criminal charges. Pryor took the place of a previous attorney that Chad had retained, but who did not intend to represent Chad if a criminal case came to fruition. Several weeks after Means entered his appearance on April 28, 2020, he issued a press release that he represented Chad and requested the media to please direct all requests for communication statements of the like to his office. That feels like yesterday. He posted a similar message on his Twitter account the same day Lori called Chad from a jail phone. In that call, Chad indicated that Mark Means currently represented both Lori and him to some extent, though Chad told her he was eventually going to go with the other guy, meaning John Pryor. At Lori's bail reduction hearing, Means informed the judge that he represented both Lori and Chad. Within 6 weeks, on June 9th, 2020, police searched Chad's property and discovered the bodies of the missing children buried near a pet cemetery in his yard. While the search was ongoing, Chad attempted to drive away from the scene, but was arrested. And remember, Chad was always trying to flee, even though John Pryor's like, no, he doesn't try to run away. Yes, he does several times. Based on the evidence found during the search of the Daybell property, the state charged both Chad and Lori with conspiracy to alter or destroy evidence. These were the first criminal charges against Chad. Mark Means again appeared as Lori's attorney in her case. John Pryor now appeared in Chad's case as his counsel. They talk about the state's first attempt to remove attorney Mark Means. Number one, the state's first attempt to remove attorney Mark Means. At Lori's initial appearance on the destruction of evidence charges in June, the judge asks Means whether he's represented any co-conspirator listed in the complaint. Mark Means responded that he did not. The state moved the court to deny Means' entry into the case and to appoint new counsel for Lori, arguing that Means had a potential conflict of interest after previously holding himself out as counsel for both Chad and Lori. In support, the state relied on the public statements that Means had made in April and May of that year, indicating that he represented both Lori and Chad. It also pointed to April 28th recorded jail call between Lori and Chad, in which Chad suggests that Means represented both of them at the time. Means countered that he had at most represented Chad in a limited capacity for a brief period before he had been charged. He reasserted that Chad had separate counsel in criminal matters, John Pryor, who also had informed the judge on more than one occasion that there was no conflict of interest, and even there were, it had been waived through a written waiver signed by both Chad and Lori Daybell. Means provided that written waiver to the judge. Means further claimed that he had consulted with Idaho State Bar Counsel, who described the relationship as limited representation or having a cup of coffee with Chad Daybell, and that the representation, if any, ceased the moment Mr. Daybell retained John Pryor. Let's see what they're redoing. Might be her get kicked out.
They withdrew it, but if you bring up 404 that you...
Then all 404B is in, or do we get a hearing on what 404B can come in? If I open the door, do I get a hearing? We stop trial and I get a hearing on...
Stop. We'll have a very short hearing, okay? If you're going to introduce how you have great character and good character, we're going to have a short hearing on what evidence that they can bring in to rebut that character, which could include being convicted of 4 murders. So
And would you
talk
like...
to your advisory counsel during the break. And
You don't need to yell at me either.
yelling at you, okay?
Yeah, you are, and you do not need to talk to me that way. I'm
Take
very
her out.
courteous.
Take her out.
I'm very courteous to
Take
you.
her out. No, you have been nothing near courteous to me during the course of these proceedings. Talk with your advisory council about the rest of your cross. We're going to resume in 15 minutes.
So Lori gets put on timeout for about 10 to 15 minutes. They get back into the courtroom after that, and Judge Boreski has calmed down, and he tells her, if you keep doing that, we're taking away the pro per status. You're going to have an advisory council, represent you, which would be a whole other situation. Yeah. So she is once again given that warning, that final warning. She gets to cross Brandon. She apologizes. She's, she's fine after that very fiery exchange. But with the cross with Brandon, you see the trauma that he's going through, reliving it, and being questioned by the person who's accused of being behind all of this.
Right.
And it was long cross, like you said, going into the afternoon, and we get into this allegation of how he was accused of being gay and having and leading to marital problems.
Yeah, I mean, he even admitted that even before June, late June of 2019, that things were starting to get rocky.
Mm-hmm. The influence, right?
Yeah, he didn't get into great detail about specifics or what he believed the reasoning behind all of this was, but clearly I think he was working to maybe salvage his marriage at that point, and you get the indication that he feels like Lori wasn't helping, that Lori was almost making it worse. And again, the accusations obviously is one thing, and look, this is from Lori's perspective, this is your niece.
Yeah.
But if you really felt strongly that Brandon wasn't the right guy for your niece, there are ways to handle that. And then you talk about the revoking, when it comes to the LDS faith, and there were certain intricacies there. All of this kind of, again, the jury is being painted a picture that Lori is meddling, if you will, in this marriage. And Lori tried to bring it back in her questioning, like, look, are you saying you didn't say this, or you almost like, I would never do that. That's not who I am.
Well, they spent a lot of time together as aunt and niece, and she was looked at as a mother-like figure, according to Brandon, but she is starting to have these bizarre religious beliefs already, 2018
and we know
into
that by
2019.
now.
All right, so I see people asking, so far, this is what's happening, okay? Trial was supposed to start this morning. Lori showed up not very long ago, and 10 minutes ago, the judge asked for a sidebar with the parties. They all approached the bench. White noises played in the courtroom, and the judge had asked everyone to clear the courtroom. We're heading outside to the lobby area. So we'll see what's happening. Now, remember, we are a half an hour behind when it comes to airing it on for all of us to see. So Nate is responding real time, and it's 10:43 a.m. there. And it's 11:43 right here. So when this starts, it's a half an hour from that. So we'll see what's going on. But basically, Lori just arrived, Lori arrived 11 minutes ago in the courtroom, and already there's BS happening. Shih Tzu can't leave it alone. Lori Shih Tzu's where she eats. So 10 minutes ago, the judge asked for a sidebar with everybody. They all approached the bench. White noise is played in the courtroom. And the judge has asked everyone to clear the courtroom. So who knows what's happening right now? But we're going to know in a couple of minutes. And we got to see the lovely part where Lori got kicked out again, which we love. I'll just hit that on repeat. Yeah, Pebbles and good character doesn't even go together. You should have heard her, Victoria. She keeps saying, like, I'm so loving and caring and courteous, and I don't want to put out anybody. T says, seems like something is happening. Janice from Oz says, I'm still disappointed that they didn't zap her. We all are. Let's see. I got you guys. I got your back. Still waiting outside the courtroom. Unclear what issue has come up, but Judge Justin Boreski will likely explain, even vaguely, once we are allowed back in. He probably forced her to come. Jeff 2017 says, I'm sure Lori's up to something. Yes, the timeout was last week. Yeah, on Friday. Mimi says, if it's true that they cleared the court, then it's more likely Lori's drama manipulation. Well, we'll see. I love Nate gives all these still waiting on the court. Okay, still waiting in the courtroom. Okay, that feels like longer than a minute ago. Lion Lamb says, welcome to day 3 of the Shih Tzu show. She probably was late again. She probably pulled some other thing this morning. Anybody know how many witnesses we're at? I think 7 or 8, right? Or maybe there was more. I don't think it's too much more than that. Now my voice is getting lost. Susan J says, Judge Green told her point blank that her trial started, so she cannot have Boudreaux removed at this point. That's correct. And he even said when she wasn't feeling good, he said, just so you know, like, if this goes on, I'm still your trial judge. Like, nice try. Try while you want. The Real Angel says, and check Friday court, and the judge said 10:30. Okay. Still, though. Oh, maybe not. Then we're okay. I don't know why. Maybe because he said 9:30, no 10:30. I don't know what I got in my head. Trial is live, wondering why you are not. Because it's a half an hour delay, and I don't know how you're seeing trial live. Nate is outside the courtroom. There is no trial happening currently. So, yeah, 15 minutes ago, court was cleared. And Nate said 4 minutes ago, still waiting outside the courtroom. Unclear what issue has come up, but Judge Justin Boreski will likely explain even vaguely once we are allowed back in. Ian says, do you know Amanda Useless Farm? She's also in Canada. No, I don't. Stella says, I hope they go ahead and show the storage unit video. That might be today. Probably be, I mean, it would make sense to do that first and then do the other things like the Google searches and whatever. Yes, I can't wait for this. Lulu says, I'm just going to love Boreski's sentencing speech. I can't wait for that. That's going to be amazing. Well, maybe we need an orange to start things off. Do you remember when the kids were first missing and Idaho had those little cupcakes that says, where's the kids? I think I still have it on. You guys will still have that as a emoji that you can do. Where are the kids? The orange and white jail stripes for Lori. Asking where they are. And she just smirking when Nate ran up to her. She didn't care. She knew exactly where they were. Her questions are so useless. Somebody said, Colby just said she's sick again. I told you on June 9th, because today's June 9th, something's going to be up. Too bad. Hope she was haunted all night, in my opinion. Silent One says, the sentencing and Charles and Brandon are together, right? Correct. This will go, and then she'll be sentenced for Charles as well. Chrissy says, I wrote down 9:30 and I was freaking out. I had missed the beginning. Exactly. Shih Tzu Barbie Esquire. Just because I testified that I'm a good person doesn't mean the state can let everybody know I'm a convicted serial killer. You open the door, girlfriend. Okay, let's see, Nate. Nothing. Maybe the judge dragged her in again. Who knows? Because last week she had to be dragged in. Brenda says, Kay Woodcock being in the courtroom today has no doubt flustered her. Yep. Love Kay. Oh, 9. Okay, I thought we were at 7 or 8. Okay, good. 9. So I think we have 11 to go. So what would that give us? Well, if today ever happens, maybe today, tomorrow, Wednesday? No, maybe all week if Lori keeps asking her stupid questions. We might go all week. Love you guys too. I'm so glad to be here with you guys. Ian says, isn't it interesting that they didn't find anything wrong with the terabytes of evidence, only with procedure and technicalities? They got to try and get anything they can. But it doesn't mean it's going to do anything. Oh, there's Charles. Look. There he is. Tell Lori to get to court. It's good to show on the road. Yeah. She just wants to spread love. Haven't you spread enough? I should move my papers. Could it be a juror issue? It could. But I don't know. I'm trying not to eat too much in front of you guys. Sorry. I'm just really hungry. Who were the ones so far? Okay, let's just take a look. I have most of it. So day 1, we had, let's just do a little recap. Why not? Day 1, there was a juror out already. Apparently he had cold sweats and he was going home. Lori was wearing her blue pantsuit that day and brought her smirks and her game face. She filed yet another motion to recuse the judge. It was opening statements from Lori, opening statements from Trina, and opening statements from Lori. And Lori just said, you know, there's a conspiracy, all right. It's not about me conspiring to kill Brandon. It's Brandon and the authorities going to conspire to put me and sentence me, pretty much. So that was Thursday. And then Brandon was up that day. And it was interesting because Lori didn't cross Brandon until day 2. And then Lori filed the motion over lunch hour. She wanted to do the cross out of order. And then we had Elizabeth Collins, who owned the rental property of where Brandon Boudreaux rented. And another neighbor of Brandon's named Robert Abitamarco. And he was across the street and saw the Jeep and thought it was weird. We had the Sergeant Nolan McDermott. He was with the Gilbert Police Department. He was talking about the Tesla, the glass shards, talking about the trajectory, blah, blah, blah. We had Lori Cross. She was processing scenes. And then we had Detective Frera, who filled in the gaps of it. He's talking about the bullet holes, consistent, and that was over and over and over and over. And that was day 1. Then we had day 2, That was where Lori kept bringing up Brandon being gay. Lori got removed from court. Melanie's is still an ongoing investigation. But it was the continuation of Detective Frere. Lori was asking him if he knew that Alex did stand-up comedy. I'm sure she has method to her madness. Then we had Brandon back up. That was when the cross happened. Then there was the Secret Service guy. I missed his name. And then Detective Ryan Pillard. Also, there was another one. Everyone was saying she looked like me. Oh, witness Nate Duncan was in there. We've seen a lot of him. There was another woman. I think her last name was Mendoza. Yeah, Lena Mendoza. She had the sound of the bullet on a Ring camera. So however many that is. What is the significance of June 9th? The children were found today, 5 years ago, from Chad Daybell's yard. Okay, a Department of Corrections officer was part of the sidebar. He just walked out of the courtroom. Maybe she was forced to come today. What do you think? She's putting a little bit of a Letitia's today. Mal says, I love that she isn't feeling well today. Polly says, sick is no longer an excuse for a judge said that ship has sailed. Exactly. Mindful Mess, nice to see you. Well, we are sitting here waiting for trial to start. And there was a sidebar already. The judge kicked everybody out of the courtroom. And during the sidebar, apparently a Department of Corrections officer was part of the sidebar. So there's that. She's bringing drama every day. She's going to be like, I'm going to make this count, and I'm going to make it $1 million worth of this every day. Please, Lori, don't spread love or legs. Signed, the portal potty. There we go. She must have had a portal potty issue. Did I hear about the YouTuber who red-rummed another YouTuber and his wife last night? No, I did not. Let's just see something here. One sec.
Hear him go on the record once the judge walks in.
Yeah.
But then they quickly go to a sidebar. So again, as far as we know,
the
there was
question. What happened after he went on the record? Yeah. What did Judge Boreski know? What was he briefed on? But yeah, there's always something. There's always something that we're never really prepared for. It's always some sort of surprise. But for now, how about this? Let's take a look at the poll question. Can we do that and see what the results are as far as we asked who's been the strongest witness in trial so far? 500 votes. Thank you guys all for interacting with us and participating. We also have the poll question in our chat box. Brandon Boudreaux, easily 93% of you say that he has been the strongest witness in trial so far. He was witness number 1 for the state. They started things off with him, tell his his story, very traumatizing to say the least, being shot at as he was arriving home after dropping off his kids to his ex-wife, Melanie Boudreaux. 2% say Ryan Pillar, 5% say Nate Duncan. And Nate Duncan got into the iCloud data, and he's also the lead agent on the Charles Vallow investigation. But that's interesting.
These personal witnesses, we could go back to the Idaho trials and talk about.
All right. Becky says, thank you for keeping your channel. Oh, hang on.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so that man to the right, could that be the official with, no, that, I'm trying to feel like I've seen his face. Ryan Pillar sitting at the prosecution table, but you have this man here with the gold tie and the suit. All right, Judge Boreski said something to Daybell. Daybell's crossed her arms,
There's
walking
Brandon.
back.
Brandon and his wife there in the front.
Yeah, something is up.
And again, they had not brought the jury in at this point.
Yeah.
That's typically
So they're
something
wondering
they'll
what's
do after
going
they go
on.
on the record.
The jury's waiting to go.
Yeah.
Trina's smiling, and that may be someone with the state sitting at that table behind her. You see a shot of Daybell looking over.
Yeah, it's really hard to tell from their facial expressions.
If only we could read lips.
Yeah. Well. And even when Judge Boreski was going at it with Lori Vallow, Daybell last week, his facial expressions were pretty calm, pretty normal. Did raise his voice, but really hard to tell from his body language when he gets upset. So, and here we are back in the seal, and they've been like that for the last 30 minutes or so.
Yeah. So at that point is where they were told to leave.
Yes.
Clear the room.
Yeah.
And we're still waiting. I'm like.
Yeah, we're
checking to see with whoever knows in the lobby, but there's a lot of unknown people probably milling around the lobby, just waiting to get back.
All right, let me just check. We'll look again for Nate. Sidebar continues, still waiting outside courtroom. A lot of Letitia. She's diabetic. Is Letitia back in Colorado? Nini says Lori has been the best witness for the prosecution. I love this. Silent One says the one question that really hit home was Lori saying, was Melanie crying? And Brandon said, no, I was. Whew, that was powerful. And to see him just tormented even to this day about it, which rightly so. So many lives connected and wrecked, just wrecked. I wish they would take that account too when they convict these people, because you have numerous lives destroyed. And the responders who have to deal with that too. You know what, Lori? You did it. You go dig up your own children and see what you did. Agent 99 says she's so smug. Chris says, Linda, this is all your fault because you don't have any more oranges. I was eating them. I was just being a good neighbor. Trina looking happy, Lori looking like she wants to do a casting on her. I wonder what name she's giving Trina today. I wish we knew what was going on. We still don't know. We're checking in though. The update is court was supposed to start. We don't know why it's not. There's a sidebar. And there was oh my gosh, why can't I think of the word? Hang on. Department of Corrections officer was also part of that sidebar. I wonder if they had to pull her in today. She's doing some pretty interesting body languaging, doing whatever she was doing. Ian says, help, I'm in love with everyone in the comments besides Linda. You guys are awesome. It's so good here. We are a community for sure. We're all after the truth and justice. Oh, Nate says, we are being let back into the courtroom. Lori and her team remain at the table. Judge is not on the bench. He's probably going to do a couple shots before he comes back. He's like, a little whiskey, a little scotch, a little bourbon. Wonder what kind of bourbon he would have. Get the strongest possible. We need to find a good bourbon name. Oh, Victoria says someone has to update on the origins. Lori was so sick. She delayed trial because she was just so sick, and all she ate was broth and oranges. I don't know anybody who's sick and nauseous that would eat oranges. So I'm eating oranges. I don't know. Beth's Creation says, we need Liabetic on a t-shirt. I have missed you, Linda. Thank you for being here. I missed you too. Thank you, Beth's Creations. Nice to see you. We do need it. Just lie with an orange. For her health. Liabetic. Oh, Shih Tzu. I would like to see Lori face to face. What do you think she would do? What do you think she would do if she saw me? Tell me. I want to hear your guys' thoughts. Malshi says her incessant need to mention the Pink Pony Club yesterday was infuriating. I wish the judge had come down harder on her for continuing to ignore his overrule. Yeah. Brian says, could this be related to a certain door opening? Well, I don't know. I mean, maybe part of it and part of it not, because they did have the Department of Corrections there too. So I don't know. We'll see what's going to happen. Oh dear. Hang on. We got Hot Flash 101 happening. No. Maybe she misbehaved in the jail. Could be. Why? Oh, to be a spring chicken again. Her whole body was pouting. I agree. So this means now we have another half an hour to go. And I need to be on a phone call probably in a half an hour to 45 minutes. Potentially. We still haven't even started court. I love you too. Sarah says, Judd said, screw this, I'm out. Louisa says, today's my son's 70th birthday. Would love a zap on Lori. Someone said in the comments they'd like me to have the little clicker. Shot, 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 shot. Everybody. Oh my gosh, you guys. I might have to get my fan out. I thought of that. Angel's Envy. I thought of that. I agree. That's what actually came to mind when I was thinking about it. I love that. Bullet. Diabetic. No, did I see Nate on Let's Make a Deal show? No, I didn't. Exactly. Why would you do that? The Lapidiot with diabetes. Okay, wait, let me get back on our Nate line, our Nate lifeline. John says she would compliment you and try to rope you in. Pompeii Girl says she'd do that insipid giggle and thank you for being a fan. Callie says she'd burst into flames. The real Angel says Lori would shih tzu her pants if she saw you, Linda. Silent One says Lori doesn't have the courage to confront anyone. Nini says her diabetes caused paralyzation. Tammy says Lori would run and hide because she couldn't handle Linda. Would be great. Chris says no. The question is, what would you do? What would I do? Oh, Victoria. Okay. So Lori and Melanie accused Brandon of being gay. And she's brought this up several times. And there's a Facebook video that was circulating many years ago. and it was of Brandon dancing while he was at this Pink Pony Club in Alabama. I looked it up, it was Alabama. And so she's not supposed to bring it up. She did it several times. Trina objected, and the judge is like, yeah, like, that's enough, right? And she just keeps going on it. So that's what that's all about. It has nothing to do with anything really about Brandon's case, but Lori thinks it does. Amber Eyes says, face to face with you, Linda, she would wither and melt, your snark akin to a bucket of water. I would just love her look on her face. It's kind of like when, do you remember in the Justin Evans case, Kiera wouldn't come on my show before I even started knowing what her number is. She wouldn't come on the show. She went and chose a different YouTuber who was like just fairly new, and she would answer her questions, but she wouldn't come on mine. And then I connected some dots, I should say. Letitia wouldn't either. Letitia would watch mine and answer my questions. Letitia Stout would watch my channel. I started realizing I would ask her direct questions in my videos. She would go to a different reporter, and she would answer those questions with the reporter. It's very interesting. I find it very interesting. Diabetes is the #1 cause of incarceritis. Oh, I did get popsicles, and one of them is a root beer one. I'm so excited. Lori is there. There was a sidebar. The Department of Corrections was there for some reason. Some officer was there. And we don't know what's going on yet. We're just waiting very patiently. And Nate says 11 minutes ago, we are being let back into the courtroom. Lori and her team remain at their table. Judge is not on the bench, with no new updates. I keep refreshing. Pamela says she'd put you on the stand like Nate. Okay, we're continuing with a different witness this morning now. Am I missing his thread? Oh, yeah. So we have a half an hour from now. Well, they have to tell us what it's about, what we're waiting for. There's something going on. What was it? I want to know. What happened this morning? Oh, this is a great idea. Handheld fan. That would be great. One sec, you guys. I'm reading if you guys are wondering why I'm not saying anything. My court link is live. We are live, so we just gotta wait. Yeah, I thought it was in Scottsdale, but then it ended up being from, I was doing a little bit of digging that day, and it was Alabama that it was reported, not Scottsdale. I think the judge is still doing shots. Hello, Billy. Window tint guy is on the stand. Okay, well, we have, what would it be now, like 25 minutes? Yeah. So we're a half an hour behind if you guys are wondering or need the reminder. And then it'll show up right here. Right there. Andrea says, heck, I would have vodka in my water bottle if I had to deal with LoHo. Maybe she had to take out her curlers this morning. Her toilet paper rolls. She needed more time. Yeah, it's so good to be in here, hey? I love that. Awesome community. Yes, I will be covering the Koberger case as well. Apparently that's 3 months long, so buckle up on that. That's going to be a long haul, 3 months. If it starts when it's supposed to, which is in August. Texas Swan says, gotta send the judge an edible fruit arrangement for natural cleansing after this. I think he's gonna need more than that. I wonder what she's gonna do. What do you think's gonna happen today? You just have to be crafty with some of your wording on the chat guidelines. Keeping it classy could still be snark against Lori, no problem. We haven't even started yet. Well, court is in session now, but we have a half an hour delay. So we have another, I don't know. Another 15 minutes. That's not bad. Another 15 minutes and we'll start. This is right around the time that I'm supposed to be on a phone call. You guys might have to take notes. John says meltdown incoming. Well, maybe this is what happened. Maybe her ring broke and she was having a moral debate about being a Shih Tzu or a wife. her black hair tie ring. So we don't have too much long. Oh my gosh, so nice to see you, Algo. Welcome. I haven't seen you in a long time. Hello. Peter says I'm noticing more AI voices on YouTube. Yes. It's been interesting what I've noticed too with that. I actually had somebody offer they wanted me to do a 2-hour session to get my likeness and my voice and use it. And I said, absolutely not. It was for a brand deal. And I said, absolutely not. No. I was busy and afraid I was missing the trial. Now stopping for lunch and glad didn't miss a thing. Not a thing. I'm going to just set my alarm here just in case. You know, we'll see what life gives us today. Yeah, we missed something. We just don't know what. Cindy says, I feel like Chad will file for divorce at some point. Yeah, court has started. I think it should be in the next 10, 15 minutes that we get to see it. So that's good. Just a really late day. And then what'll happen, that'll start. I'll keep it going. I have to go off for a family phone call. And then I'll come back. It's all going to be playing. This will be in the background. And then at some point I need to pick up my son from school. So this will still be playing and I'll be in the chat on my phone. And but that's not for another couple hours. And then back and we'll finish it off. Just so you guys know what's up. Thanks for being here. Thanks for waiting so patiently while we are trying to figure out court. Much appreciated. Very much so. You could tell the person is AI. They look like they had Botox from the waist up. You're funny. Yes, kids are still in school in Canada. They go to the end of June. So, very soon. Yeah, it should be. Actually, it's going to be, yeah, not too long, because 21 minutes ago, the judge was on the bench and asked for the jury to bring in the next witness. So, 9 minutes to go. That's not bad. Hi, Margaret. Nice to see you. And Kieran, nice to see you. Your kids go back in July? Wow. That was like JJ. He went back in July too. I thought that was like some summer thing. Yeah, Patrick says Lori is working on a perfect record of 0-3. Yeah, we do for school. It does end of June is finished, and then September they go back, or the very last day of August. Stephanie says, Lori makes me feel like she wants the door open. We know she's not that stupid. She loves to get us all in uproar. She's loving it every day. Every day is something, like they're saying. Every single day is something. And today is a special day because it's June 9th, the 5-year anniversary of the children being found in Chad's yard. So who knows what she's pulling today? Can't have the kids have the glory. Oh, Jojo says, Linda, I've been a subscriber since before you hit 20,000, but I never commented during a live because I was new to true crime, was afraid to embarrass myself. Never be afraid to say anything. Thank you for all you do. You're welcome. Thank you for being here. Thanks for being part of the family. Okay, so let's see. Oops, what is happening here? Should be in about 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Yes, Kim says it's court delayed. It is. It's going to start in 5 minutes. We are on a half an hour delay, which means half an hour, 25 minutes ago is when they started, which was late. The judge held a sidebar. There was an officer from the Department of Corrections there, which is interesting in itself too. So I don't know what that's about. Can I make a song about Shih Tzu? Oh, maybe I can. I don't know. 5 minutes, it'll start. So make sure to gather your friends for the let's see if I can show it. For the 144,000. And Charles, see, he always has good timing. He really does. So the 144,000 we've gathered with Charles and Justice. Hang on one sec, guys.
We don't know much about what went on this sidebar, but things are back underway, as everyone is going to see in just a moment, as prosecution will call its next witness. So a little bit of a spoiler, but Ryan Pillar's testimony is ongoing and will continue at a later time, not sure when.
Yeah, we saw this happen last week where Lori had to delay her cross of Brandon. Now she's had to basically stop her current cross-examination of Detective Pillar, and they will move on to other witnesses and bring him back later. So, again, another twist in this whole saga. Again, the jury is going to have to decide whether this is more confusing or less confusing. But interesting that they cleared the courtroom out. We hadn't seen that before with a sidebar anyway, where the judge clears the whole courtroom of the media and family.
Yeah.
And this went on for about a half an hour.
And so the jury not able to see what was going on as well. They were delayed and probably wondering, well, why are we starting late today? But, the judge is going to tell the jury, don't worry about that. Don't think about that. Don't let that affect your duty in this at all. Now, Trina will have to bring this back to make it make sense for the jurors when Pillar does take the stand, because there's a lot that they covered. That was on Friday. They had the whole weekend. So that direct and how she finishes off with him is going to be important. And then whether or not Lori decides to cross and then redirect. But this is the lead case agent. This is the second time, or will be the second time, that a witness is taken out of order. But yeah, the question remains, and I don't think we'll ever know, is what happened during that sidebar for 30 minutes and what needed to be discussed. But, the good sign is that they got back into the courtroom and continued things. Yeah. So it can't be too bad.
No, and so we should remind everybody watching who may just be following along this week. We left off with Detective Pillar on Friday. He was kind of laying out that they had been tracking or had tracked the Jeep. Obviously, later on when they investigated, tracked the Jeep along I-40 coming down towards Phoenix, and about 26 hours before the shooting. So we expect much of that questioning, whether it's with Detective Pillar or others today, to hone really in on that Jeep, the Jeep that was seen in the neighborhood at the time of the shooting in Brandon. And I would expect there are going to be more witnesses as we narrow down the scope here who can testify that this Jeep was not only spotted on I-40 headed towards Phoenix, but now I would imagine they're going to start pinpointing this Jeep closer to Brandon's home in the hours and maybe even minutes before the shooting in October of 2019. So I think the jury, we'll find out if they have any questions after some of these witnesses, but from their point of view, that's kind of where we left off.
And they seem to be following along well, because there haven't been questions like we talked about earlier. They haven't thought to ask. I mean, there's you are given the floor to ask questions, but yet we have not heard one question about the evidence so far. So we will see Detective Ryan Pillar, obviously an important witness, but yeah, a lot of stuff we expect to hear from as far as technical evidence, license plate readers, the Jeep. This Jeep will be such a main focus because of we know that the windows were tinted, and how that is going to be
So,
brought out.
Robert,
to
we
the
are back
jury.
on the record, at least on the delay. The judge, everybody's back in the courtroom.
There's Lori Daybell talking to her counsel.
Trina Kay just walked out of the courtroom, presumably to bring in her next witness, because as we've just learned, Detective Pillar will be brought up for his continued cross by Lori Vallow.
Yeah, Pillar's
at a
sitting
later
right
time.
there in the middle, and so he's been there every day at the prosecution table. He's going to be a very big help to Trina Kay, sorting through the evidence, exhibits, and things like that. Lori Daybell going through her notepad. Next to her on her left, far left, that's her paralegal. And there comes Trina Kay with her witness, and appears to be a civilian witness that you guys are about to see. Brandon Boudreaux in
Yep.
the gallery as well with his wife. It is a packed house. You've got a lot of people from the general public right there in the gallery.
We know Kate Woodcock was there this morning.
This camera angles from the media room, looking out through the window, the glass of the media room. You're not going to see the media there in the back row.
All right, please be seated. The
Jury's
jury is
in.
present. Members of the jury, thank you for your patience. We had to resolve an issue this morning. Please don't speculate on that, and it's no one's fault as to why there was a delay getting started this morning. If you'll recall, on Friday afternoon, we started testimony from the case agent who's seated at the prosecutor's table. And we're going to take another witness out of order now, so we'll resume him at a later time. But at this time, the state's going to take a witness out of order. Go ahead and call your next witness.
Thank you. The state will call Daniel Moss.
All right, so you're going to come stand right here in front of my clerk, and she's going to swear you in.
Hello. Can you please state and spell your first and last name? Raise your right hand, please. You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Okay, so a witness taken out of order. You can see on his shirt Dan's window tinting. This is
right up
Daniel Moss from Rexburg, Idaho. And so you can imagine we are going to get back into evidence on that Jeep Wrangler and the window tinting for this alleged crime. This is witness number 10.
And if you can scoot in close to the mic. Thank you. Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name's Dan Moss. I own a window tinting shop in Idaho, Rexburg, Idaho.
How long have you owned a window tinting shop there in Rexburg, Idaho?
Since 2008.
And is it just you working there, or do you have others working for you?
We have other employees.
Okay. Do you have a website for your company?
Yes.
And how do you get business? Do people come in? Can they call you to get a quote? What happens when someone is interested in getting their car tinted?
They can stop by and get a quote. They can email us through the website. There's a phone number on the website. They can call, text. Pretty much, we make it as easy as possible.
Okay. If someone calls, who answers? Is there like a office phone or? where does that come?
There's a shop phone, so it could be me or one of the other employees.
Okay. And if someone calls in and requests a window tint job, how do you set up sometimes to tell them when an appointment might be available?
If somebody calls in, we just pull out a calendar right then and just give them some dates and times that they can come by. If that doesn't work for them, usually they can drop off the car before hours or after hours.
Okay. Do you ever send them like a text saying, we have an appointment available at this time? Would that work for you?
Every day.
Okay. Um, I want to talk a little bit about window tint in general. Are there different levels or percentages of tinting that are put on?
Yeah, there's it's called the VLT percentage, visual light transmittance. So what your eye can see, not infrared or ultraviolet, but the visual light that comes through the glass is represented by a number, and the window film manufacturers assign that number to how dark the film is.
Okay.
So 5% window film only lets in 5% of the visible light. 70% lets in 70% of the light, essentially looks clear, where 5% is black, really dark.
So if someone puts 5% VLT onto a vehicle, are you able to see into that car?
No.
What about 20%? What is that?
You can see like a silhouette of somebody that's in there.
Okay. And can people do different percentages like front or rear windows?
Yep.
Okay. Now, I want to talk to you about some business that you did with back on September 23rd and 25th of 2019. I've shown the defendant Exhibit 183. If I can have my paralegal approach with that. If you take a look at that, does that contain an affidavit that you signed authenticating some different screenshots from the business phone as well as screenshots from your camera system in your business?
Yes, it does.
And do those relate to a phone call that was received on September 23rd at 1:54 p.m. from a 480-351-9120 number?
Yes.
And then sort of the business of tinting relating to that initial call.
Yes.
The state will move to admit Exhibit 183. I believe that's what I said.
183 is a packet.
Yes.
Relevant, Your Honor.
All right, the exhibit is admitted, you said 81?
183.
I'm sorry, I wasn't even close, 183.
All right, and if I could have the Elmo, thank you. All right. I'll start with sort of what is described in this as, let me zoom out. Were you contacted at some point by law enforcement and asked about an individual with that 480-320 number contacting your business to have window tint put on a Jeep?
Yes.
And did you, in fact, end up scheduling an appointment and, in fact, putting tint on a Jeep?
Yes.
So did you provide law enforcement, starting with this first page of 183's attachments, a screenshot of your phone showing when you received that first call from the 480-20 number?
Yeah.
And so this was September 23rd of 2019?
Yes.
And then that was at the 1:54 p.m.?
Yes.
Okay. Now, it's a couple days later, did you or your business reach back to that 480-351? Advise them that you had an appointment available?
Yes.
I'm going to zoom in a little on this. Is this, I guess, the message that was sent that was kept as part of your business records regarding setting up a time for this individual to bring in their Jeep?
Yes.
So on September 25th, they were advised they could drop the Jeep off at 9 to have work done?
Yes.
Okay. Was this a message that you sent out?
Yes.
And so when you're sending this in the morning at 7:27 a.m. and you're advising them that they can drop off the car and it will be worked on?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to put up. Can you describe for us what we see here?
Looks like I'm cleaning some windows, just about ready to put some film on that door
Okay.
glass.
So this is you actually, you did the work on this Jeep Wrangler.
Yeah.
I want to talk to you about, this is the vehicle that was associated with the 480-351-9120 number.
Yeah.
Now this is a two-door Jeep Wrangler.
Yes.
When you are looking at a vehicle like a Jeep Wrangler, do they come with factory tint on them?
Yes.
So when a vehicle has factory tint on it, what do you do when they're brought in to put tint on them?
All the time, people come in and ask to darken the factory tinted glass because the factory tinted glass is usually like a 20% VLT, and you just layer another dark layer on top of it.
Okay, so you don't have to try to take off that other tint, you're just putting another layer on top of it.
Yep.
So in this case, you said you were cleaning, we can see a spray bottle, you clean the glass before you put the next layer on.
Yep.
When you are talking about different percentages of tint, in this case, do you recall being asked to put a 5% tint on the rear windows?
Yes.
So if there's already tint on the car and then you add the 5%, does that make it even darker than what we would expect on a normal 5%?
Yeah. If you slide a VLT meter on there, like all officers have usually in their car, it will usually net like 2% or 0% VLT.
And so would that mean you can't see anything in the back?
Yeah, dark.
So if someone was laying or sitting in the back of this Jeep and you tried to walk by and look in there, you wouldn't be able to see it?
Objection. Speculation.
Overruled.
Having worked on these cars and seen what this looks like, are you familiar with whether or not you can see someone inside the vehicle with that dark of tint?
Yes, definitely.
So from your personal experience, you are telling us that with the 5% and then the additional factory tint, you would not be able to see into the back of that Jeep.
Broad daylight, you can't see in.
Now, the 20% that's in these front windows on top of the factory, would you still have some ability to see in?
Yes.
Okay. When you were talking to us earlier, you said that people are able to drop off their vehicles to be worked on.
Yes.
Do you recall in this case whether or not you saw the person who dropped this off?
I do not.
Okay. Now, we see that you have some cameras inside your shop for you to work on. Did you attempt to screenshot images to show the rear license plate of this vehicle?
Yes.
And I'm going to put some of these up, also part of packet 183. Do you recall the colors of the license plate on that Jeep?
They were white.
Okay. Did it have black lettering?
Yes.
Okay, so is that an Idaho plate?
No.
Okay. Did you know what state plate that was?
Texas. I would guess.
Texas?
Could I get you to speak up just a little bit? Thanks.
So it was a white plate with black lettering that you recognized to be from Texas,
Yes.
but you were unable to get the exact lettering of that plate from your surveillance system.
Correct. At the distance and angle, it was blurry.
Okay. One other question in this. On this Jeep, did you note there was like a sticker down here on the
Yes.
front windshield?
Yeah.
So that was there when the Jeep was brought in and dropped off to you?
Yes.
When you are completed with the job, do you send a sort of receipt of some type?
Yes.
And do we see that here as a part again of Exhibit 183?
Yes.
And did that describe the work you did?
Yes.
So we see again, this was sent to the 480-351-9120.
Yes.
So we know it was a Jeep Wrangler, what we saw in the photograph
Yes.
with the Texas license plate.
Yes.
And so it was 200, how much you charged?
Yes.
And then it says 5% rear and 20% front. What does that mean then?
That we put 5% window film on the back 3 windows and 20% on the front doors.
And then with our start and end time, does that mean that you completed this work in about an hour on September 25th of 2019?
Approximately.
Do you recall seeing the individual who had this Jeep ever pick it up?
I don't.
So did you have any contact with the owner that you recall at this point?
Not that I can recall.
So other than knowing that you were dealing with this Jeep that was documented, the 2-door Wrangler associated to that 480-351-9120 number, you can't tell us anything else about the owner.
Correct.
State has no other questions, Your Honor.
Cross-examination?
No questions, Your Honor.
All right, are there any questions for this witness from the jury? I don't see any. All right, sir, you can step down.
Thank you.
State can call its next witness.
Thank you. Okay, we'll call Thomas Miller.
All right, sir, come on up. You're going to stand right here in front of my clerk and be sworn in.
Hello. Can you please state and spell your first and last name?
Thomas Miller, Thomas, M-I-L-L-E-R.
Thank you. Raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God? Okay, now I'm the full order of the ring.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Special Agent Thomas Miller with the Drug Enforcement Administration.
How long have you worked for Drug Enforcement Administration?
Approximately 27 years.
What do you do there?
I currently am the unit chief of the National License Plate Reader Program for the DEA.
Can you tell us what the National License Plate Reader Program is?
It's a law enforcement tool that was developed and utilized by the DEA to enforce its Title 21 statutory authority to facilitate drug trafficking investigations and any other drug-related crimes in the drug trade.
So in there, we hear the term license plate reader. What is that? What is a license plate reader? How does that work?
It is a camera that we normally have positioned on any known drug route utilized by drug traffickers. A lot of the LPRs have a software, it's called optical character recognition, or better known as OCR. What this OCR software allows the LPR camera to trigger on the alphanumeric characters on a license plate, and it will create an image or images, and simultaneously it will also create a XML or a textual file. And at that time, the images and the text file are then paired up and is then saved in the DEA server.
Okay. You used the term LPR. Is that shorthand for something?
Yes, a license plate reader.
Okay. So it's easier for us to say LPR.
Yes.
Is there a system called Diesel that relates to the National License Plate Reader Program?
Yes, Diesel is our tactical query and alert system, and it stands for the DEA Special Intelligence Link, and that's how we access the information that is saved from the LPR cameras.
Okay. So can law enforcement agencies outside of the DEA access this Diesel system to determine if any of the cameras have caught a specific license plate?
Yes. The El Paso Intelligence Center, where the Diesel platform is located, they will vet state, local, tribal, and other federal law enforcement personnel to have or gain access to our Diesel platform.
Okay. So certain law enforcement agencies can get access Diesel to see if a license plate has been read on any of the cameras.
Yes, as long as they're ingested into our Diesel platform.
And by ingested, what do you mean?
After the LPR camera that does feed into the Diesel platform, it will go into the Diesel platform where they can access that.
Do all of these license plate readers capture like just a photo of the license plate, or is it the vehicle? What are we getting in this system?
Depending on the vendor camera and the OCR, or the optical character recognition software, it will sometimes give you a visual of just the plate, and then other times it'll be the back plate, possibly depending on the position of another camera, the front plate, and sometimes an overall picture of the entire vehicle.
Okay. So if someone is driving on an interstate where one of these license plate readers are located, depending on the camera, it may capture a photo of the vehicle and of their license plate?
Correct.
Okay. Do all of these license plate reader cameras just look at the back of vehicles?
No, a DEA will sometimes also place cameras that read the front license plates. Usually we do this more for tractor trailers or semi-trucks who have a front plate that is different than the plate on the trailer.
I want to talk to you about the license plate reader near Holbrook, Arizona. For that reader on the I-40, does that camera capture the front or the back, or what does that camera capture there?
It captures the back plate, and there's two cameras, one each covering the 2 lanes on that road going westbound.
Okay. I've shown the defendant Exhibit 121. My paralegal can approach. So if you can take a look at Exhibit 121, let me know if you recognize the affidavit as well as the documents associated with it.
Yes, I do.
And does that contain an affidavit authenticating those records as well as a diesel citing of a license plate from your National License Plate Reader program?
Yes, it does.
And that's kept in the normal course of business?
Yes.
State will move to admit pursuant to 803 and 902.
Objection?
Just relevance, Your Honor.
What was the number again?
121.
121's admitted. 121's admitted,
Oh,
sorry.
thank you. If I can have that to publish, please. All right. Let's start with the first page of this. So is this a document that's part of the National License Plate Reader diesel system?
Yes, it is.
So in this case, when we're looking at the top here, first we see plate. Is that the plate that's associated with this vehicle that we see here?
Yes, it is.
So that's LWD0997.
Yes, and I believe that was a Texas license plate.
Then the location here, DEA FCU AZ Holbrook. Can you tell us what that means?
Depending on who the unit chief was at the time, they will name a camera, specifically if it's owned by DEA, a certain name, and a lot of times it will include at least a city or town that's fairly close to that location.
And is this license plate reader on the I-40?
Yes, it is.
And is this one located a little to the, I guess, west or east of Holbrook on the I-40?
Yes.
Okay. And then we see a time and a date. So is that October 1st of 2019?
Yes, it is.
And it's 6:52 Mountain Standard Time?
Yes.
At that time on October 1st of 2019, if we convert that to Arizona time, is it 5:52?
Yes, it would be that time of the year.
Okay. Over here, we see highway name, you said I-40 westbound, and then direction giving us the westbound as well.
Yes.
In this photograph, we see the back of a vehicle with no tire on the back of it. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then was there a second page of this that gave a closer up of the license plate on this?
Yes, it does.
And is that what was documented in the citing details of a Texas plate LWD 0997?
Yes.
State has no other questions for this witness, Your Honor.
All right, cross.
Mr. Thomas, is that the only picture that you have in Arizona on October 1st of the Jeep Wrangler?
I'm sorry?
Is it the only picture, license plate reader picture that you have in Arizona on October 1st?
Yes, that's the only picture in our diesel platform.
Okay. And how many license plate readers do you have in Gilbert, Arizona?
I am not sure on how many we exactly have.
Do you have any?
Yes, we do.
There's one on Gilbert Road, isn't there?
That I'm not sure. We have over 11,000 cameras that feed into the diesel platform.
Okay. What about in Mesa, Arizona? Are you aware of any in Mesa, Arizona?
I am unaware how many cameras that we have in Mesa, Arizona. We do have quite a few cameras, LPR cameras in Arizona.
And so of all those cameras that you have along this way, when this incident happened in Gilbert, Arizona, you don't have any other pictures of this Jeep? Is that correct?
No, but there's several reasons why there may or may not be. A lot of times we do have software and hardware issues with our LPR cameras, so they will be down at times. Depending on speed, how old the camera is, sometimes speed and the amount of traffic will also have a bearing on whether or not an image is captured. And then there's ways to defeat LPR cameras as well.
There are ways to defeat them?
I'm sorry?
There are ways to defeat them?
Yes.
Interesting.
And Your Honor, I'm going to object to that and move to strike defendant's comments.
The jury should disregard the noise that the defendant made after that answer. All right, go ahead and ask your.
Sorry,
next
Your Honor.
question.
So, Mr. Miller, of all your cameras, you have no other pictures on October 1st, 2019 of that Jeep Wrangler, is that correct?
I'm going to object to asked and answered twice already.
It is asked and answered, but he can go ahead and answer one more time.
That was that transaction of the diesel sighting was the only one in diesel.
Okay, so on October 2nd, you have no other pictures of this Jeep Wrangler as well, is that correct?
I'm not for sure if that ever was ran. I'm not for sure. What does happen is DEA does have a retention policy where as information or data that goes into the diesel platform is then expunged or deleted or purged from the diesel platform after 90 days.
And you don't have any from October 3rd as well, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, so you don't have any from October 1st, October 2nd, or October 3rd, is that correct?
And not to my knowledge.
And do you know how far from Gilbert, Arizona, Holbrook, Arizona is?
I'm not for sure the exact distance.
Would you be surprised if it was 173 miles?
I'm going to object to speculation. Witness has
can-
already indicated he doesn't know.
He can answer if he knows.
I don't know that.
So that would be about 3 hours from
I'm
Gilbert,
gonna
Arizona?
again Object
This
to,
is, the objection's
That's fine.
sustained. He didn't know how far it was.
No more questions, Your Honor.
All right, redirect.
just briefly. Sir, you told us that the DEA set up this system for drug trafficking. Is that correct?
Correct.
Does that then have an impact on where cameras are located?
Yes, we specifically try to target drug corridors and drug routes that are utilized by drug trafficking organizations.
So if you thought there might be some drug corridor going through Gilbert, then you might stick a DEA license plate reader there?
Correct, or at least have a law enforcement partner that we will ingest their LPR camera data into Diesel.
So let me ask this, are all license plate readers that you see across the country associated to Diesel?
No,
So just because there may be a license plate reader on Gilbert Road, but does that mean that it's part of the Diesel system?
no. In fact, there's so many different license plate reader programs out there that our program, comparatively to the totality of everything, is very small.
So DEA just ingests or has its own small percentage of cameras.
Yes.
They don't cover every single camera.
No, not at all.
You were asked about if a vehicle is driving in a drug trafficking corridor that the DEA is interested in, that there would be ways to defeat or not, I guess, be captured on these license plate readers. What did you mean by that?
There's definitely ways. They will remove their license plate. They will partially cover a plate. They will change a number temporarily. But a lot of times we will see things that will cover a plate, or at least part of the plate, to make sure that an LPR does not take an image.
And then you said the amount of traffic. So if traffic is busy, is LPR less successful in obtaining all of those vehicles and all of their license plates?
Yes, and depending on the age of the camera, there is a failure rate of the images that are taken by an LPR camera. So if there is a vehicle that is fairly close or tailgating another vehicle, it may not take a picture of the front vehicle.
Ultimately, in this case, what you're able to tell us is that on October 1st of 2019, at about 5:52 a.m., a Jeep Wrangler with a Texas license plate LWD0997 was going westbound on I-40 in Arizona?
Yes, correct.
Thank you. I have no other questions.
Are there any questions for this witness from the jury? I don't see any. Sir, you can step down.
Thank you.
And Judge, can we sidebar briefly?
Yeah, let's sidebar. All right, members of the jury, again, please don't put them close to the mics. That's what I think makes the feedback. I apologize for the late start we got this morning. We're going to break just a couple minutes early for the lunch recess, but we're going to start at 1:15 p.m. 1:15 p.m. Please remember the admonition.
All right, for the jury.
All right, the jury let out for lunch just a little bit early. We have seen two witnesses take the stand. Dan Moss, the window tint shop owner, and then Thomas Miller with the DEA there. So as the jury, after a little bit of a delay this morning, about 30 to 40 minutes, now they're going to go to lunch and be back in about an hour and 15 minutes. Let's see what happens
Be at
here.
recess till
Okay.
1:15.
All right. So usually we have been conditioned to get some housekeeping after the jury is released, but going to an earlier lunch, just about 5 minutes or so. Fox 10 investigator Justin Lum here with Special Projects executive producer George Obi. We're about to get to our panel in just a little bit. Thank you guys for watching. 1,500 of you watching day 3 of the Lori Daybell trial, the final chapter, accused of conspiring to commit murder in the attempted shooting of her former nephew-in-law, Brandon Boudreaux. Brandon has been here every day as he waits to get some sort of justice. Also, we mentioned earlier today is 5 years since the remains of J.J. Vallow and Tylee Ryan were discovered on the property of Chad Daybell. That is Lori's husband, who is on death row in Idaho, also convicted of murdering these two children, and his first wife, Tammy Daybell. These two are linked together forever and really started a series of deadly events starting here in Arizona, and that's why we're back here now to finish out her chapter. Some interesting testimony from Thomas Miller regarding the license plate reader and new visuals of the Jeep, the suspect vehicle.
Yeah, we left off on Friday. Detective Pillar kind of describing how they tracked this Jeep in along I-40 coming to the Phoenix Metro about 26 hours before the attempt on Brandon's life. So again, we'll hear more from Lori's cross-examination of Detective Pillar later on, obviously. But then this morning, like you said, you've got the window tinter who talks about the work he did on the Jeep in September of 2019. I was surprised. I mean, obviously the nuance of tinting and this, that, and the other. But I was surprised they didn't have any record or any evidence to show, or he didn't know who picked up the Jeep, didn't know much about the customer, or at least couldn't remember, and didn't have any documentation to suggest who it was that picked up the Jeep after the tint job was done. And then we hear from the DEA, learned that there were about 11,000 license plate readers across Arizona, which was news to me. I knew there were quite a few, but that the only picture they had was one picture several days before the shooting. So again, much more about this Jeep. I think the jury now is picking up on the fact that there is this Jeep and that it was, clearly belonged to Lori, of course, Tylee, but was in their possession months before. Now here it is getting tinted windows about a month before the shooting on Brandon. Not even quite that, really. And then it was in the area, if you will, at least in the metro area, in the hours leading up to the shooting. So we're starting to get closer to, all right, how close was the Jeep? Where was the Jeep on the morning of the shooting?
And you hear but this phone number, we weren't able to hear the entire phone number, but a 480 area code. I can't say if it's Lori's phone number or Alex Cox's phone number, but Daniel Moss confirms getting a call or having this interaction with someone regarding the type of tinting they're going to do. 5% tint on top of the 20% factory tint. So very dark, hard to see through this Jeep. So really, doesn't necessarily need to be revealed who picked up the Jeep, who brought it in. I would assume if there was surveillance video of that customer, I'm going to assume it's Alex Cox handling that type of thing, but who knows if it was Lori or someone else. So we have our expert panel ready to go this morning. this afternoon. And thank you to Rachel Smith, special prosecutor on the Idaho trial regarding Lori Vallow, joining us. Again, Rich Robertson, private investigator, and also worked with Brandon Boudreaux on his case. Judge Mel McDonald, former prosecutor, former U.S. attorney, and former judge. And then we got Benjamin Taylor, a criminal defense attorney here in the Phoenix metro area. You guys have been following this along with us even since the last trial. There was a bit of a delay in the courtroom today in a sidebar that lasted 30 minutes or so that we didn't get to hear about. I know we're all speculating on what that could be, but what it led us to was Ryan Pillar, the lead agent on the case, did not take the stand as he was supposed to continue his testimony. We were waiting for him, waiting for Trina to finish direct exam. Benjamin, is this normal?
It's very abnormal. This is not normal that you see a witness take the stand and then get off the stand and either go home or maybe come back in the future. So there must have been some sort of objection to evidence that either Lori must have made in order for the detective to leave the stand, because that's not normal in every day. Usually the detective testifies, Lori cross-examines it, and then you redirect by the prosecutor. So for somebody to leave the stand, it sounds like the judge might be taking and looking into some sort of motion or evidence that they don't want the public to hear about.
And when we talked about Ryan Pillar last Friday, we talked about this door possibly being opened by Lori Daybell and Trina K ready to walk through that door and talk about her prior murder conviction. So who knows if it has something to do with that. But would you say that this throws off any timing? Rachel, what do you say about that? Is he's going to have to come back and Trina will have to reestablish some questioning of what and answers that the jury had heard on, 3 days ago?
Well, it's certainly not optimal. You never like to have your witnesses' direct examination interrupted. You don't like to have their testimony interrupted, especially without getting cross done. So this is highly unusual. And it does throw off. He's a seasoned witness. He's a seasoned detective. He's now command rank. Trina's a seasoned prosecutor. I don't expect it'll throw them much. I think the bigger concern is there something the court is considering striking? Usually when there's a delay like this, but not always, it means that the defense has raised some objection to what's coming next. And it could be some objection to, saying, hey, I wasn't given something, or this is a surprise. And it's something the court needs time to research. So it's not optimal, but both the prosecutor and the witness are very experienced, very qualified, and clearly the judge wants to take some time to make sure he gets it right.
All right, hey, Rich, we're talking about this license plate reader in the Jeep. This is something that had a lot to do with the work you were doing back in 2019. This is important testimony, seeing the suspect vehicle 26 hours before the shooting with no rear wheel on the back.
Yeah, that's kind of telling that story about the history of that Jeep and following it along chronologically. And certainly those license plate readers are a valuable resource for that. Those readers are all over the place. Law enforcement has a variety of them in different locations, and along the interstate is a popular place for it. A lot of cases have been built and challenged, frankly, because of those license plate readers out there. And there are private license plate readers as well. We use those in my work. There's access to license plate readers that are collected privately. Some of these cameras are mounted on like tow trucks and taxi cabs and things like that. We don't have access to police license plate readers, but we do have access to the private ones. And in fact, I found a picture on a license plate reader of that Jeep back in 2019. That picture was taken as it was driving along the freeway about 2 weeks after Charles Vallow was killed. So and I could see the tire on the back and knew exactly where it was at that date and time. So anytime you combine all those kinds of resources, it helps tell the chronological story.
Yeah, I see that. That I remember you sharing that photo with us way back when. That the tire is on, but you see the license plate, and it looks like a dark gray Jeep. Sometimes in the lighting, it depends. It sometimes seems more green, sometimes seems more gray. But Lori and Cross, she got a little chuckle out of trying to poke holes in on the witness's testimony regarding how there are thousands of cameras, but yet there were no other photos of the Jeep on certain days besides this photo. And she has a little chuckle, and that had to be stricken from the record, the reaction she made. Judge Mel, you following her conduct? And it seems like she's just having a good time in there. Judge, you're muted right now. Rachel, I'm going to let you take the answer on this one, and then we'll go back to Mel.
Yeah, she does seem to be really enjoying herself. And as I was watching, I thought, oh boy, this witness is really, really hurting her, because he worked in ideas of evading the cameras. He worked in ideas on how it's used to hide things. So I think Lori is so in tune with her own behavior in the courtroom that she's missing, some real powerful evidence that if the jury's paying attention, it's going to hurt her.
Judge Mel, we got you back on. Go ahead.
Yes, I was just going to say that all of the details in this case, I think the turning point of this entire 5K series was Brandon Boudreaux and Rich Robertson, their work. Up until that time, we had a couple of deaths, but they were basically clear in Arizona, and I think with the death of Tammy Daybell, clear in Idaho, it was this shooting and the work that was put in by Brandon, the key evidence, and then Rich with his background, knowing where to route the investigation. I think that their efforts were absolutely fabulous in what they were able to accomplish. It turned the tide. Once that's focused, then the question, well, where are the kids? And so the snowball started going down the hill. We had 2 people dead, but it was with the failed shooting of Brandon and Rich's response in alerting authorities and then putting the pieces together, and then the missing kids that broke this thing wide open. I think that Brandon has done a tremendous job. I think Rich's investigation and the direction he gave was superb.
Yeah, if Brandon were to be hit and did not survive, this could be a totally different story. He has been an X factor in all of this and really getting Gilbert PD, a small police department, really considered a town, not even a city, but getting Ryan Pillar to look into what happened in Idaho with Tammy Daybell, who had not had an autopsy, was buried in a Utah grave and had to be exhumed. And that had to come, with the help of Fremont County authorities, really a multi-agency effort. We have the search warrant to obtain and recover that Jeep out of Rexburg, Idaho, and that happened in November. So, and that has to do with Rexburg Lieutenant Ray Hermosillo, who will take the stand. Rachel, tell me how valuable Hermosillo is going to be on the stand.
Ray Hermosillo, it's hard to say that any one person changed anything in the sense of they all did such incredible work. There was great work and collaboration from law enforcement, but certainly one of the standouts in terms of their dedication, their hard work, their attention to detail was Ray Hermosillo, and his work in doing that search warrant, in following his guts when he interviewed Lori and saying something's just not right between him and now Sheriff Ball, just following that instinct. Their work made a huge difference, and had they made different choices, we might not be sitting here. So his work is going to be really powerful for this jury, and he is going to highlight the collaboration between the different agencies.
And we talked about this. This is an opportunity where the door can be opened if Lori does cross-exam on Hermosillo and asks certain questions that she probably shouldn't ask into related separate investigations. Trina K has warned, and Judge Bresky has warned about this, that we could find out about what happened in Idaho. This is going to be a true X factor of a witness. But Benjamin, second time we've had a witness taken out of order, and the first one was Brandon Boudreaux, where he couldn't be cross-examined for some time. I don't know if this is tactic. I don't know who is doing what to lead to the witness taken out of order. But like you said, it is abnormal. Now, in the opportunity for cross with the window tint shop owner, Lori didn't go up there. Is this, her learning to, like you said, not ask questions where you don't really know the answers to? The tint is very key in this case.
Yes, the tint is very key to this case. However, too, you don't want a witness that damages your case to be on the stand longer. Sometimes you just want them to move along, don't ask any questions, and hopefully the jury maybe forgets about them. So that might be a strategy that Lori and her advisory council might be thinking of. And as you mentioned, Justin, earlier, the witnesses call out of order. As we recall, Lori was sick for a couple of days, right? So that could have messed with the prosecutor's order of witnesses, because a lot of times people fly in, people have other cases they have to work on. So a lot of times you tell the judge, say, Judge, my witnesses were set for these certain days. However, because Lori was sick, it has messed up my whole schedule. So that's why you might be seeing some of these witnesses being called out of order. But yes, Lori might have learned from her first trial what to ask, what not to ask. I mean, she's still not asking the greatest of questions, but she didn't want the window tint person on there, because that shows that there might have been a motive to make the tint darker. So that way, whoever was driving that car, that vehicle, that Jeep, couldn't be seen.
Yeah, I mean, you make a good point, because Dan Moss is from Rexburg, Idaho. With traveling itineraries, flights, they might want to get him out of the way, get him back on his way home, and then finish, testimony with Ryan Pillar later. And him being the case agent, he's been sitting at that prosecution table since last week, since the beginning of this. Apparently, Moss put on 5% tint on top of 20% factory tint. Very, very dark. Rich Robertson, how do you think that comes across to the jury, hearing that explanation, the process of what went on before the shooting?
Well, I think just the fact that there was a deliberate effort to make it dark and therefore presumably hide the occupants of that Jeep is certainly not going to be lost on the jury. I think it's going to be pretty evident just from a timing standpoint that they put the tint on the Jeep when they did. It's the timing that sort of suggests that there was a motive, a specific reason for doing it at that time.
Are you just waiting for video of that storage unit to be shown with Lori, Chad, Alex on different days? And, quite possibly the person on the stand helping review that video could be Hermosillo, someone with Rexburg PD. I mean, that storage unit video showing the dismantling basically of parts from the Jeep. I feel like we've heard from jurors how surveillance video really, really makes an impact on them.
Yeah, it's a circumstantial case, so every one of these pieces becomes part of telling the story. And one of the problems I think that Rachel alluded to is trying to tell this story in a particular order so that the jury understands what's happening when. These jurors come in here with a blank slate. They have no idea what's coming or anything else. And the danger is always that you're presenting evidence that you, as the prosecutor or even the defense side, when it happens, you know that it's important and you know that you're building on something that's going to come later. The jurors have no idea. And therefore, they frequently miss things that are important. They don't realize when they're hearing it that it's important at all because they have nothing to compare it to it yet. And so taking witnesses out of order, it makes it more difficult to tell a cohesive story that you know that the jurors are going to understand. I think that window tinting and the storage video probably are self-evident, and I don't think the jurors are going to miss the importance of those.
And real quick to Rich's point, the jury might get lost in some of this. And I asked this question in the last trial. Rachel, What we haven't heard is in this trial, does the jury ask any questions yet? And I know we're not even really kind of a week in on this, but we're halfway through the prosecution's witnesses, and there hasn't been one question from the jury yet. I don't know really what to make of that. What, as a prosecutor, what would you make of that? Considering you just prosecuted a similar case where there were a number of questions throughout the trial from the jury, and it's possible the prosecution could rest by the end of the week. They haven't got one question from the jury. What is there to make of it, if anything?
I think for me as a prosecutor, I don't typically practice in a place where the jury can ask questions. However, in those places where they can, a couple of days with short, clear testimony, you don't worry about it too much. If there's a couple of days where there's a little bit more complicated testimony, perhaps once they get into the iCloud, get into some of the other witness testimony with regards to Alex's whereabouts and the cell phone data, if there aren't questions then I would be nervous. But right now, the testimony isn't complicated. The witnesses have been very clear. Lori's questions have not tripped anybody up or been salacious. So I think I'd be watching, but realistically, I'd be okay because the witnesses have been clear, concise, and to the point.
Let's take a look at our poll question right now. I've been asking our viewers today as far as who has been the strongest witness in trials so far, and overwhelmingly it's been Brandon Boudreaux out of the options. Ryan Pillar, 3%. He's yet to finish his testimony. Nate Duncan, Chandler Police Detective, 4%, 600 people voting. Judge Mel, I'm sure you agree. This is witness number 11 that we just got done with in the DA official. And so there's a total of 22 on the state's witness list. Do you think that the state could breeze through this and get done by the end of the week with its case in chief?
Yes, I do think that they could. I just had one observation I wanted to make. When I was United States Attorney in 1981, we instituted a program which they call the LECC, Law Enforcement Coordination Committee, where we brought state, we brought local, we brought federal to try to team up. At one time, I became a special prosecutor of a state double murder case as part of this program. I think this case highlights what that objective was. We have people from Idaho, from Arizona, different agencies, federal agencies, experts. It is impressive to see all of these different forces coordinating and cooperating and taking this puzzle with 200 pieces and one by one laying these pieces out. The circumstantial evidence this building is overwhelming. And I think this is a testament to Idaho and Arizona state authorities, federal authorities, Gilbert, Chandler, Rexburg, all working together to build this case. I think it's a tribute and a testimony that they can take this and put it together.
And they've been doing it now for 4 trials over the past 2 years, since 2023 as far as trials, but really working back beyond that into the 2020 year. And then you can't forget Kauai Police as well. So yeah, definitely a lot of agencies here. We're going to start taking some questions from the chat box. Jenny Allison is asking, what else does Lori need to do in order for the door to open wide enough for Trina K to bring in other crimes she's committed? And it seems like Lori is calling their bluff. Benjamin, what do you have to say about that?
Lori's getting to that line right there, but she hasn't 100% crossed the line. But that's what the judge might be talking about in chambers. I mean, basically, if she brings up that she's a great person, if she says that, I would never do anything like this, I love my kids, anything pertaining to the prior trials, that can open the door for all this new evidence to come in. Because as we discussed earlier, the jury does not know about or all these other trials that she was being convicted of. They're supposed to only focus on this case and this case only. So she's getting close to crossing that line, and we'll see whether or not the judge will allow Trina K to come in and cross-examine her or bring up any prior bad acts if Lori does cross that line with these witnesses coming up.
And we have a question from Charlie Barrow asking why Chad Daybell is not being implicated in this case. Now, we know that Gilbert PD did recommend a charge as well when they submitted it to the county attorney's office, but for non-likelihood of a conviction, MCAO just chose to bring this case against Lori Daybell. Rich Robertson, from your history on the case and studying this through Brandon Boudreaux's case, it is very clear that Chad Daybell was, orchestrating things, alongside his girlfriend and then now current wife. But is it just because he wasn't in Arizona physically and would be hard to prove any case against him? I think you're muted, Rich.
Sorry about that.
No worries.
Yeah, I think it just depends on the evidence that the prosecution has. I have said before, I don't have access to any of the disclosures that were offered in this case, but if they've got LPR, the license plate readers, they've got GPS, they've got phone records, they've got text messages. If those don't include Chad, then you don't have the evidence. The same discussion about Melanie Pulowski, Boudreaux. It's what evidence do they have? I think it was that surprise announcement from the prosecutor that her case is still under investigation, but I suspect it's because they were waiting to see what would come out of this trial, what kind of testimony the defense might bring in that might help in that case. But it's the same situation. You just either have enough evidence or you don't, and make a charging decision. There's a lot of discretion that goes on among the prosecutors as to where they bring the charges and maybe they just didn't want to confuse the case anymore. Stay focused on this particular one. They would wind up having to do it twice because undoubtedly that would be severed as well, just like the murder cases were. So it's just a lot of things that go into making those kinds of decisions.
Yeah, there's video evidence, obviously, from the storage unit where it looks like it could be Chad Daybell. I'm sure there's text messages where Chad and Lori have referred to Brandon as a dark spirit. Chad, in the text message, this was brought up, Rachel, you know about this, saying that Brandon and the Gadiantons referred to them as this group that were basically bad people when they found out that Lori wasn't the life insurance beneficiary for Charles's $1 million life insurance policy. And I think a lot of people want to see other people found accountable. But Judge Mel, you've been in that office, the county attorney's office. If you can explain how, you really want a very airtight case against the person you're going to prosecute, the person that you want to file charges against.
Well, the criteria a prosecutor looks at is the reasonable likelihood of conviction. There are going to be tremendous resources. As Rich pointed out, it'll probably be a severed trial. You also look at the current situation. Chad Daybell is a serial killer. He's been sentenced to death. You can incur that expense of bringing witnesses back again for his trial. But is it worth it? And given the bits and pieces of evidence, the same with Melanie. There are some interesting, fascinating facts. Nobody knew where Brandon lived other than Melody and a few other people. These are the kinds of evidence. It's circumstantial evidence. But the fact, when you looked at, she was with Lori and Chad shortly before, and all of these circumstances, these are things the prosecutor weighs. And he has to ask himself, is there a reasonable likelihood of conviction? Is there a reasonable likelihood that we can prove Chad or Melody are a part of this conspiracy to take out Brandon? And so these are prosecution decisions. Over the years, as a county prosecutor and as U.S. attorney, we made thousands of those. And I think the point has been made. We have to wait and see if these pieces fall into place. It's been clear it's not over. They're still looking, and we may have another case yet down the road.
Yeah, and to be clear, disclaimer, Melanie Pulowski has not been charged. Chad Daybell has not been charged in this case regarding Brandon Boudreaux. Prosecutor Trina Kay did confirm that there isn't an open investigation involving Melanie Pulowski, which was big news just the other day. Now, for those who are wondering, with Chad Daybell being inmate, a death row inmate in Idaho. That's an automatic appeal situation when you are sentenced to death. But now Lori Daybell's appeal is in motion in Idaho, and this is also very normal for that to be filed when you have been convicted of murder. Rachel, I'd like to ask you about that. I mean, what are the chances? I don't know if you've read through that appeal, but this is not something that we're surprised about that being put forward.
No, I've read the appeal for Lori. What is interesting, I think, probably factored into some of Trina's decisions down in Arizona, one of the big issues on appeal is the use of 404B in Idaho, which was used pretty extensively with a hearing. I don't see anything in the appeal that surprised me. There's nothing in there that gives us heartburn. There was extensive briefing on all of the issues, but the major two issues in Idaho are the use of that 404B, the prior bad acts, the evidence from Arizona. They're complaining about that in Idaho, and the removal of her prior attorney. And I suspect some of that factored into the prosecution's decisions on what they were going to do, how they were going to do it down in Arizona. If Trina doesn't get into the 404B, and she withdrew that motion down in Arizona, and if the record is really good about Lori being her own attorney, the issues that exist in Idaho for the Supreme Court to look at do not exist in Arizona. So I think you're seeing a contrast in how the cases are tried. I'm not worried about it in Idaho, but those issues, if things stay the way they are, the way Ms. Kay's handling it, will not exist in Arizona.
Guys, we talked about this a little bit last week. Judge Boreski, when he threw Lori out, threatened to remove her ability to represent herself. And I still wonder, what kind of fallout or domino effect we could see if that were to happen. She clearly learned something from that exchange. Her demeanor changed a little bit. She apologized and hasn't. I mean, so far this morning, in her cross there were a few objections, but she continued to move on. I would love to know if we've ever seen something like this where somebody's been removed, their ability to represent themselves has been removed, and whether or not that has any implication on an appeal, but more so what is the domino effect? Because I would assume the prosecutor or the prosecution would have to change their approach a little bit, right? Maybe not as drastic as maybe a third defendant in this case. But Judge Mel, you tell me, have you ever had to do that? But if not, what would be the domino effect, if any, if she were to lose her ability to represent herself in this case?
Well, that is why you have advisory counsel as a backup. In the courtroom, a lawyer is expected to maintain certain standards. And there have been times when I was on the bench that you would call attorneys out. I would call them to the bench and would call a recess and go into chambers. And they would be chastised and would be warned. Lori is not above those standards. She's representing herself. The judge has every right to demand that she comply with the rules of the courtroom. And that would be part of the consequence. So I think what he's done, and properly so, is he's made a very precise record. If that next step has to happen, the record is clear. He's had bench conferences, he's had off-the-record discussions, and we've had the public hearing. He has warned her, and if it continued, he would have every right to do it. And her own stupidity, once again, would constitute a waiver on an appeal. She's lost that right. She's not above the law, and she's not above the lawyers. So she disobeys the directive, disrupts the court, more power to him. Take it away from her. If you have to, put her on a video and let her sit in some other room to watch the remainder of the trial. But I'm confident that he's moving in the right direction.
Benjamin, when you have witnesses that are coming in soon, like Ray Hermosillo from Rexburg PD in Idaho, Nick Balance with the FBI, I mean, they've got the whole book on Lori Daybell and Chad. if you're on the defense, do you not even cross them? Because that's just, you're getting into uncharted territory. They've got all the details on her.
You always have to cross-examination them a little bit, right? Because if the jurors are there watching you and you're just sitting there doing nothing, the juror's gonna be like, why is Lori just sitting at the table? So even if she asks maybe one or two questions, if that, she has to give it a try. Maybe some basic general information, like you didn't see me in the Jeep. You know that I wasn't part of this crime here in Arizona because you weren't a part of the investigation here in Arizona and you didn't see me at the scene. I mean, something. She has to at least try something, because if she just sits there for the rest of the trial, not asking any questions, all the jurors are going to believe is what the prosecutor, Trina Kay, is saying, and just be, okay, on to the next witness, on to the next witness. So it's always dangerous to go battle to battle, toe to toe with some witnesses that could hurt your case. However, you have to ask some questions that are at least positive in your direction to show that you're putting up some sort of defense. So that way you're not just giving up this whole trial.
Rich, I know you're not surprised by how well Brandon did on the stand. I mean, he was literally even keel the whole time. Maybe a little bit emotional at times, but I was talking to another attorney about this. I mean, the rarity to see a victim take the stand and be questioned by the alleged perpetrator, not looking at the alleged suspect at the defense table and being questioned by a defense attorney, but by the person that you believe is the reason for all of this. What do you think the jury took away from Brandon's demeanor, his answers? What were the highlights for you as you watched someone that you worked very closely with?
Yeah, it's hard to put yourself into the place of the jurors because we do know that Brandon and have met him, so kind of have a different perspective on him than somebody who's just seeing him for the very first time.
Mm-hmm.
But any witness that handles themselves the way he did on the stand, that he is even keeled, he didn't take the bait, he didn't engage with her in some angry way, that gives his answers a lot more credibility. And I think that's, we hope that all of our witnesses will do that. It happens. We sort of talk to witnesses on both the defense and prosecution side about that very kind of thing, that you just listen to the questions, answer the questions straight up, try not to get engaged in the emotional part of it. That's one of the weird things about the criminal justice system, from my perspective, is that we try to wring out all of the emotion, and yet most of these cases are all about emotion, and so it creates a disconnect at times. In this case, I think it benefited Brandon. It benefited the case against Lori.
Rachel, if there was some sort of chance that there was a retrial in Idaho for that case, and I hope that's not the case for you. That was a lot of work, but people are asking, if that happened, would death penalty be back on the table? Could the state seek that again? Because we know what happened with the whole death penalty issue in Idaho being taken off.
Yeah, I think it depends on the basis of the reversal. If it was reversed for they issues related to counsel, I really would depend on the basis for the reversal. But realistically, there is the possibility the death penalty could be back on the table. I don't know how to reiterate this. I've looked at that. The Lindsay Blake handled the 404B stuff. It was briefed. It was extensively done. There were extensive records made by Judge Boyce. I just don't see that happening. And the appellate issue raised doesn't include all of the reasons. Lori's lawyer was removed. So I'll be very interested to see the state's reply. Hopefully it's a little more robust than the issues raised. But I really, that was a very clean trial done by Judge Boyce.
All right, Benjamin, I'm going to ask you. We started asking this at this point in trial last time regarding Charles Vallow. Does Lori testify on her own behalf?
I think again, she has to. I mean, right now it's it's an uphill battle for her to even win this case. So I think if she were to take the stand and look the jurors in the eye and say, "There's no record, there's no evidence of me being at the scene of this whole alleged, shooting," I think she can get one or two jurors to maybe go on her side, right? But she didn't testify in her previous trials. She might not testify here. But when you're losing the case, you have nothing else to lose. I mean, she might as well take the stand and try to convince one or two jurors, because a hung juror is a win for Lori Vallow.
This might be the case to do it. It's not like, the last one where she was in the home when Charles Vallow was shot and killed, and she went to Walgreens and Burger King and whatnot and didn't show up for another hour or so back to the scene. This is a case where we know she was living in Rexburg, Idaho. Obviously, there's communications that will be revealed between her and her late brother, Alex Cox, and to prove the conspiracy, that's on the state. But if there's any time to do it, this would be the chance to throw that Hail Mary. She's already serving life in prison. Judge Mel, what do you think?
Yeah, I think if she were to take the stand, we would add at least 3 to 4 days to the trial. It would be, if I was prosecuting that case every night in my prayers, I would pray for Lori to take the stand. There is so much ammunition that could be used against her. When we talk about could she sway a juror, she's got a remarkable ability. I contrast her with Brandon. Brandon is so genuine, sincere. You could sense his feelings, his remorse as his marriage is breaking up, as these twisted beliefs are going into his wife's mind. And you could see the devastation that he's experienced. With Lori, it's almost the opposite. I look back at the earlier trial where the gal that went out with Vallow a night or two before when he's killed, and she's trying to be indignant that she would go out with Charles Vallow. Will she take the stand? I am convinced she won't. I can't conceive any juror finding 1 ounce of credibility, and I think with her on the stand, they would chew her alive with some of the inconsistencies and some of the statements and some of the actions. I mean, going into that storage unit with the tires on the car, the garage, the car in the garage the day Charles Vallow is murdered, all of these things, she's not going to take the stand.
So I'm going to put you in Prosecutor Mel's shoes, not the judge. How would you prosecute this case? What witness, besides, of course, Brandon Boudreaux, would you really hone in on? What evidence do you really want to put out there to, and what's the motive here in this case? How do you present that to the jury?
Are you asking me or one of the others?
Yeah, I'm asking you to put your prosecutor hat on and give us and present the case. Go ahead.
I'm going to take the circumstantial pieces of evidence. The video of the tire and the removal going into the storage room, there's Lori. The relationship of Lori to Melanie. The trips that Melanie had taken just before to Idaho. The fact that no one else knows the address other than Melanie. All of these pieces, it's like building a pyramid. You put on point by point by point. This doomsday philosophy, these dark spirits coming in. There is so much evidence that you can put together in this circumstantial case. But I think the storage unit evidence is devastating. The tire off the Jeep in her car, the Texas plates. There is so much ammunition. It's literally like a jigsaw puzzle. And you put that puzzle together and you look the jury in the eye and say, there's not a missing piece in this puzzle. She's a cold-blooded serial killer. Well, they don't know this, but the fact is, all of these people have been killed And by the grace of God and by about an inch or two, Brandon Boudreaux is still alive.
And you also put Rich Robertson on the stand, right? Have him testify.
Then we'll get a directed verdict of guilt with Rich testifying.
Okay, thank you guys so much. We'll see you tomorrow for another day. We appreciate you. The everyone in the chat loves hearing from you guys on all the insights. So we'll see you soon. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so about 7 minutes left, and court should be back in session. The jury hearing from 2 witnesses today. Not the most exciting testimony. Important, yes. The license plate reader seen another visual of this Jeep hammering home on the Jeep.
So for those, again, that are just getting caught up, last week was all about the scene of the shooting, the morning of the shooting, Brandon's movements, neighbors describing what they saw or heard. And then the end of last week and then all of this morning has been about this Jeep. Where was this Jeep? And where was it in the timeline leading up to the morning of the shooting in October of 2019? So, you know, clearly the prosecution has kind of an establishment. Get Brandon up on the stand first. What happened to you that morning? Then start to paint this quiet neighborhood where a shooting which, you know, by all intents and purposes is unheard of for a neighborhood like this. What did you see? What did you hear? Now we're getting into, all right, what is this Jeep? And let's show you that it's been around for a couple months. And it was at an incident in July of the summer of 2019. Here it is again in this Gilbert neighborhood in October. As we learned this morning, it's at a tent shop in September, right?
The pathway of the Jeep.
Right. So the jury now, again, knows about the shooting scene, what happened that day. Now they're learning about this Jeep that supposedly was in the neighborhood, and the shooter in this case, Alex, was in this Jeep. So again, now maybe we start to get into at some point, either today or the next day or two, is the Jeep any closer to the scene? And then maybe what evidence once they found this Jeep later on. I feel like, and we talked about Detective Hermosillo from Idaho who's going to be called to testify, at least he's on the witness list. That is going to be interesting to me because we talked so much in this last hour with the panel about the door, whether it would be opened or not, about her previous convictions. If there was ever an opportunity for that door to be swung wide open, it could be by Lori in her cross-examination of Detective Hermosillo, right?
It's going to be very interesting.
So I think we need to keep an eye on that. We clearly see, as Ben pointed out, you clearly see that Lori learned something from her previous trial when it came to cross-examining witnesses. She's done a lot more of that in this trial, not much more, but clearly she's made it. It's like a point of emphasis for her. But they haven't been groundbreaking questions either. So she clearly didn't learn enough about the type of questions she should ask. But like Ben said, you don't want to sit there and not do anything.
Yeah,
and the jury will pick up on that very easily. And now for the second time in this trial, she's been unable to continue or even start questioning or cross-examination of a witness because Brandon, she wasn't prepared. And then whatever the issue was with
Pillar.
With Pillar this morning, and maybe that's on him, not on her.
Yeah.
But the jury for the second time now has to wait for her cross-examination at a later date.
And not aside from the path of the Jeep and the location of the Jeep, they tracked it and it's on the I-40, but you have Alex Cox's cell phone. That data is going to be located throughout Idaho to Gilbert.
Yeah.
So as long as you can tell the jury, hey, this is where he was moving along to, these are the communications, you have them in that vicinity near that address. And then also we haven't even seen the Jeep storage, the storage unit video that relates to the Jeep and the parts, and having her at the scene on video.
Right. And then we still need to get into the conversations, the text messages or emails that may have been exchanged. Like that's coming because then that connects Lori with Alex and that there's some sort of premeditation, that suggests that Lori in some subtle way maybe directed Alex to go down to Arizona and take out Brandon. Whether some of those messages include Melanie, we'll see. But there's still quite a bit that has not come out in this trial that we know is out there. And whether it'll be presented in court, who knows? But we know there's a lot more out there in this case. And so we talk a lot about maybe the prosecution rests their case this week. It's possible. but we're only on Monday, and there's still plenty out there that they could enter into evidence that would, I don't know, in a way help the jury start to connect more of these dots that have been put out there already.
And last, leaving off Ryan Pillar, what came out of the DNA testing from the Jeep, the gunshot residue? I mean, that's something that we were talking about. And so it will be, I'm sure Trina is ready to get back into that direct exam. Very important stuff there. All right, so we are about to start in court and start the afternoon session. We'll see you all in about half hour.
I do. She's going to be really out of order.
Okay.
So I will make an offer of proof. She created the DNA profile for Alexander Cox.
Who are we talking about?
It's Emmy Lynn Sapinoso.
Okay.
She no longer works for Mesa Police Department. She moved out to California. So she created the DNA profile for the known sample from Alexander Cox. Detective Pillar attended the autopsy and obtained the blood blot and impounded it himself. So
That's where the profile came from?
yes, so he will be testifying as to that later. Additionally, assuming we continue going, I also have Lisa Perry, who took the cuttings from the swabs that were obtained from the Jeep up in Rexburg, Idaho. I will not have the DNA analyst here till after Detective Pillar is done testifying. But Lisa Perry, who just basically took the cuttings and stuck them into tubes so that Vanessa could do DNA profiles on them, is also here today. So my hope was to, out of order, call Emmy Lynn Sapinosa, Lisa Perry, and then I have Officer Marianne Robb. Then I would resume with Mr. Pillar.
Okay, so from Emmy Lynn Sapinoso, you would be talking about the profile she created.
From the blood blot from Alexander Cox.
All right,
That's
but
all
that's
she
not a
did.
piece of evidence that's physically getting admitted.
No, it's not going to be physically admitted, but we have not had testimony of that, so I'm just making a record that I will be presenting testimony of that through Detective Pillar. We just haven't got to it yet.
Okay, and then Lisa Perry will testify about cutting pieces of fabric out of the Jeep and impounding them.
Swabs were taken from like the steering wheel, door handles, seatbelt buckles, and Detective Pillar will testify that he observed all those being done and being all the safe
Okay.
techniques that were used. So he will be testifying as to that as well. But again, we haven't got there yet.
Are you going to show her the swabs? Are they here?
No, because
Okay.
they would be destroyed if we brought them here, and obviously we save them for any future testing should anyone ever request that to
Okay.
be done.
All right.
So we will just discuss the impound numbers
Okay.
and what the swabs are.
All right. Is there any record the defendant wants to make? Sure. Do you want, are they lined up or, okay.
I was there.
Because according to Tammy Lachek's report, she is the one that took the blood blot from Alex Cox. So we're going to just have our same objection to the Crawford that it's missing because she's not here to testify against it, about it. If Detective Pillar did witness that, I understand that, but it's not the same thing as her telling us how she did it, when she did it, why she did it, how that was processed.
Okay. The evidence, as I understand it, or the testimony as I understand it, is that Emmy Lynn Sapinoso is simply going to testify that she received a clot, a sample of blood or a blood clot, and then created the profile. Okay, so not to put the cart before the horse, but that's all she's testifying to at this point. So I understand your objection. I don't think we're to that point because they're not admitting it into evidence yet. So anything else?
Just that, is that not confusing to the jury to do it that
It could
out
be a
of
little,
order?
it could be a little confusing in that it's not a linear presentation of how things happened, but the state isn't required to call the witnesses in that, that type of sequence if they're not able to, so.
And obviously, because we started 2 days late last week due to the defendant, it did throw the state's case off. We would have already had Detective Pillar already testifying and done before today. So
Okay.
we're doing what we can with what we got.
All right, let's bring the jury in. All right, please be seated. The jury's back. Again, we're still taking witnesses out of order. We'll get back to Detective Pillar hopefully this afternoon. Go ahead and call your next witness.
Thank you.
All right, you're going to come right up here and my clerk will swear you in.
Hello. Can you please state and spell your first and last name? Thank you. Raise your right hand. Do you do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God. Thank you. Up around the court recorder, up there.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
I'm Emmy Lynn Sapinoso.
And where do you currently work?
I currently work at the Orange County District Attorney's Office in California as a forensic scientist.
Where did you work back in 2019?
In 2019, so prior to my current job, I was a forensic scientist at Mesa Forensic Services in Mesa, Arizona.
What did you do at the Mesa Forensic Services?
I was a forensic scientist there where I did serology, DNA analysis. I was the biology technical leader for 7 years, the last 7 years, and I did blood stain pattern analysis at crime scenes, and I was also a forensic artist the last year I was there.
Can you tell us your training and education to work as a forensic scientist in the area of DNA?
I have a bachelor's degree in biology and a master's degree in forensic science.
While working for the Mesa Police Department, did you undergo training to learn how to develop DNA profiles from samples?
Yes, I did. So most of my training was done in-house by other forensic scientists in our unit. And aside from that, I've gone to like external trainings, and I'm required to do at least 8 hours continuing education every year.
And back when you were working as a forensic services, was that for the Mesa Police Department?
Yes, it was.
Did you, while you were at the Mesa Police Department Forensic Services, undergo those same types of trainings, ongoing trainings, internal and external?
Yes.
Now, in the area of DNA, Can you talk to us about first sort of DNA and what different, I guess, biological sources can be used to find DNA?
So DNA is what makes each person a human being. It comes from your parents. Half of it is from your mom. The other half is from your dad. The DNA analysis that's performed at a forensic laboratory is typically from biological fluids like blood, semen, saliva, and can also be collected from touch DNA or items that people touch and leave their skin cells on.
Now, was one part of your job to develop a DNA profile from what we call a known source of DNA?
Yes.
Can you tell us first what a known source means?
A known source of DNA is a sample that's collected directly from an individual.
And what do we mean by a DNA profile?
DNA profile is the result that is obtained after DNA analysis is performed in a laboratory.
As a forensic scientist working for the Mesa Police Department, would the job sometimes be split where one forensic scientist would be required to create a DNA profile from a known and another one might create DNA profiles from unknown or items collected at a scene?
Yes, so that's pretty typical. It just depends on which forensic scientist is available to perform the work at any given time.
When you were working there back in 2019, did the Mesa Police Department contract to do DNA work for the Gilbert Police Department?
Yes.
In this case that we're talking about, did you perform the creating a DNA profile for the known, for a single known source for Alexander Cox?
Yes, I did.
Were you provided with a property item 647961 from Alexander Cox?
Yes, so the Mesa reports will have a letter G in front of that to identify it as a Gilbert item.
Okay. And was that when you receive an item such as a blood blot, can you explain to us how you get that from the Gilbert Police Department? Is it sealed? Is it protected? Is it, what do they do to get that to you?
Yes, so the Mesa Forensic Services Laboratory has laboratory technicians who go over to the Gilbert Police Department to their evidence section to pick up any evidence that we need to do forensic analysis on. That then our laboratory technician brings the evidence back to the Mesa Forensic Services Laboratory, where it gets stored in the proper location for a forensic scientist to analyze. And any packaging or the way it's sealed is noted in our notes, and we ensure that it's properly sealed with evidence tape or tape that's marked with the person's initials and date who sealed it.
So when you received the blood blot, that item 647961, was that in a sealed evidence envelope?
Yes, it was.
Was it dated and signed to reflect that it was impounded by Gilbert Police Department?
Yes.
So when you receive a blood blot, can you tell us what that is?
Blood blot is typically taken from a coroner's office. They put it on sort of like a round filter paper where they put just spots of blood on there. And then when we get it in the laboratory, we take that filter paper and we take a cutting of the blood that's on that filter paper to forward for DNA analysis.
Is that what you did in this case?
Yes, I did.
And were you able to create a DNA profile from that blood blot from Alexander Cox?
Yes.
Were you asked to do any other analysis with regards to that DNA profile for Alexander Cox?
No, I did not.
Was that profile that you created documented in your report, in the notes, so that it could be reviewed by another analyst in any type of comparisons?
Yes.
Did that basically end your involvement with regards to this case in Alexander Cox?
Yes.
The state has no other questions for this witness.
Cross?
No questions, Your Honor.
Are there any questions for this witness from any member of the jury? Not seeing any. You can step down. Thank you. State can call its next witness.
Thank you.
All right, you're going to come right up here in front of my clerk and be sworn in.
Hello. Can you please state and spell your first and last name? L-I-S-A-P-E-R-R-Y. Raise your right hand, please. You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. On the court order, up the rank.
Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Good afternoon. My name is Lisa Perry.
Where do you work?
I work for Mesa Police Forensic Services.
How long have you worked there?
It'll be 23 years next month.
And what are your current duties?
My current duties are to supervise the evidence processing unit.
What were your duties back in 2019 and 2020?
I was a forensic scientist assigned to the biology unit, which meant that I analyzed evidence of a crime for the presence of biological materials, substances that would yield a DNA profile, be it skin cells or a body fluid.
Can you tell us your education and training to work in that area?
Yes, I have a science background with a bachelor's of science in marine biology with a chemistry minor from Western Washington University. After some times in some biotechnology labs, I started my career with Mesa Forensics, where I entered their rigorous internal training program. After completion of that by qualified analysts, I also took training by the California Criminalistics Institute and National Forensic Science Technology Center in body fluid identification.
Back in January, end of December, January of 2020, were you responsible for often preparing swabs that were taken at scenes of potential biological material for DNA testing?
Yes, I was.
Can you tell us a little bit about what that means and what that process is?
When swabs have already been collected at a scene, what I will do is receive them from our evidence section, or they'll be transferred to us from another agency's evidence section. I will prepare my workspace to handle the evidence, meaning that I will we will wear a lab coat and goggles and gloves and things that will protect me from the evidence, and the evidence will be protected from me. I will clean my lab space with 90% bleach solution. I will put down clean paper and have sterile utensils that I will work on to analyze the items of evidence. When I look at the item of evidence, I'm going to take detailed notes and then open it up, identify the contents, take copious notes again, and then I'm going to remove swab material from those sticks. They are similar to like a sterile Q-tip. So that is what I'm receiving. I'm going to remove that swab material from those sticks and portion half of it to go forward for DNA analysis, and the other half is going to be retained should further testing ever be required. And then that little tube will go into a sealed envelope in order for a DNA analyst to analyze it.
Going back to January, I think, 2nd of 2020, were you provided with several swabs from the Gilbert Police Department in relation to this case?
Yes, I was.
And were those swabs, can you tell us, are they sealed? How do you know that they haven't been tampered with when you received them?
Well, I would need to refer to my specific notes, but my notes would indicate whether or not they had been tampered, how they appeared, the packaging appeared, and I make notes that they are properly tape sealed, dated, and initialed with an integrity seal.
So you are the one that has to unseal them and open them up?
Yes.
Would looking at your notes help refresh your recollection as to whether or not that occurred here?
It would.
Do you have a copy of them up there with you?
I do. May
If
I
you
look
could
at them?
Take a look at them to refresh your recollection and let us know after you're done with that.
Go ahead.
And each item still had its integrity seal. I noted how it was packaged, what it was labeled, and nothing appeared to have been tampered with.
Were you provided with a swab 645889 indicated as a swab from a steering wheel?
Yes, I was.
Were you provided with a swab 6458 swab from the driver's side seat belt?
Yes, I was.
Were you provided with a swab 645893 swab from the gear shift?
Yes, I was.
Were you provided with a swab 645890 from the passenger side interior door handle?
Yes, I was.
Were you provided with swab 645895 swabs from the lug nuts of a spare tire?
Yes, I was.
Were you provided with swab 645896, a swab from the driver's side interior handle?
Yes, I was.
What did you do then specifically in this case with each of those swabs?
As I stated previously, I would remove that swab material from each of the swab sticks. I would portion out half of it to go forward in a tube for DNA analysis. It would be labeled with its original parent property ID number that she just listed off, plus an extra set of letters to identify that it came from that parent item. So the number she provided is the parent. And then I basically made what we call babies, little cuttings that came off of that. So it would add an AA that would go forward for DNA analysis, and it would have an AB that was going to be retained in the lab should the future testing ever be necessary. So I put it in a tube. I had that label on that. That label went into a clear envelope that I heat sealed and had my integrity seal, my date and initials on top of that. And then that went into the DNA queue for another analyst.
So at the Mesa Police Department at that time, would another analyst come in and take those cuttings that you created to attempt to create DNA profiles from each of those items?
That is what would happen, yes.
And so in terms of your involvement, were you involved in doing any type of analysis for this case?
No, I wasn't, just preparing the samples.
And did that sort of end your involvement in this case, creating those cuttings?
Yes, it did.
Thank you. The state has no further questions for this witness.
Cross?
No questions, Your Honor.
Any questions for this witness from the jury? I don't see any. You can step down.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go get my next witness.
All right, go ahead and come up here in front of my clerk.
Hello. Can you please state and spell your first and last name?
My name is Mary Ann Roth, M-A-R-Y.
right hand, please. You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes, ma'am. Around the front of the ring.
Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Hi, my name is Mary Ann Robb. I am a retired police officer with the town of Gilbert, Arizona.
When did you retire?
Retired July 9th, 2021.
How long did you work for the Gilbert Police Department?
I was with Gilbert 26 years and a law enforcement officer in Arizona for 34 years.
Where did you work prior to Gilbert?
Started with Mesa Police Department back in 1988, and then I was Pine Top Lakeside Police Department for 6.5 years, and started with Gilbert PD in 1995.
What were your duties at the Gilbert Police Department?
Pretty much patrol. Most of my career was patrol. I was also a crime prevention officer for approximately a year and a half. I was also an arson detective and a property crimes detective for approximately 3 years.
Were you on duty on October 2nd of 2019 around 9:15 in the morning?
Yes, I was.
At that time, did you respond to a 911 call of a shooting at 3875 East Phelps Street in Gilbert, Maricopa County, Arizona?
Yes, I was.
Can you describe for us what you saw when you arrived at 3875 East Phelps Street?
There was a gentleman standing pretty much in the street, just in front of his home. There was also a dark-colored Tesla vehicle that was parked there, and I noticed that just to the driver's door on the ground was a window that was laying on the ground.
Was the Tesla in the road or in the driveway when you arrived?
It was in the driveway.
When you first arrived there, did you speak with this individual you saw on the road?
Yes, I did.
Who was that?
He identified himself as Brandon Boudreaux.
Okay. After speaking with Brandon Boudreaux for a while, did you go look at the Tesla?
Yes, I did.
Now, prior to looking at the Tesla, did you have a lot of information about the type of gun or the shooting or anything like that?
Just what dispatch gave us while en route to the call. Don't know, did not have what type, an actual specific type of weapon, but we knew it was some type of weapon, possibly a rifle. And that's pretty much all we had.
Okay. Were you solo when you arrived? Was there any other officers with you initially?
Not initially, it was just myself.
Okay. When you went up to the Tesla, can you tell us what you saw and where?
The Tesla, the vehicle itself was all closed up. All the doors were shut. And I looked up onto the frame of the actual car. Just above would be where the headrest is, but it's on the outside where the frame is of the car. And I noticed that there was a hole in the top of the car, and it looked to me like it was a bullet hole.
Now, in your 34 years as a police officer, have you seen bullet holes in vehicles before?
Yes, I have.
As a law enforcement officer, we obviously know you carry a weapon. Do you also have your own guns and shoot, I guess, personally?
Yes, I do.
Okay. So when you saw this hole in the Tesla, and I'm going to put up Exhibit 26. I'll pull it out a little. Is this what you saw?
Yes, I did. Exactly.
So you told us when you saw this, you recognized it as a bullet hole.
Yes.
Had Mr. Boudreaux, when you first contacted him, said anything about a BB gun or something like that?
I made a comment about that. At first, he thought maybe it could have been a BB gun because he noticed that his windshield or his driver's side window kind of shattered.
Did he indicate that anything had come in and hit him, like whether there was a hole through the window?
No.
So you go up to this hole, this bullet hole. Did you think that was made by a BB gun?
Definitely not. No.
Did Brandon come up with you to look at his vehicle?
He did after
Okay.
I initially looked at it.
And did he make any statement when he saw you looking at that hole?
He says he definitely wasn't a BB gun or pellet gun or paintball gun. Nothing like that.
Do you recall him saying that he hadn't seen that before you pointing it out?
Oh, that's correct, yes.
So when he first came up and saw you looking at that, did he indicate, oh, wow, I didn't see that?
Yes, he did.
Did you initially utilize your flashlight to try to see if you could find an exit or the projectile in there?
Yes, I did.
And were you able to find an exit at that point?
No.
Did you in fact ask him to open up the rear door of the Tesla so you could look and see if there was any exit into the car?
Yes, I did.
Did you find an exit?
I did not.
Did you then use a pen to try to see if you could find an exit or a projectile in there?
I used my pen also to see if I could figure out the trajectory of where the bullet, so I can think of, okay, where can I possibly locate that bullet? So that's why I put my pen in there to try to figure out what was the way it was traveling in the car to see if I can find.
Once you realize that there's this bullet hole in the frame of the Tesla vehicle, did you go back to your vehicle to do anything?
Yes, I did.
What did you go back to your vehicle to do?
Well, I made a phone call to one of my officers that was also in the area looking for a suspect vehicle. And I explained to him that this is no BB gun. This is an actual bullet hole. And we do have a crime here. So I asked him if he would come over to my location to assist me in starting basically a crime scene.
Okay. Did you want him to look at that as well?
Oh, yes.
Help you to see if there was an exit or anything like that as well?
Correct.
Did you get a camera to try to take some photographs as well to document what you were seeing right then?
I took some photographs. I used my police. We have an iPhone, and I was using that, and I was taking pictures of the whole scene.
Okay. Now, when you were looking at this bullet hole and then you came back, I guess prior to leaving, did you ask Brandon about that glass that was next to the vehicle?
I did. I thought maybe he took the glass out and put it on the ground, and he said no. What occurred was, as he pulled into his driveway after the incident occurred and he knew that the other vehicle was gone, he pulled into his driveway. Well, the Teslas, I guess as soon as he puts his car into park, his driver's door automatically opens. And that's when he said that, as you can see on what would be, I guess, the right-hand side is when, yes, the actual window, the passenger or the driver's window just fell out onto the driveway there.
Did you actually ask him if he had moved it to make sure it was where it landed?
Yes, I made sure he didn't touch it, and I asked him that.
And so did he indicate he had not touched it or moved it?
No, it was where it fell out of his car is where it laid.
Okay. When you first contacted Brandon initially in the street to the time when you showed him the bullet hole and came back, can you tell us his demeanor over that time span from when you first contacted him to after you made that call and came back and had contact with him?
He was kind of bewildered. He didn't know what exactly happened. He was very quiet and concerned and didn't know how to react on this because he had no idea what in the world happened. This car with this something, the window falls out of the car when he opens the door, and he's just kind of bewildered on like what in the world took place just a few minutes ago.
When you came back after you had showed him the bullet hole, went and made the call and returned, did you see a change in his demeanor?
Yes, I did.
What did you note then?
Well, I noticed when I showed him the bullet hole and all, he's like, first of all, he said, well, that definitely isn't a BB gun. And I explained, no, it's not. He then says, I need to sit down, because I was asking him some more questions. He goes, I just need a minute. I just need to sit down. I asked him if he wanted a chair. He says, no, I just need a minute. So I just had him sit down right there in the driveway area and just let him gather himself for a few minutes.
Did you notice anything with his hands?
He was quite shaken.
So you saw his hands physically shaking?
Yes.
At some point, did you ask Brandon to give you a description of the vehicle that he said shot at him?
Yes, I did.
What did he give you in terms of a description?
The description was a green, a kind of a darkish green Jeep Wrangler. And he said that as he was driving westbound on his street, Phelps, the back window of this Jeep just kind of flew open, and he noticed that there was a muzzle of some type of weapon that was pointing out at his vehicle. He thought maybe there was a silencer, but there was a very loud bang from that. After that happened, his window shattered, and he just got scared, so he just took off and went around the block, went westbound and around the block. Where this all took place is he said that this green Jeep Wrangler was parked westbound, and if we could see that, it was that would be kind of the south side. It was parked on his side of the street, and it was pretty much face to face with that white minivan. So it was basically parked the wrong way on the roadway. And that's where it was parked there. It was pretty much, he said it was right up against the minivan. And that's when he saw the back window pop open. And that's when that gun pointed at him, and he heard a very loud bang, saw his window shatter. And then like I said, he just kept going westbound to the next street over, made a turn northbound on that street, and basically stopped. Because he just called 911 and got 911 on, they were talking 911.
Let me ask you a little bit about, did he tell you this Jeep Wrangler, if it was a 2 or 4-door?
It was a 2-door.
Did he tell you anything about the license plate on the vehicle?
Yes, the license plate he didn't have the numbers, but it definitely was a Texas license plate.
When he talked about the type of gun that came out, did he tell you if he thought it was a handgun or a rifle?
It had a long barrel, so he said he was believing it was a rifle.
Okay. So he talked to you about the Jeep being right in this area in front of this white vehicle we see in Exhibit 14?
Yes, that is correct.
Did he also sort of present to you approximately where he was when he sees this window open and the rifle barrel appear?
If you see the cones right here, I believe detectives must have put them on right where that first cone exactly. That's where he started making that left into, he started going into his driveway. And that is when the shot occurred.
Okay. And then he continued straight?
He did. He just kept going straight because he had no idea what was happening. So he just got out of the area and headed west on Phelps.
Now, Detective, you told us obviously you've been a law enforcement retired officer for more than 30 years. Have you fired a rifle?
Yes, numerous times. I'm an avid hunter.
When you fire a single shot from a rifle, will a casing always eject?
No, it depends on what rifle you're shooting. If you have a bolt action rifle, if you shoot, it's good. You need to manually open up the bolt. The casing will go out, will eject, and then you would put another bolt, or you'd close the bolt and put another round in your gun. If it's a semi-automatic rifle, then yes, as soon as you shoot, the casing will pop out and another bullet will go into the chamber.
Based upon what Brandon had told you, that he only saw the end of the barrel come out the back window, did you expect to find a casing around here?
No, not at all.
Why not?
Well, it's a Jeep, and I also have a Jeep Wrangler myself, but if the barrel is just kind of right out by the end of the Jeep where the window goes up, the rest of the rifle's inside the Jeep. So wherever that person is, whether it's in the driver's seat, well, if it's two-door, it's got to be the driver's seat, passenger seat area. As soon as the rifle is fired, the bullet comes out, it's going to be right inside the Jeep. It's not going to go out the back end because it's a long rifle. So the casing, if it was a semi-auto, it's going to have fallen right there somewhere, the driver's seat or maybe in between the passenger seat in that area.
Did you in fact tell the other officers and sergeants that arrived at the scene that you didn't expect to find a casing because of that reason?
That is correct, yes.
You told us that you have a Jeep Wrangler yourself.
Yes.
In order to open that back window, do you have to remove the rear tire? If you want to just open the window? And
Yes, I mean, even if you didn't have a rear tire, you got to open up the tailgate. The tailgate comes first, then the window would pop up.
Okay. So if there's a tire on it and you want to open just the window, it would hit the tire.
That is correct, yes.
Okay. After, I guess, as you are collecting this information, did you call to have detectives come to arrive at the scene?
Yes, I went back in my patrol car, contacted my sergeant, advised him what I had, and the detectives were dispatched out to the scene.
Now, while you were sort of the person who was having contact with Brandon, and you're observing him having to sit down and shaking, did you talk to him about whether or not he needed someone to come be there with him?
Yes, I asked him if he needed a bottle of water. I asked him if there was maybe a family member or a friend that could be with him during this investigation.
And did, at some point during the time you were here, did a couple of his friends show up?
Yes, they did.
Okay. As this investigation was going on, once you realized this was really a bullet hole, we see some yellow tape here. What is that?
That is crime scene tape. At the time, we knew that we now have a crime scene. So what we'll do is put the tape in the area that we feel that is part of the actual crime scene. So no other, whether they're officers, the public, or anybody cannot come into that area. And it's an area that detectives and officers can search without it being contaminated by people coming in, going in that area.
In fact, did one of Brandon's friends sort of arrive while he was initially here and he was kind of asked to move back away from the scene some?
That is correct, yes.
And so we can see here, the yellow tape is sort of behind where you have explained the Jeep was located according to Brandon?
Yes.
Now, did you have a couple different contacts with Brandon as you were gathering information and sort of going back to your car and making some calls?
Yes, I had contact with him in front of his home, and also when we had him and his friends go across the street and sit on the grass in the neighbor's house.
Before he went across the street to sit, did you talk to Brandon about who he thought might have been responsible for this?
Yeah, I asked him if he had any enemies that would be doing this.
And so because of the way that he talked to you about this, where Jeep is parked there and he arrives and the door comes open and a barrel of a rifle comes out, Were you trying to determine who might be the person doing that?
That is correct, yes.
Did Brandon tell you that the only thing he could think of was his soon-to-be ex-wife's family?
Yes, he did.
Did he tell you that he thought this might be in relation to an incident that occurred in Chandler?
Yes, he did.
Did he provide you the names of people who were involved in that incident that he thought might be involved in his shooting?
Yes, he did. He said Lori Vallow and Alex Cox.
During your conversation later with Brandon, did he provide you information that Lori Vallow and her husband at the time, Charles Vallow, had previously lived in Texas?
Yes, she did.
Was that significant to you, given the fact he told you the Jeep had Texas plates?
Exactly. If these folks are from Texas, Texas plates, it's a good possibility 2 and 2 together that possibly could be the suspect.
Was that all things that you were passing along to the sergeants for them to brief to the detectives?
That is correct, yes.
Did you talk to Brandon about when he had moved into this residence, how long he'd been here?
Yes, I did.
And did he advise you that well, let me ask you, this was October 2nd was a Wednesday, right?
Yeah.
Did he tell you he had just moved in the prior Wednesday?
That is correct. He's moving in Wednesday, Thursday area, yes, of the week before.
So the Wednesday and Thursday, he had been physically moving into this house?
That is correct, yes.
Did you go through Brandon's morning routine on that day, October 2nd?
Yes, I did.
And did he talk to you about his timeline of leaving at 7:25 to take his kids to school?
Yes.
Did he tell you about dropping off his youngest with his soon-to-be ex-wife?
Yes, he did.
Now, and did you again relay all of that to the sergeants to be briefed to the detectives?
That is correct, yes.
Were you taking notes of that as you were speaking with him?
Yes, from the minute I started until I left the scene, I was taking notes.
Were you also wearing a body cam?
Yes, I was.
So was that also recording that?
Yes.
You told us that at some point, Brandon and his friends moved across the street to sort of get out of the scene?
Yes, that's correct.
And were they sort of sitting under a tree in some shade?
Yes.
Did you, at some point, talk to the neighbor whose, I guess, yard y'all were sitting in?
Yes, I did.
Did you look for and ask for any cameras at her house?
Yes.
Did you find any?
No, there were no cameras.
And did you just remain with Brandon Boudreaux and his friends until detectives came to meet and interview with him?
Yes, I did.
State has no other questions.
Lori looks like she's moving it the other way.
Cross.
Come on, Lori, get up. Ask her about the hole with her pen. Come on, Lori. Yeah, she's going up. Make my day, Lori. Make my day today. Make our day. Was your pen made of bamboo? And what was the Tesla made of? Was it really a window that smashed, or was it a Coke bottle? Yeah? Yes? No? Trip.
Officer Rob, is it okay if I call you that since you're
That is
retired?
fine.
Okay. Officer Rob, when you had stated that you saw a gentleman standing in the street, is that correct?
That is correct.
How far in the street was Brandon when you pulled up?
From the sidewalk,
Yeah.
maybe 2, 3 feet, maybe.
Okay. So closer to the driveway side?
I would assume so, yes. I'd say maybe a couple feet east of the driveway and about maybe 2 or 3 feet into the street.
Okay, and then where did you park when you drove up?
Across the street.
And then did you talk to Brandon in the street? Did you guys go into the driveway? What happened at that point?
I started talking to him because he was still on the phone. He was in the street, and I had him walk onto the sidewalk, which was a lot safer than being in the street, and tell me what was happening.
Okay, so you said he was on the phone when you came up?
Yes.
So he ended that call and then moved, or he was on the phone still when he moved to the driveway?
And when I arrived, I believe he was talking to our 911 dispatch. When I arrived and told him what was happening, he hung up with the dispatch.
Okay. And then how long did you talk before you went over to look at the Tesla?
I could give you maybe 4 or 5 minutes or so.
Okay. And then when you looked at the Tesla and you put your pen in the Tesla and kind of wiggled it around, were you looking for the projectile in there?
I was looking for the projectile, and I was also looking for the trajectory of how that bullet went in so I could figure out where in the vehicle it might, if it did exit, where it could have exited.
Like to see if the hole went through possibly into the car?
No, I'm just looking to see which way the bullet was going in the car, so if we can find it, where in the vehicle it could have been.
Okay. So did you, I mean, is that kind of a typical thing that you stick your pin in there to find trajectory?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you didn't think that could do anything to dislodge any of the projectiles or anything like that?
No, ma'am.
And did you find any large projectiles within that hole?
I did not.
And you didn't find any of the projectiles, is that correct? You didn't extract them out of there?
That's correct. No, I did not.
Someone did that later?
I don't know.
Okay. And so did you figure out the trajectory with your pen?
I could see which way it went into the vehicle.
And which way was that?
I believe it went up. I don't have the picture in front of me, so I don't know. It's kind of hard to try to explain. But where the driver would have been and his head would have been right here, the projectile or the bullet hole was approximately maybe 1.5 to 2 inches above where Brandon's head would have been in the driver's seat. And it went up, and it would have been kind of an upward motion into the frame of the car.
An upward motion.
Kind of going up like this.
Okay. And how big was that actual hole that you viewed with your eyes?
I did not measure it, but it was definitely a rifle round.
Okay. So in your experience with rifles, how big would the rifle bullet be to have to make that size of a hole? Like a typical rifle bullet or something bigger? I don't know much about bullets.
If you want me to guess, I would say maybe a 30-06.
Okay. And so did you give these trajectory points to when you were briefing the detectives when they got there, what you thought the trajectory was?
I did not, because they could easily see what was, where the trajectory was. I let them make their determination.
And then did you look for, I know that you had asked him, you said you had asked him to open up the back seat. Is that correct? The back door?
Yes.
To the back seat? And what did you find inside the back seat? Anything?
No.
How about glass?
Which glass? In the back seat or in the back of the back door, you mean?
Yeah.
No, it was fully intact.
Well, I mean, just was there any glass in the back seat of the car?
No.
So was there glass in the front seat of the car?
I don't recall that. I don't remember.
And there was some glass on the flooring?
There was glass on the outside. I couldn't tell you if there was anything inside the vehicle. I don't recall that.
Okay. And Brandon had told you, or had conveyed to you, that the window had fallen out when the door opened. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
And it had not been moved at all?
It has not.
And did you move it at all?
I did not.
Did you see any of the detectives move it?
I did not.
Was it basically intact and just shattered to your view?
It looked like it. I didn't see a bunch of little pieces. It looked like it was what would be a a tint, and how it shatters and it just stays in one big piece, and it's just on the ground right up there in the driveway.
Okay. And in that glass, did you see a bullet hole at all?
I didn't touch the glass.
Just looking, did you see a hole where like the bullet had gone through the glass?
No, I did not.
And you never found any kind of part of the projectile or saw an exit for the projectile anywhere in the vehicle?
That is correct.
So it looked like it stopped inside the frame. Is that what you were assessing?
Possibility, yes.
And you had said before that Brandon had thought it might be a BB gun. He'd indicated that to you?
He did.
And did he indicate to you about seeing a little boy outside?
Nothing like that, no.
Okay. Or that it was possibly a paintball gun?
They made a comment, yes.
And then you had stated that you put a flashlight in there to see if there was an exit. Is that correct?
I'll see if I saw anything inside a projectile or anything in that hole. I did.
And you didn't see any kind of exit hole with the flashlight?
That's correct.
Okay. You had stated that when Brandon's first friend showed up, that he was inside the crime scene tape. Is that correct?
Don't believe the crime scene tape was put up quite yet.
Okay, but he was walking right by the vehicle, by the Tesla. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. And then are you aware that there was one piece of glass found in the street?
I could not tell you that. I don't know.
So if Brandon and his friends were walking around in that before the crime scene tape was put up, it could possibly have been kicked or moved by a shoe.
A possibility.
Yeah. Did Brandon go from where the Tesla was to back to the street and back and forth? Or,
I don't believe so. I think he pretty much stayed on that sidewalk.
okay.
I remember.
But initially he was standing in the street.
That is correct.
Did you think that was odd since someone just shot at him? That he would be standing out in the middle of the street where someone could come back around the bend?
Object to speculation.
Sustain.
You had stated that Brandon had conveyed to you that he had no idea what had happened. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And so he was bewildered. Is that what word you used?
Yes.
And that he had described the vehicle that had shot at him as a darkish green Jeep Wrangler.
That is correct.
And so did he not say puke green to you?
I can't recall if he said puke green.
And then did he go and get his phone and show you a color of a green and said camo green?
That is correct.
Okay. So he actually showed you a picture of the green color.
He didn't show me. He was looking at his phone, and there was another officer, Officer Bullock, myself, we're looking at, and that's the color that he was looking at, and he said camo green.
Okay. So, but you saw the picture of the camo green that he was showing to Officer Bullock?
I don't believe so, no.
But you heard him say the word camo green?
That is correct.
Okay. And then you said something about that he saw a silencer but heard a loud bang.
That is correct, yes.
Okay. If there was a silencer, would there be a loud bang?
Couldn't tell you. I don't know if silencer on a rifle, I have no idea. I've never heard silencer on a rifle, so I can't answer that.
In all your shooting experience, you've never used one or had known anything about them?
Not a silencer. I know a silencer on a handgun, but not on a rifle, so I don't know how loud or how quiet it would be.
Okay. And so if you're inside a car, like a nice car, right, like a Tesla, and all the windows are shut, the doors are shut, maybe you have the radio on, you might not even hear a loud, I mean, if there was a silencer, you might not even hear a loud bang at all. Wouldn't that be true?
Again, to speculation, since she's already indicated she doesn't
Hold on,
know.
she testified she hasn't experienced a silencer on a rifle, so the objection's sustained.
In your estimation of looking at the crime scene, because you were first on the scene, is that correct?
Yes.
That how far away would the back of the Jeep have been to where the shot occurred when Brandon was turning into the driveway, in your estimation?
I did not, and an estimate, maybe 10 feet?
Okay. So would it be hard, someone has shot rifles, right? Hard to hit your target at 10 feet away with a rifle?
No, I don't think so.
And you had stated that you didn't think that there would be a casing anywhere on the ground, but they did canvass for a casing anyway, isn't that correct?
That is correct, yes.
And were you part of the side-by-side walking down the road looking for any kind of projectile or casings that went around the block?
No.
Okay. Those 11 other officers?
I don't know how many. There were officers, but I couldn't tell you how many.
But you did not participate in that?
That is correct.
Okay. Were you gone by that point, or you were still there working the scene?
I don't know what time they started that, so I couldn't tell you that.
Did you see them doing that?
I did not in front of the house. No, I did not.
So you didn't witness any of those people walking the whole block to search for things?
That's correct. I did not.
Okay. So it could have been done after possibly you left the scene?
Yes?
Okay. About how long do you think that you were there at the scene?
I couldn't tell you. I'd have to look at my notes. Got to be at least an hour, maybe 2.
Okay. And what was your role after you spoke to Brandon, briefed the detectives, then what were you doing?
I just stood on the grassy area on the other side of the road where Brandon and his 2 friends were sitting on the grass.
And you had mentioned something about, did you talk to some neighbors? Is that correct?
There was a neighbor that came out of her door, and she was standing at her front entrance to her house.
And you spoke with her?
I did.
And did you come back and follow up with any of the neighbors?
Not with not just her, not with any other neighbors.
Did you go follow up with her?
No, I did not.
Okay. And you stated, so when you were speaking to Brandon initially, when did he call his friends to come over?
It was after I went back into my patrol car, came back out, maybe 10 minutes later or so. I assume he was on the phone and contacted him at that time.
Okay. And did you discuss that with him, like, go ahead and call your friends or call someone to come be with you?
No, I told him, do you need me to call someone for you to be with you?
Okay. And he decided to do that himself?
I assume so, yes.
Okay. You had stated something about that he was at the front of the house. So before he was under the tree, he was sitting at the front of the house? Is that correct?
When I initially arrived,
No, after you spoke to him for the first few minutes.
That is correct, yes.
Okay. And did you enter the house at all?
I did not.
Did you enter the garage at all?
No.
And in your notes, did you write a report?
I did.
Is the neighbor that you spoke to Samantha Baybach?
Can I look at my report to refresh my memory? Because I couldn't tell you right off.
Sure.
She has it. She has it.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. She's just going to look at it, right?
Can you ask that question again? I'm sorry.
Yeah, is the neighbor that you talked to's name Samantha Baybach?
Raybuck, yes.
Oh, Raybuck. Okay, I must have that wrong. And did she convey to you,
Object to hearsay.
Sounds like that's where it was going. Sustained.
did you learn that someone in the neighborhood thought there was a dark blue
Object
Jeep?
Again to hearsay.
Sustained.
Did she give you any relevant information that was used in your investigation?
She really didn't give me really any information on that. I'm sorry, I don't understand your question.
Did you use any information that you received from Samantha Raybach in your investigation?
I gave that information to the detective.
And would that be Detective Pillar?
I don't remember there was a lot of detectives. I don't remember exactly who I spoke with to give that information to.
Okay. And Detective Pillar is the case agent, is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
And so is that kind of who you report to, though? If there's anything going on, you kind of go to the case agent?
I would, yes.
And so have you spoken to Detective Pillar about this case since October 2nd, 2019?
No.
So he's never asked you any follow-up questions or anything about the case?
No.
So in your report, you wrote your report and just handed it over, and that was that?
It submitted it, and that was it. Yes, correct.
Okay. And in your report, do you remember reporting that it was like pukey green?
I would have to get a recollection. I'm not sure about that.
So friendly. So full of love.
So you're refreshing your memory by looking at your report?
Yes, sir. I do see green. I don't believe it's pukey green.
I thought that was funny. Okay, so no one that you spoke to, Officer Rob, other than Brandon, heard a loud bang, is that correct?
I object to hearsay.
I'll sustain, you can rephrase that.
The only witness you have that heard a loud bang was Brandon, is that correct?
That is correct.
And Brandon also stated that he thought there was a silencer on the gun, is that correct?
He did. He said there was something in the front that he believed was a silencer.
Okay.
Could be.
No more questions, Your Honor.
All right.
I'm just so
Redirect.
tired. I just need to sit down from all the questioning. Okay, I'm just gonna kind of traipse over and limp a little bit. Just sip some water now. Okay.
When you were talking to Brandon, he was talking about thinking it was maybe a BB gun. Was he indicating that he thought this because nothing came into his car, like there was no hole through his window into his vehicle?
That is correct.
When you are the first officer on scene, did it become clear to you when you went up to the Tesla that he had no idea there was a bullet hole in his vehicle?
That is correct, yes.
When you were talking about Brandon's demeanor, about him having sort of no idea what happened, you're not saying that he didn't know what occurred that day, that he wasn't able to tell you what he saw and what happened as he drove up, right?
That is correct.
So was Brandon able to tell you turned onto a street and saw this Jeep?
Say that again, I'm sorry.
Was Brandon able to tell you what happened when he turned onto a street and saw the Jeep there?
Yes, he did that.
He was able to tell you about seeing that back window come up.
Correct.
And he was able to tell you about seeing the rifle barrel come out.
Yes,
He was able to tell you about the rifle barrel having what he thought was a silencer at the end.
that is correct.
And then he was able to tell you that he heard that loud bang and his window shattered,
That is correct.
and that after that he went straight.
Yes, that's correct.
And he was able to give you the description of the Jeep Wrangler,
Yes,
2 doors,
yes,
that it had that Texas license plate on it,
that's correct.
the direction and location where it was parked.
Yes,
Did Brandon tell you that his car was still moving when the bullet struck his car?
I believe he did.
So the person from that back of the Jeep is firing as his vehicle is still moving.
That is correct.
When you were there, you were asked by the defendant about anyone or about Brandon or anyone going into the house or the garage. Was it your understanding that the other officers that were there cleared the house?
They were going to clear the house, yes.
You just didn't participate in that.
That's correct.
What does it mean to clear the house?
It's a possibility, they were thinking there could be somebody in the house, so when they clear the house, they're actually searching room to room in the house to make sure there was no one else there.
Okay, so did Brandon give him permission to go into his house and do whatever they needed to do?
Yes, they did.
When you first drove up on the scene, you said Brandon was in the street on the phone with 911 still?
Yes,
Was he kind of looking as you came up and kind of going towards you?
I believe
you?
so.
And then as you walked up to him, did you sort of take him back onto the sidewalk?
Yes, I started explaining, what's going on, and then, yeah, I had him go up on the sidewalk myself.
To kind of just had him follow you up there?
Yes,
And then you said when you started talking with him, he then hung up with 911?
that is correct.
Okay. In terms of the distance between the Jeep and the Tesla, was it just a little more than the width of the driveway, basically? I'm going to put up Exhibit 7 here. So if we are talking about the Jeep is here, right?
That is correct, yes.
And this is Brandon's driveway?
Yes.
So did he explain the end of the Jeep was right on the edge of his driveway?
Yes, it was.
And so the distance between the end of the Jeep and Brandon's car would be sort of where that, from the end of his driveway to where the cone was?
That's correct. I didn't do any measurements, but just assumption, just looking at it, I'd say maybe approximately 10 feet.
Okay. And then you were not responsible for searching the distance of where Brandon told you he had driven or where he had seen the vehicle, the Jeep go?
That is correct.
At some point during this, when detectives were there, did you finally get relieved to go do other calls?
Yes, I went back on to my routine patrol. Yes.
All right. Thank you. I have no other questions for this witness.
Are there any questions for this witness from the jury? Write down your question if you have a question. Pass it forward.
I wrote it down.
What do you think? First jury question. I hope they bring up like somebody from Jeep. Talk about the Wrangler and the colors like we were looking up last week. We looked up the different colors of the 2018 Jeep Wrangler. That would be interesting, wouldn't it? Yeah, to the eye. I mean, just driving around, I could see different vehicles. I used to have a vehicle years ago. If you look at it, it was white and then it kind of tinted blue because it was that Arctic white color. And when we were looking at 2018, there were colors that was like gray, 2 or 3 different types of grays. And when you looked at them at different spots, it kind of looked like an army green, but it was really gray. Yes, the Jeep is gray. But when you look at it at different points, it does look different, like a gray-green color. And we were looking that up for the 2018 model last week. We went through the different models. Also, the one that they used in trial isn't a great representation because it looks blue.
Would it be easier or harder to hit a closer target?
Actually, if you have a sight, if you're using a scope, it's harder.
All right, any follow-up based on that question first from the defense?
No, Your Honor.
From the state?
And would the movement of the object you're striking also play into the difficulty of hitting it?
It would be the moving of the vehicles. Also, it depends on whoever is doing the shooting with the rifle. Do they have a rest where they can shoot and everything? Meaning a rest, meaning you put your gun on a stable platform and you're able to shoot where there's when the recoil happens, the gun does not jump. If you're doing it freehand, then a lot of times the gun will kind of go up the recoil and your gun would kind of go in an upward direction.
So if a person is shooting a moving target using a gun that doesn't have a stable platform, the recoil of the rifle could also impact the ability to hit the target.
That is correct. If they're aiming here, a lot of times without the rest, it might just kind of go up just a hair and miss its actual target.
Other questions, Your Honor?
All right, you can step down. We're going to take our afternoon recess for about 15 minutes. Please remember the admonition.
All rise for the jury. That was a great question. I like that a lot.
15-minute recess, just getting underway. You see retired officer Marianne Robb walking out of the courtroom.
That was a great question, hey? I liked that a lot. Would the movement, would it be harder or easier to shoot that close up? She said it'd be harder. I love that. Then Trina asked, what about when it actually was shooting, and then she said it was going to go, it would tip up. So that's beautiful, because that's in line with pointing at Brandon's head and it going up a little bit and hitting the frame. Carlson says, I'm out of estrogen and I have a gun is a sticker I have on my fridge. The sticker says, I'm out of estrogen and I have a gun. Last night I was like this from midnight to 4 a.m. like this. Wide awake. And today I'm sure the weekend is probably why I wasn't feeling well on Saturday, so I didn't get to go to my dad's birthday. And I think there's a reason. I think the universe made me stay home, because otherwise I'd snap my crayons. Yes? 1 second, buddy. 1 second. Sorry about that, guys. Oh, yes, Billy, I'll get to that email. Thank you for reminding me. Okay, Alex is known to miss shots. Yes, he is. Jack says, Linda, I would love to see you do an update on the Madeleine McCann case. I will take a look. Thank you. Sounded like a juror with knowledge was helping the prosecution with the question. This is wonderful, though. I like that they did that. You guys, lipstick? Okay. This is Juice Bomb by Tower 28. Thanks to FabFitFun. It's like a crayon that I'm not snapping. And then to layer on top, we have Stay Glossy by Rimmel in the Pop Fizz Pink Temu Shih Tzu Barbie color. Like that. Like that. And a really bad ponytail stuck up because it's just way too hot. So there's that. Billy says the glass can also deflect the bullet. That too could explain the projectile going upward. Let's take a look at the time. We have, what did he say, 15 minutes? Is that what we're taking? John says, most rifles are set at 100 yards. Up close, the sight line and actual trajectory are farther apart the closer an object is. I've only shot a gun once. It was my birthday, and my oldest son brought me to the gun range because I've never tried it before, and so I did. And fun fact, my 4 times great-grandfather was part of the Rifle Brigade in 1826 or 28. And back then, they formed this Rifle Brigade, and it's the equivalent. They handpicked the uh the soldiers, and they handpicked him because I guess he had a pretty good sharpshooter shot. So it was like the first kind of sharpshooter of its age, and he was chosen. So don't tick me off. Don't tick me off because I have generational gifts. Ah. Sam says, I wonder if the cough is so she's trying to work up that she might be sick tomorrow. Oh, probably. Lori looks like 40 miles of bad road. British says, I have a fridge magnet which reads, Thou shalt not weigh more than thy refrigerator. That helps at nighttime when you go in for snacking, right? Oh, yeah, that'd be awesome. I would love that. Thank you. Silent One says, I can send you interesting links about Maddie from German media. They report more details. I would love that. Thank you. Marisa says it's 17. Oh, it's like 26 or 28 degrees Celsius here, which for you guys, it's a 80. It's hotter in the house. Yes, we all miss Muffler Man, non-Muffler Man. Yeah, right. Says she's putting her cough on record to use later when she's convicted. She's so sick. She had to go and wasn't about her right wits about her. Yes, exactly this. She didn't cough while questioning, not one time, only when she sat back down. When Trina, we got to add to this, when Trina went up and then she started coughing. If I wrote to Lori in jail, do you think she'd put a word in at the 144K Club? Well, you're already part of the 144K Club, right? Right here. You're already part of it. No need to write, Lori. Stephanie says, I can still hear you saying, sorry guys, here comes the non-muffler man. Yeah. He wrecked that every day I was recording. It was like random times, and there he is going by. And then we literally go, well, here he goes. You can see the Jeep here. How it's like gray at one part. Why can't I figure this out? There we go. Oh, Chris, she did have a cough drop last time, and it was so annoying. She'd like roll it around in her mouth. No, we should be having what, maybe 10 or 5 minutes left? Exactly. I didn't realize a cough causes limping. You saw that too? It's only 10 degrees in northern England. Well, we had that the other day. So, but with a hot flash, it gets really bad. We're just having the non-muffler man that lives on Drury Lane. We are on break for a few minutes, and then they'll come back and we will see the rest of the Shih Tzu show. Let me just look. um, Hang on, guys. Just checking in on our buddy Nate. Yeah. Should be a few more minutes. Now I'm getting something in my throat from her. Penny says, Linda, you have the nicest live field. Some others not so nice. I love our family here. 5 years developing this family of ours. And it is the best. Yep. Agreed. This is just a field trip for Lori. She's loving the attention. Song Bits Lori says, was great seeing Linda eating her popcorn, smiling and watching Lori. Every day now, this is the third day that I have, when Lori comes up, I choose a special time and eat my popcorn. The best is you guys brought the comments that made me laugh. I was howling laughing while eating popcorn and watching Lori. I mean, what's better than that? It is a fun chat. We love it here. Not to my knowledge, we haven't played this video storage yet. I was a little bit what's the word, busy earlier, but you guys caught me up to speed. So great watching with you too. Aaron's having hot flashes too. It's so good. The comments are the best. I was laughing so hard, which is awesome because, you know, early this afternoon I wasn't having a great time. Not with you guys, it's just with my family drama for your mama. And I had a root beer popsicle, so that's a good thing. That's awesome. Thank you for watching. Did I get rid of the Chad Tato emoji? Might still be there. I have to replace them now, some of them, so I got to go through that again. Where did it go? Believe in Truth says, do many feel Chad and Lori made Alex go bye-bye? Yes, yes. What videos am I doing next? Good question. I'm waiting to see how long this trial will go. and then we'll see what's happening, because we might go to the end of the week this week, we might not. And so I'm focusing on this, and then I will do some different stuff, thankfully. And then hopefully soon Melanice will be charged. Just putting it out there. Monica says, I asked earlier what her name should be, and I forgot we are the 144K club. Right? Cardboard cutout, cardboard cutout. I gotta have like the sunglasses with Lori and doing my look. I think I have that. Let's see. I'll show you guys. I did it a few years ago, and it was my birthday a few years ago that I did the picture on. And I was trying to basically look like Lori, still with my dark hair, but I had my sunglasses on and I did her stupid smile. Yep, here. Oh, no, where did it go? This one. This was a few years ago. Even the curls, all of it. Oh, wait, let's see. Perfect timing. Can I see the other one?
All right, thank you. The jury is now present. The parties are present. We'll resume the direct examination that was started with this witness, Mr. Pillar, Detective Pillar, on, I always say your name wrong, Pillar. I have a mental block, that was started on Friday afternoon. So go ahead.
Thank you. All right. So last Friday when we broke, we had discussed how you have previously been responsible for collecting gunshot residue or GSR, correct?
Correct.
And that you had been taught and trained how to do that.
Correct.
And we talked about how you also have been responsible to collect or attempt to collect DNA or biological material using swabs.
That's correct.
And you were taught and trained how to do that.
Yes.
I think we also talked about how you have been taught and trained how to collect fingerprints and have done that as well.
Correct.
So next I wanted to talk to you about how you package these items of evidence. And let's start, for instance, with a GSR kit. After you have collected it the way you advised us, how would you package that to ensure its integrity?
So just as a refresher, GSR kit are individual tube-like collection kits, about, again, the size of a shotgun shell. Once you use the adhesive to collect the areas where you believe GSR exists, you put the adhesive side within that tube again, facing inwards, twist it and seal it, and then you would use something called an integrity seal, which is a fancy name for a sticker. A sticker that you put on there to provide the location, your initials, and the date of collection.
And is that put in any type of bag then and sealed?
Yes, once the GSR is collected, then it is then sealed in a vacuum sealed type bag.
So the package themselves have a sticker around it that tells you where it's collected from.
Yes,
And then those little vials are put into a plastic bag that itself is also sealed.
correct.
So when the person who is performing any analysis on it receives it, that should all be sealed.
Correct.
And if those seals were broken, they would know that someone else had been in it.
Correct.
Okay. You had talked to us about the DNA collection, the Q-tips on the longer sticks, so to speak, being put into boxes.
Mhm.
Can you tell us how those are packaged and sealed to ensure the integrity?
So the collection Q-tips, as I'll refer to them as again, they go, the dry collection and the wet collection of the same area that was swabbed get put into a small cardboard box, a very small cardboard box that actually has a breathable hole. That is sealed, but then that collection then gets placed into a paper envelope, which is then also sealed with an integrity seal, and the location, initials, and date are put on that envelope. And let me back up, I apologize. The box that the item is, the Q-tips are placed in, that's also notated with the report number and the location of collection prior to it then going into the envelope, which again has all the additional information and integrity seal.
So, again, for the DNA swabs, if someone testified that the seals were all intact, then that would indicate no one else had been in there since that was done.
Correct.
Are those items, so for like the GSR, the tape put around the vial, is that done at the scene right after that is collected?
Yes, immediately upon collection, you seal the item that you collected, and then again, then you're going to take off that second pair of gloves that I explained on Friday, and then you put on a fresh pair of gloves before proceeding to the next collection location.
Now, in this case, we're talking about collecting this evidence in another state, in Rexburg, Idaho. Were all of these items that were collected as you process the Jeep packaged, for instance, for the GSR, into their vials with the tape on it, and then those vials put into plastic bags and sealed there in Rexburg?
The vials were placed into the plastic bags and sealed, as well as the DNA kits, and then those are all collected, but they are not administratively impounded yet because we have not returned to our property and evidence building.
So the integrity seals are put on in Rexburg, Idaho, though?
Correct.
Now, we talked about impounding. For the police department, for the Gilbert Police Department, does each item of evidence have its own unique identification number?
Every item that goes into our property evidence building gets its own unique number with the associated report number.
Is that something that you guys make up, or is it just automatically created when you are actually impounding the evidence?
It is created when you are impounding the evidence through our report management system. So essentially entering the information into the computer, it assigns a number, and ultimately an identifying barcode that goes with it.
So we had heard, for instance, about swabs that were sent to Mesa Police Department, or a blood blot that was sent there, and some numbers were read off. Those are just numbers generated as part of your impound process?
Correct.
But the protection and the integrity is what you or your crime scene specialist are doing at the scene itself?
Correct.
Okay. So I want to talk to you about November 18th of 2019. Did you go to Rexburg, Idaho to process a 2018 Jeep Wrangler with license plate, or a Texas license plate, LWD0997?
Yes.
Were you working with your crime scene specialist, Tammy Lashik?
I was.
We also have heard from Tom Olzak. Did he go up with you as well?
He was up there with us as well, yes.
When you got to Rexburg, I think you had testified previously, albeit I'm not sure at this point, that the Jeep was impounded in an inside facility?
Yes, as a refresher, Rexburg Police Department located and impounded the Jeep Wrangler with the Texas license plate on November 6th. And we arrived, myself, crime scene specialist Lashik, and Detective Olzak arrived to Rexburg, Idaho to process the Jeep on November 18th.
And was it impounded the 4th or the 6th? November
I'm sorry,
4th?
the 4th.
Okay.
And that Jeep was taken to a private evidence building for the Rexburg Police Department. So it was a secure facility where that Jeep was located.
When you went there, was there a Rexburg officer at the time, a Detective Ray Hermosillo, with you to execute that search warrant?
Yes.
Did the Jeep itself have I'll call it integrity tape on the doors?
Yes, all the doors had integrity stickers on them as well on the Jeep, to just show that it had not actually been physically accessed since it was impounded.
And Your Honor, the state has shown the defendant exhibits 48 through 68. If I can have my paralegal approach with those. Do you recognize those as photographs that were taken on November 18th in Rexburg, Idaho, while you were processing both the inside and outside of the 2018 Jeep Wrangler with the Texas license plates LWD 0997?
Yes,
And those are photographs of the Jeep that the Chandler Police Department had also provided you photographs with from July 11th of 2019?
correct,
And that's a Jeep that was associated to Lori Vallow.
correct.
State will move to admit 48 through 68.
Any objection?
No objection.
48 through 68 are admitted.
So when we see Exhibit 48, is this sort of a beginning photo to let us know, again, the sort of case number that we would see on the items of evidence that were impounded with this case, as well as to document when this process began?
Correct.
What do we see here?
That's a picture of the Jeep that was impounded at the Rexburg Police Department's impound building. If you notice on the door, around the door frame here, these red stickers, and I believe there's closer up pictures, but those are evidence seals. So again, you can't access that vehicle without damaging those seals.
Exhibit 50, does that again show some of those seals?
Yes, the integrity seals.
We had also heard and seen a photo from Dan Moss. Did this vehicle have a sticker here in this corner?
Yes,
Was that associated to Texas?
yes it is. Was.
51, is that sort of showing a closer up of those seals that the vehicle was still in that same shape from when it was impounded?
Yes, they're showing that all doors have been sealed.
Exhibit 52, can we see on this the tinting on this vehicle?
Yes.
Were you able to see into the vehicle
No, not without actually getting up close with a flashlight.
with a flashlight?
Yes.
Exhibit 53, closer up of the seals and the tinting on that window.
Very dark.
Now, at the time when this Jeep was impounded, was the rear tire on it?
When it was impounded, when it was located by Rexburg Police and then impounded, it was impounded as you see here, and it did have a wheel affixed to the back of the Wrangler.
Exhibit 55, showing that rear window, the tire and the seals there.
Yes.
And then again, showing the seals in 56. 57, is that sort of a whited out, and 58, a photo of the license plate?
Yes.
So that's the license plate that, again, was associated to Lori Vallow's Jeep Wrangler.
Correct.
Now, in Exhibit 6 here, we're seeing sort of how the rear window here that was described by Brandon as going up is able to move upward.
Yes, and if you look in the same picture towards the bottom left, you'll notice that the door actually has to be open because the door is what actually has the wheel affixed to it. If that wheel is not there, that window can be open without bumping into the wheel.
Okay, so in order to open the window, you guys had to actually open up the bottom, I'll call it for lack of a better word, door here.
Correct.
Tailgate.
Yes, correct.
Okay. Now, when you were processing this vehicle, did you talk with Ms. Lashik about where you would like to collect the gunshot residue from?
Yes,
And when you were discussing where to collect it from, was this based upon what Brandon Boudreaux had explained occurred on October 2nd?
yes,
So your understanding was the shooter was inside the rear of the vehicle and the rifle was pointing out this back tailgate window area?
correct. That back window opened up partially and was fired from within that cab inside that Jeep Wrangler.
So based upon that, where did you want to collect the gunshot residue from?
I described to Ms. Lashik what I was looking for, and I wanted to focus primarily for the GSR collection to be in the back cab of that Jeep Wrangler where GSR might be present, so around the back window and the back frame of the interior of that Jeep.
Were you looking to both rear and driver's side windows as
Yes.
one of the locations? Were you looking to both the passenger and driver's side front seats?
Yes,
Were you looking to the hard top of that Jeep?
yes,
And then the rear window, meaning this rear window?
yes. And as I believe I explained on Friday, it's an explosion of gas and particles. So anywhere within that area that was just identified, we were checking all those areas for GSR, gunshot residue.
When you were processing this Jeep on November 18th for GSR, at that time, did you know anything about whether or not the rear seat of this vehicle had been removed prior to the shooting?
I had no knowledge of the status of the back seat, no.
I'm going to put up 63 so we know what we're talking about. When this Jeep was impounded and you guys processed it, was the seat like this at that time?
Yes,
So when you're processing this Jeep on November 18th, you are unaware that this may have been removed at the time of the October 2nd shooting?
correct.
Okay. When you were processing this Jeep on November 18th, were you aware that the rear tire had been removed?
Yes,
Was that based upon your interview with Brandon Boudreaux?
yes,
Okay. And does that also make sense, given what you understand of how you could possibly open that rear window with or without the tire on there?
yes. And at this juncture, we also had the diesel license plate reader image that was presented earlier of the Jeep without a tire on the back.
All right, so when you're processing this on November 18th, you have what Brandon Boudreaux told you, that there was no tire on the back and the rear window opened, as well as that license plate reader from the DEA showing this Jeep with this license plate on the I-40 without the rear tire.
Correct, 26 hours prior to the shooting.
Okay. So when we put Exhibit 61 up here, was GSR taken from the back of this driver's seat?
Yes,
Was GSR taken from the window over here?
yes,
Was GSR taken from the roof up here?
yes,
Putting up 62, is this the passenger side?
yes,
And again, was GSR taken from the back of this passenger seat?
yes,
was GSR taken from this passenger side rear window
Yes,
and from this headrest or rooftop there.
correct, yes.
While this was, let me ask you this, who actually took those little vials with the sticky tabs and pressed it against the rear seat or the window?
Crime scene, Lasik was the one who actually physically collected that GSR.
Were you off sitting in a corner eating a cheeseburger, or were you watching?
I was with her throughout the duration of the evidence collection of the
Were
Jeep.
you not only watching, but helping to ensure that she's collecting from the areas that you want collected?
That's correct, giving some instruction of what I'm wanting to collect. She's the one physically doing it, but I'm helping give instruction and guide for where and why.
So for instance, after Ms. Lashik would collect GSR or potential GSR from the back of, say, the passenger seat, did you observe her as she then closed up the vial and put the tape on that and documented where that came from?
I observed her package, the collection, yes.
Did you also talk with crime scene specialist Lashik about where you wanted to attempt to collect biological material or DNA from the vehicle?
Yes.
And in that circumstance, where did you want to try to collect biological material or DNA from?
DNA, you want some vigorous connection. So the primary areas that were identified is going to be the steering wheel, the door handles to exit and enter the vehicle, the gear shift, and then the seat belt buckles. And that was for both the driver's side and passenger side, because at this juncture, again, we don't know how many people we had involved. We had some ideas, but we didn't have a confirmation of how many people.
Based upon the fact that you had that LPR read and Brandon saying that the rear tire was gone, did you also want to try to collect DNA from the lug nuts where the spare tire would go onto?
Yes, that was an additional location on the exterior of the vehicle, so where the back wheel was located.
Did you watch as crime specialist Tammy Lashik swabbed each of these areas that we've discussed?
Yes, I watched her take the DNA swabs.
Did she follow the same process that you have explained of first putting on the gloves, the second pair?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes, I'm sorry, yes. She changed her gloves according to our practices.
Did you see her put the distilled water onto one of the Q-tips and, for instance, use that on the steering wheel?
Yes,
Did you see her then take the dry one and swab over the steering wheel with the dry swab?
yes,
Did you see her put those into the box?
yes,
And did you see her then seal and document each box after that collection?
yes.
Did you also watch Ms. Lashik process the Jeep for prints?
Yes,
And did she do the same method that you had described last Friday of trying to dust these different areas to look for the presence of any type of latent prints?
yes.
Were any prints recovered from the Jeep?
No fingerprints, viable fingerprints were located within the Jeep, and that can be dependent on material, the structure of what it is, if it's bumpy, if it's smooth. But there was nothing that was located where we were searching as far as viable fingerprints. But we did have the DNA and GSR at that point.
And for the fingerprints, were you looking in the driver's side interior windows?
Yes,
The vanity mirrors that are on the sunscreen?
yes,
The sort of pillar that's along the door frame there?
yes,
Rear view mirror?
yes,
And the same for the passenger side?
yes,
And then also that rear hatch window that had been pushed up?
yes,
And so those areas were processed and nothing of significance or of, that either you or Ms. Lashik felt was a latent print was recovered?
Nothing that was usable, correct?
We heard from Mr. Olzak that he was there. Did he remove the infotainment system before or after you did all these processing?
Removing of the infotainment system was the final thing to be removed or processed, if you will, from the Jeep Wrangler.
With each of these items that were collected, each gunshot residue kit, each swab that was taken, were all of those items sealed with integrity tape as each were collected there in Rexburg, Idaho, in that impound place?
Yes.
Now, you told us you went to Rexburg that day. Did you also, in the vehicle, note any documentation indicating inside the vehicle sort of the ownership of the vehicle?
Yes, the vehicle's registration.
And was that to a Charles and Lori Vallow?
Yes.
And did that match the vehicle that you were looking at there, that 2018 Jeep Wrangler?
Yes, and I'm sorry I misspoke. In this particular picture, there's the insurance card, but yes.
Told us that each item of evidence is sealed with integrity, but then provided a impound number, correct?
Yes,
And that was done back at Gilbert Police Department?
correct.
Did you guys stay in Rexburg that night, or did you go directly back to Phoenix or Gilbert, I guess? Fly back to Arizona?
We traveled to Rexburg that morning and returned from Rexburg to Phoenix that morning, and that same morning, we returned from Rexburg to Phoenix, and ultimately to the Gilbert Police Department. So it was a one-day trip.
So we saw in the beginning that you guys began this around 10 a.m. in the morning. Do you recall approximately how long you were processing the Jeep?
I would have to estimate approximately 3 hours.
And so after that processing, you guys got back in a plane and came back to Arizona.
Correct.
Were those items of evidence then taken to the Gilbert Police Department to be impounded?
Yes.
Were there 2 GSR kits? Well, let me ask you this. Each gunshot residue kit, does that have 3 vials in the kit?
Yes.
And so are they all kept together in their own separate plastic bag?
Yes.
But each vial is individually sealed inside of there?
Correct.
And so were there 6 of those GSR vials used to process this Jeep?
Yes.
And then were there 2, I guess, kits impounded into property?
Yes.
And were they impounded as items 645-886 and 645-888?
Yes, and yes.
Were you present when those were impounded?
I was not.
Did you eventually send these items to be tested by, for instance, the GSR Phoenix Police Department?
Yes.
And so when you send those, are you sending the sealed item that has the integrity tape on it, as well as the report number that was written on it by Ms. Lishik in your presence?
Yes.
So the only change would be that that sealed bag now was given these numbers when it was put into your system.
Correct.
And then did you use those numbers to send those items to, for instance, Phoenix Police Department?
Yes.
Again, for each of the swabs of the Jeep, were those each impounded individually?
Yes.
So each box that's then put in a paper envelope is impounded individually and given its own individual number?
That is correct.
And then did you use those numbers so that you could send those to the Mesa Police Department so that they could be tested?
Yes.
Did you then, when you were sending those to the Mesa Police Department, again, note that each of those integrity tapes are still intact as you are sending them to another agency to be processed?
Yes.
And did you then send to the Mesa Police Department the swab for the steering wheel is 645889?
Yes.
And the swab for the passenger seat belt buckle as 645890?
Yes.
And the swab for the driver's seat belt buckle as 645891?
Yes.
And the swab for the gear shift as 645893?
Yes.
The swab for the passenger interior door handle as 645894?
Yes.
The swab for the lug nuts of that spare tire is 645895.
Yes.
The swab for the driver's side interior door handle is 645896.
Yes.
We have also heard today about a blood blot, a sample of blood from Alexander Cox. Were you present when that was obtained on December 14th of 2019?
I was present for that, yes.
And was that obtained for a DNA comparison to those swabs that were taken from the 2018 Jeep Wrangler that we've been discussing?
It was.
Is that also impounded into a packaging that has integrity seal on it as well?
Yes.
And was that then impounded with a property ID 647961?
Yes.
And is that the item that we heard this morning from Emilyn Sapinoso that was sent to her for testing?
Yes.
As the case agent for this investigation, you told us that you have sent off those items for testing. That was part of your job, correct?
Yes.
Were you also responsible for writing search warrants to obtain cell phone records?
Yes.
When you are writing a search warrant to obtain cell phone records, is this a search warrant sent to a court to basically order these companies to send you records within those certain date ranges and items that they're to send you?
Yes, you complete an affidavit explaining your reasoning to request the warrant, send it to Superior Court for a judge to review, and if approved, that warrant will be signed, and then we will then serve, in this example here, to a phone company.
On December 4th of 2019, did you write a search warrant to Verizon for cell phone numbers 808
Yes.
480 489
Yes.
480 3
Yes.
and 480?
Yes.
So and is TracFone, I guess, one of the subsidiaries of Verizon?
Yes.
Do most of these phone companies, T-Mobile, AT&T, Verizon, have sort of subsidiary type of companies that are underneath them, I guess?
Yes, a company example being Verizon would be the umbrella company for some of these smaller organizations that sell and assign phones.
During your investigation, both by speaking with Chandler Police Department and looking into numbers that have been given out, did you associate the number 808-755 and 480-489-4652 as cell phone numbers associated to Lori Vallow?
Yes.
If I can have my both of them. I can have my paralegal approach with 177 and 176.
Thank you.
Do you recognize those two exhibits as the cell phone records, affidavits authenticating them, thumb drive of all the records, subscriber information for those two phone numbers, the 808-755-5452 and the 480-489-4652 associated to Lori Vallow?
Yes. Yes.
The state will move to admit 177 and 176.
No objection.
179, 176.
176 and 177.
Oh, I'm sorry. 176, 177 are admitted.
We've heard of the number 480-351-9. Did you learn that that number was associated to Alexander Cox?
Yes.
Was that number associated to him through, for instance, the Chandler Police Department from the July incident?
Yes.
If I can have my paralegal approach with 179. Does that contain an affidavit authenticating them, a thumb drive of the records, a print off showing the subscriber for that phone, as well as a print off of the call detail records for September 27th through October 10th?
Yes. Let me just want to double check one thing. Yes.
Is that 480-351-9120 number the number that we heard was making the appointment and responsible for scheduling the tinting with Dan's window tinting in Rexburg, Idaho?
Yes.
State will move to admit 179.
Any objection?
The same foundational objection of Crawford, Your Honor.
179 is admitted.
Detective, did you look at the call detail records for 480-489, the phone number associated to Lori Vallow, and the 480-351, the number associated to Alex Cox for October 2nd of 2019?
Yes, I did.
This is Exhibit 179. On these records, 179 being the records associated to Alex Cox, did you note phone call to the called number 480-489-4652?
Yes,
And that's the number associated with Lori Vallow?
that is her number, yes. Associated with her, yes.
Now, we see here for time on October 2nd, a 9:02 a.m., correct?
Yes,
We see GMT -6. I'm going to pull in closer for this. Correct?
Yes.
Is that 9:02 a.m. Idaho time?
Yes.
For Arizona time, is it GMT -7?
Yes.
So Arizona time, would that be 8:02 a.m.?
That would be correct. Yes.
So on October 2nd, at 8:02 a.m. Arizona time, this phone called Lori Vallow's phone.
Yes.
So Alex Cox's phone called Lori Vallow's phone.
That is correct.
Do the call detail records for Lori Vallow's phone show that same interaction between the two cell phones?
Yes, it does.
And so those were also contained in that exhibit?
Yes.
So this would have been approximately 30 minutes or 35 minutes after Brandon left his home. There's a call between Alex Cox's cell phone and Lori Vallow's cell phone in Rexburg, Idaho?
In Rexburg, Idaho, yes. Approximately 35 minutes after Mr. Boudreaux left his residence in Gilbert.
And did that phone call last about 24 minutes?
Yes.
In that search warrant, did you also obtain phone records for a 480-321-9866, a phone number associated to Melanie Boudreaux?
Yes.
And was that associated via Brandon Boudreaux had provided that?
Yes, that was her known number.
Is that also the number you had seen when you extracted Brandon's cell phone number as a contact for Melanie?
Yes.
While you were conducting this investigation, did you also obtain a search warrant for other phone numbers associated with Lori Vallow? For 480 692-9612?
Yes.
And then was that search warrant executed on December 28th for that phone number?
Yes, it was.
As you went into 2020, were you advised by the FBI that they had executed a search warrant and located a track phone that was used during the time frame of the shooting in the area of the shooting in Gilbert, Arizona, meaning track phone used in the area of that October 2nd, 2019 shooting on Phelps?
Yes.
On February 21st, did you author a search warrant to obtain the cell phone records for track phone 304-960-5998?
Yes.
Who did you believe at that time based upon your investigation, was using that phone?
That track phone, based on the information I had at the time and the data, belonged to Alexander Cox.
Sure. And then give it 180. Now, the track phone of 304-960-5998, did that have a subscriber to Alex Cox?
It was subscribed to a Gmail account.
Okay. When you executed the search warrant to obtain those records, did you obtain an affidavit from TrackPhone authenticating those, as well as a thumb drive of the cell phone records themselves?
Yes.
I can have my paralegal approach with Exhibit 180. Inside that exhibit, if you can just verify, did the track phone provide a print-off showing the track phone was purchased from a Walmart store, 5494? And it should be its own piece of paper.
Yes, I'm looking at it right now in here. But yes, I am familiar with this as well.
Does that exhibit contain a print-off showing that the track phone was purchased on September 25th of 2019 at a Walmart superstore in Idaho Falls, Idaho, store number 5494?
Yes,
And does it show the activation date of September 26th of 2019?
yes,
And does that also contain a print-off of all of the call detail records for that track phone number 304-960-5998?
yes, it does.
State will move to admit 180.
Foundation.
All right, 180 is submitted.
When you looked at the call detail records, did they reflect that this phone was used from September 26th when it was activated until only October 2nd?
That is correct.
After October 2nd, was there any other phone calls made or received by this phone?
No, that phone is no longer seen or activated after that date.
Is this the phone number we're talking about, the 304-960-5998?
Yes,
When you looked through these call detail records, is there only one number that ever calls this track phone?
yes,
Is that phone number the only number that ever calls it, 515-402-0143?
that is correct.
Is that the number that we previously heard Detective Nate Duncan testify as being associated to Chad Daybell?
That is correct, yes.
Looking at these call detail records, does this track phone, the 304 number, call only one number itself?
Yes,
And is that number that is called by this track phone, the 515-402-0143, number associated with Chad Daybell?
yes,
So every call on this is either made by Chad Bell to this or to Chad Daybell.
that is correct.
And the call detail records, do they reflect that 515-402-0143 number associated as Chad Daybell calling and receiving calls from this leading up to the shooting of Brandon Boudreaux as well as immediately after it?
Yes, prior to the shooting and shortly after the shooting, yes.
When you obtained these records as well as all these other cell phone records, did you reach out to the FBI?
Yes,
Why did you do that?
because the FBI has resources for cell phone data analysis and tracking purposes, and we recognized at this juncture that we could use their assistance.
And what did you ask them to do with this information?
So with this information, I was able to get in contact with cellular analysis specialist with the FBI to provide them the data that I received per my warrant requests and then the responses I received from those companies. And the FBI was then able to assist with tracking locations of the devices during these particular timeframes where we know individuals were communicating with each other.
Did you ask the FBI to look at this track phone, the 304 number that was purchased at the Walmart in Idaho Falls and activated on September 26th?
Yes.
Did you ask the FBI to look at the phone number associated to Lori Vallow, the 480-489 number?
Yes.
And did you ask the FBI to look at Alex Cox's phone, the 480-351 number?
Yes.
And to map those around the time leading up to and after the shooting of Brandon Boudreaux?
Yes, I wanted to know what the phone activity was and location was for Lori Vallow, Alexander Cox, and then the other phone believed to be used by Alexander Cox.
Did you also provide the FBI cellular analyst with that Gmail data that was obtained via search warrants?
Yes.
For the Homer J. Maximus at gmail.com associated to Alexander Cox?
Yes.
I have no other questions for this witness.
All right, cross-examination.
Let's see if she coughs or just waits till when Trina gets up. Come on, Lori. Screw up.
Detective Pillar, you're the case agent on this case, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And how many times have you been the case agent before this case in October 2nd, 2019?
As a detective case agent?
Correct.
I couldn't give you a specific number. I'd have to guess.
Okay, how about a guess?
I would give roughly a couple hundred, maybe more.
Okay. So you've been the case agent on a couple hundred cases?
Yes, on investigations both in the Special Victims Unit and within our Violent Crimes Unit.
And is it the responsibility of a case agent to know pretty much everything about their case?
We do the best we can, yes.
Is it your responsibility as the case agent to review all the reports done by the officers and lab techs?
Yes.
Is it your responsibility to question the findings that are done by your officers?
By the fellow detectives, yes. By the officers themselves, if I have some speculation or questions about the initial reports from responding officers, I might set up a meeting to talk with them. But as detectives, we're all within the same facility, so I usually can just talk with them about any questions I might have or requests I might have.
Okay. And what color did Mr. Boudreaux say the Jeep was when he was with Officer Marianne Robb?
When he was with Officer Robb, he described it as a green-colored Jeep.
And what was the color of the Jeep that was seen by witnesses in the neighborhood?
It was referred to as different colors. What I surmised it to be was a darker colored Jeep Wrangler.
So did you hear dark blue?
I do not remember specifically hearing dark blue, but I know that color has been brought up.
And is it your understanding that the color that Brandon pulled up on his phone to show the officers was camo green? Is that correct?
That's what was discussed by Officer Rob, but I was not privy to that actual conversation, and there was no supplement that I saw that indicated that.
So as the case agent, you did not watch the body cam with Officer Rob?
I watched all body-worn camera from this case.
And so in the body cam, you did not see him actually show it to Officer Rob and Officer Bullock that were standing there?
Not that I recall, but again, I watched many hours of body-worn camera footage, but I do not recall that specifically. No, I do not.
Would you like to see it to refresh your recollection?
If we want to take the time to watch that. But I'm also not disagreeing that it very well may have been said or shown to be a camo green.
So when is the first time you wrote in all of your reports that it was a gray Jeep? So where did you glean that information that the Jeep was gray?
The gray Jeep came about from my contact with the Chandler Police Department on October 9th.
So Brandon never told you it was a gray Jeep, is that correct?
I do not recall him ever describing it in the initial contacts as a gray Jeep, no.
And none of the neighbors ever called it a gray Jeep also, is that correct?
Not to me, no.
Okay. According to the police report, it stated that they found glass in the road, but only one piece was photographed. Is that correct?
From the photos I've seen, yes.
And then was that piece of glass that was found, one little piece, tested to see if it was actually glass from the window?
No.
And so did you just assume it was from the window?
With the time frame from the initial call for service to officer arrival, and the consistency with the other shards of glass, I believed it to be related.
But you don't know that for sure at all. Is that correct?
Correct.
Also in the body cam, in about 7 or 8 seconds in, Brandon is seen moving glass with his feet and then walked out to the street with Officer Rob and Officer Bullock. So is it possible that he transported that piece of glass with his shoe?
Possible.
Speculation.
The answer will stand.
And were you present at the time when they did the comb of the neighborhood?
The line?
Yes.
The line search, yes, I was present.
And how many people were in that line search?
Approximately 11, and they were all with the Criminal Investigations Division. It was all detectives, not patrol officers at that time.
And did you participate in that, in the line?
I did.
Okay. And was anything found in the line?
Through that line search, no, we did not find any viable evidence, usable evidence that we believe were associated with the case.
And what were you actually looking for?
Quite honestly, anything, whether it be fragments of a bullet, which was the primary focus, glass shards that could be consistent with the damage to the vehicle. At this point in the initial investigation, this was our last act of searching the neighborhood. And this was, again, after the scene investigation, the canvassing, the interviews. This was just one last walk around the neighborhood to see if we could identify anything.
About how long did that take, that line search?
Approximately 45 minutes to an hour.
Okay. And you had mentioned, or someone had mentioned before about the metal detector. Was that part of that walk or something separate?
Yes, that was both part of the walk and the investigation at the 3875 East Phelps address, within the glass, within the landscaping around the vehicle.
And who had that metal detector? Do you know which officer had that they were searching?
I couldn't say. specifically who, but I know it was used.
And the neighbors that were, I know that Officer Rob had testified about talking to the neighbor, Samantha. Did you follow up with any of the neighbors yourself?
I did not follow up with any of the neighbors myself. Those tasks were delegated to fellow detectives in the days and weeks to follow.
And then, but they report to you, right? Is that correct?
If there's something that is helpful, yes. Many times if they go there, they'll simply say, hey, I've knocked on X amount of doors and was unable to make contact with residents. Or if they have no findings, they'll simply just let me know I didn't find anything.
So anything helpful to go along with already what you thought had happened, though, is that correct?
Anything to say one way or the other. I mean, as detectives, we have to be neutral fact finders. We're not choosing one way or the other. We are following the evidence. In this case, with the evidence we had at that point, we were following our best leads.
And so did you learn from Officer Rob that the neighbor that she had got contact with said that the Jeep had a tire on the back?
I'm going to object to hearsay.
Sustained. Sustained.
Your Honor, I wasn't asking for the truth of the matter asserted. I was asking for the effect on the listener. Officer
Sustained.
Rob,
Sustained.
can I have a sidebar?
No, it's sustained. Next question.
Here we go.
In your estimation, Detective Pillar, how far was the Jeep's when the supposed shot was taken?
With the information provided by Mr. Boudreaux and the neighbors describing where this Jeep was located, where I believe, at least at the time, where that glass shard might be related in the roadway, I would guess, I don't want to guess because we didn't measure, and I don't know exactly where the individual was in the Jeep. What I can say is it was within a few feet. And when I say a few feet, I'm going to say 10 to 20 feet of a moving vehicle approaching where the projectile hit the Tesla.
Okay, and why were no measurements taken?
We didn't know exactly where that Jeep was located. We had an idea of where it was parked, but we didn't have an exact location for that Jeep, a specific spot.
If it was parked nose to nose with that white van, you kind of know exactly where it was parked,
We have a good idea of where it was at, absolutely.
but no measurements were taken.
No measurements, no ma'am.
And what measures were taken to decide the trajectory?
I don't know how to answer that question.
Okay, did the Gilbert Police Department ever decide on what the trajectory actually was?
No,
So were there tests done to find the trajectory?
no, because again, we don't have the exact placement, the height, the angle in which the projectile came from. And we can't determine that with just the hole in the Tesla that was since moved prior to police arrival.
Okay, so you can find out how tall the Jeep was, right?
No,
You cannot?
no.
And you don't know how tall the Tesla was?
The Tesla, we could figure out at the time, but we did not measure the Tesla.
So no trajectory was ever really determined, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And the hole in the car, in the Tesla, was approximately 1 inch wide and 2 inches long? Is that correct?
From the sticker, the letter A sticker, yes. That
Correct.
was like a 2 inch, I believe. based on that, yes, I would say that hole was approximate size of 2 inches, but that doesn't include the scraping or the indentation that led into where that sticker was actually placed.
And then what type of bullet could make that kind of damage?
Check to expertise or knowledge, foundation.
Can you lay more foundation of how he would be able to make that opinion?
What was your determination of what kind of bullet would make a hole that large?
I don't have any ammunition training or certifications to provide that answer accurately.
But from your own shooting experience, would you have thought that was a rifle or a handgun?
In my experience and training, again, I don't have it in trajectory or what particular bullets will do. What I do know is there's dozens of styles of bullets, whether it be a hollow point, full metal jacket, a frangible piece of ammunition. There's dozens of types of ammunition that are made, both of which can be utilized by a handgun or a rifle. The information I was provided, it at least seems that a rifle was the most reasonable weapon that was utilized to shoot at Mr. Boudreaux's car. But to give an answer for the type of ammunition, whether it be coming from a specific weapon, I cannot answer that.
Okay. And you're the case agent, is that correct?
Yes.
This is your investigation, is that correct?
Yes.
So did you not think it would be a good idea to do whatever kind of testing you could find out to find out what kind of gun this was?
There would be no way to find out what kind of gun this was.
There's no way to determine if it was a rifle versus a handgun.
No.
There's no way to determine whether it was taken from 30 feet or 10 feet.
No.
There's no way to determine if it was going up or going down.
No.
There's no way to determine if it was going left or it was going right.
There's evidence to show that it was going eastbound while the vehicle was traveling westbound.
You explained to us a little bit about what GSR was, right? So that's gunshot residue, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And can gunshot residue be transferred from person to person?
The particulates that come from gunshot residue, and to be fair, I'm not a gunshot residue expert, but from the particulates that come from there, is it possible for transfer to be made? I don't know.
Okay. So can gunshot residue be transferred from person's hand to, say, clothing? Like if you wiped your hands off?
I don't know.
So do you know what gunshot residue is made up of, what the 3 elements are?
I do not.
You do not?
I do not.
Are you aware that all 3 elements have to be present for it to actually be gunshot residue?
I'm going to object at this point to, again, this is outside his foundation. He's repeatedly said he's not a GSR expert.
He can answer if he knows.
I'll answer that I understand the collection of evidence, and I will acknowledge that I do not understand how to process the evidence in a lab. So I know when I'm collecting GSR, it's to collect, you mentioned 3 elements. I don't know how accurate that is, but I do know how to collect it, and I also do know where to submit it to be analyzed to confirm what elements are needed to confirm that a weapon was fired.
Okay. So having been a case agent hundreds of times,
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sure you've dealt with lots of gunshots, is that correct?
Not all cases were related to gunshots or homicides, but I have investigated other shootings and other violent crimes.
Have you ever swabbed someone's hands for gunshot residue?
Swabbed? No. Collected GSR? Yes.
From someone's hands?
Yes.
Because that's pretty typical, right? In a gun case where a gun has been fired?
Typical? I don't know if that's an appropriate word. Is it a tool or a evidence collection technique that can be utilized? Absolutely.
Okay. And so you're not aware that antimony, barium, and lead, all three have to be together for it to be gunshot residue?
I'm going to object again. There's an
But
expert that will testify to
It's
this.
sustained. He said he doesn't know this.
Okay. You had testified earlier about being there with Tammy Lachik. Is that correct, when she collected the samples for GSR?
Yes, she and I traveled to Rexburg together, and then we were at the property building in Rexburg together, yes.
Okay. And how many people were there present at that time?
There was myself, CSI Lashik, Detective Olzak, Detective Hermosillo, and I believe one or two other individuals from the Rexburg Police Department.
And did she note the number of swabs that she took at that time?
I'm going to object as to foundation swabs of what?
Was she taking,
hold-
oh, sorry.
hold on.
I'll clarify if you want.
Go ahead.
Was she taking notes at the time when she was collecting those swabs?
Taking notes? No, but she was collecting the swabs and then again notating on the collection itself. So I guess if that's what you want to see as a note, then yes, but she didn't have a notebook with her where she was documenting everything.
She wasn't taking separate notes.
Thank you.
So the notes in her report are something she did possibly later?
Yes, I did not see her taking those notes, if you're referring to the images.
Okay. And then you flew up there together on a commercial airline?
No, myself, Ms. Lashik, and Detective Olzak flew up there on a Arizona State government plane. So it was just the three of us and the two pilots on the flight.
So that's how you were able to go up and back at your leisure, kind of in the same day?
In the same day, and this was a result of Detective Olzak at the time being a detective with the Department of Public Safety, DPS. They utilize a state plane that's typically used for the governor. They have a couple planes. And because they were assisting our agency with the processing of a vehicle involved in an attempted homicide, the Arizona Department of Public Safety allowed us to use one of their private planes to fly to and from Rexburg, Idaho, to process our Jeep.
Okay. And you flew into actual Rexburg at the little airport?
They have a small runway, that's correct.
And so you did not witness Ms. Lachik taking any separate notes besides what she wrote on the actual samples, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and do you remember what she was wearing that day, Ms. Lachik?
Was it a nightgown?
I do not remember what she was wearing, no.
Detective, are you familiar with the license plate readers?
I'm familiar with yes, I am familiar with LPR readers, but again, I'm not an expert in license plate readers.
And you work for the Gilbert Police Department, is that correct?
Yes.
And then how many license plate readers are there in the city of Gilbert? Do you know?
I don't. I can tell you that's changed a lot over time because the technology's gotten greater and they're smaller and easier to use. So to answer the question of how many in Gilbert, I have no idea. But at the time, I don't believe many. But that is speculating. I don't know about the LPRs in Gilbert.
And then would you, as the case agent in this case, have access to those Gilbert readers? Like, could you call them up and say, hey, I'm a Gilbert detective and I need license plate readers?
I wish it was that fancy, but the reality is what we do is we have crime analysts, civilians that are working with our police department who have access to LPR readers and to criminal histories and things of that nature. So in cases like this, I had our crime analysts assist with requests for LPR hits for the LWD 0997 Texas plate.
And did you find any of those?
There were LPR hits, yes. There were
And
multiple.
where were they located?
The one that was presented was southbound in Holbrook on I-40.
Have you
There-
been to Holbrook before?
Have I been to Holbrook before?
Arizona?
If I have been, it's only passing through. So I don't believe, I've never stopped in Holbrook. I guess I'll say that.
Do you know how far away it is from here? From, well, say Gilbert, Arizona?
I do not know how far Holbrook is from Gilbert, Arizona. I know it's north of us.
And so, I'm sorry, where were the other ones that you said there were several? You said one was in Holbrook?
One was in Holbrook. That's the one that's, I know is presented. The other ones I do not have independent recollection of. They are documented in the police report.
So you don't have any documented in Gilbert, is that correct?
There were no LPR hits in Gilbert, I can tell you that.
None in Mesa?
None in Mesa.
None in Phoenix?
Not that I can recall.
None in Scottsdale?
None in Scottsdale.
None in Tempe?
None in local cities. They were all highway cameras that were involved in this.
So only Holbrook, Arizona, to your knowledge, and then Idaho?
Yes.
Is that correct?
There were some in Idaho as well, yes.
Okay. And do you have any idea, maybe you don't, but do you have any idea how long that they store that data? So like, as a detective, you go back and say, I need this, and they're like, well, we only have 30 days back or whatever.
I don't know
On
their storage capacity or how long it lasts. And they are separate companies. Some are run by the government, some are run by private companies. So the retention period I am unaware of for these separate entities.
And who did you contact to find out about these LPRs? Who did you have to go to?
The crime analyst who contacted the respective agencies and private companies who operate those.
So crime analysts within your department?
Yes,
Okay, do you know who that was that you went through?
yes.
Can you tell us who that is?
Lori Orr.
Okay. So you call her and she calls them and they figure out the LPRs?
They provide her with the data. And it also, to go back to what you asked earlier, the retention period, they give it for every time this license plate is hit within their retention time. So there was multiple pieces of data that were returned for this license plate. Again, I don't know how the time frame was, but I was focused on the time around October 2nd of 2019.
And so in all of what you asked Lori Orr to get, you have this one in Holbrook, Arizona on October 1st, is that correct?
That is correct. The one that has been.
And
yes.
nothing in Gilbert
Correct?
on October 2nd?
Correct.
Nothing in Gilbert on October 3rd?
I'm going to object to asked and answered.
Overruled. I mean, technically you're right, but I'll let her recap. Go ahead.
Yes.
There were no LPR hits for that vehicle or that plate in the Phoenix metro area in the cities during that time frame.
Timeframe meaning October 1st to October 3rd?
Yes, of 2019, yes.
And you were mentioning before that you had contacted the FBI on the phone records of a tracking of a phone. Is that correct?
Yes, requested the assistance of the FBI with the phone cellular analysis.
And how do you request assistance of FBI? Talk me through that. How did that work? Who do you call?
So initially, on October 9th, myself, Detective McDermott with Gilbert Police met up with a couple detectives from the Chandler Police Department. This is where the images of the incident that happened in Chandler earlier in the year in July, they were able to provide us pictures of the Jeep Wrangler with the Texas license plate. Further was learned on October 16th was when I received from our crime analyst the first image of the Jeep Wrangler driving southbound from Holbrook, presumably towards the Phoenix metro area, with that Texas license plate and without the wheel affixed to the back of that Jeep. It was at that time that I re-established communication with Chandler's police, and it was through our communication that it was decided to reach out to the FBI to further request their assistance.
So did you reach out to FBI personally, or did Chandler Police Department reach out to FBI personally?
It was a collective phone call, and then
Okay.
the Chandler Police Department and then the Gilbert Police Department detectives, we went to the FBI field office in Phoenix, which is in far north Phoenix, at which time we made contact with federal agents there, FBI agents.
And so Nicholas Balance is the one who created a report concerning these phones, is that correct?
He was ultimately the one that we worked with the most, yes.
Did you talk to him initially, or did it get sent to him eventually?
He initially got assigned. Initially, it was a sit-down meeting with some FBI agents and detectives, providing them the data we had for them to analyze. And then Nick Balance was assigned this case.
And you spoke to him specifically, directly?
I talked with him directly multiple times, yes.
Okay. And then do you have emails and phone calls and things with him, correct?
Multiple, yes.
And were those turned over to the defense?
As far as I know, I don't know.
So in his report on Bates pages 5482 to 5518, he created a report that said, did you get a copy of that report that he did, Nicholas Balance?
I'm not sure or familiar with which report you're referring to. Are you talking about the Gilbert Police report, or are you talking about a separate report from the FBI?
I'm talking about Nicholas Balance's report that, I guess, his PowerPoint.
Is it possible for me to see what you're looking at and I can say yes or no? Because I have seen presentations, but I'm not sure which one you're referring to.
She has.
Thank you. Did you want me to go to a specific page?
Yeah,
Ms.
so on
Daybell?
page 15 of the report, it shows a purchase of a phone on 9/25/2019.
Okay.
If I'm correct.
Yes, on
15?
page 15, 9/25/2019 at, looks like 21:10 hours. And I don't know if that's GMT or what time zone that's in, but
Okay.
It's
And for
usually
those of us who
GMT.
are not military correct, it's about what time?
it would be 9:10 hours,
PM.
9:10 PM. Again, I don't know if that's GMT. Most of the data that I've seen done with this cast is GMT, which is global. And then you have to subtract or add some hours depending upon your location on the globe.
As far as mountain time or central time or
Yes, ma'am.
Pacific time? Okay. So on the top of the report there, it says 7:10 PM, which is 2 hours prior to the cell. Is that correct?
I'm not object to this person's foundation as to knowledge by this detective who did not create this report?
Right. The original question was if he was familiar with it or had seen it. So why don't we have that answered first?
Okay. Are you familiar with this report? Have you reviewed it for your testimony here today?
I have seen reports that look like this, and I have seen this particular page you're talking about. But again, I didn't draft it, and I don't want to give any incorrect information. So I'll do my best to answer what you want to ask me, but I don't work with CAST, and as much as I wish I was better with cell phone analysis personally, I'm not an expert in this area.
Okay. Well, just on that page particularly.
Hold on. Let's go sidebar.
Let's go sidebar because Lori's just look at her hands up like this. Did you see that? Did you see the flick?
Very lengthy cross-examination by Lori Daybell, headed to the sidebar right now. Judge Boreski calling for it, literally, as he rubbed his forehead, put on the headset, because it's been quite a day in court, and questioning is, that's the issue here, according to Trina Kay, objecting to this FBI CAS report in the hands of Ryan Pillar. We're going to hear from Nick Balance at some point, maybe tomorrow. That's the person who is going to be the expert on this testimony and cell phone records and all that. But clearly, Lori Daybell trying to poke at Ryan Pillar's testimony, calling him out, even sounding sort of patronizing, saying, you're the case agent, you can't test for this, you can't test for that. Exactly what kind of firearm was used in this case. Even going back and forth on the color of the suspect vehicle. She's definitely taken the whole afternoon.
She has. You can hear in the line of questioning, there was a purpose in all of this. So whether her legal counsel helped her kind of craft which direction she was going to go, again, stopped a few times, warning from the judge about, this may open a door. We can only imagine where that questioning would have gone had he allowed it. This is part of the real nuance of this case is the jury has to, I think, start to realize that there are pieces missing in this. There are things that whether they know that there's a door that could be opened or not, they think they're starting to figure out that there are doors here that cannot be opened.
Yeah.
But, again, to Boreski, to his credit, he's towing a fine line, trying to keep, all of this on the straight and narrow. Understands he's dealing with a quote unquote defense attorney who has never tried a case, has never worked a case. So,
quote unquote, a defense attorney. Where the defense attorney at? Where is she or he at? You got Liabilities Lori. That's like Letitia, and she's in here thinking did you see that? She turned and walked over like this, like she got it. No, you don't got it, honey. You don't have anything. So she's asking Ryan Pillar all kinds of things, and you'll notice that every single witness that she does have that is on the stand, she talks about stuff that has nothing to do with anything. It's just, that's her MO. She decides to be like, let's talk to him about what other witnesses, even though he's not the expert on it. And you confuse it, and you circle, it, and you have Lori. It's painful. Tell me in the comments, what does it have to do with anything if they came by plane or not? Just asking for a friend. I can understand the colors where she's going with it. But what does it matter? Sir, do you know DB Cooper? And did he jump that night and did he survive? That's how left field it is. What flight number were you on that plane? Did you order perhaps some food, some drink? Did you get complimentary peanuts? And this goes back to her apple juice thing and her drinks. Did they offer you peanuts on the plane? That's how relevant it is. It's just ridiculous. Okay, hang on. God.
You can resume your cross of this.
Resume your garbage or whatever you want to
Lori's not
call it,
done. She's got a
Lolo.
lot of questions, follow-up questions with Ryan Pillar, who I will say has been very calm and taking all the questions. If he doesn't know, he doesn't know. He'll answer that
We'll
way.
go whatever you think as far as about another 5 minutes or so, and then we'll need to recess for the evening.
Okay. Detective Pillar, did you ever receive any information from Rich Robertson, the private detective Brandon Boudreaux hired?
I did not.
Did you ever speak to him personally?
I think I may have had a phone call early on, essentially explaining that he was going to do a PI thing, but he understood that there's certain legalities when it comes to criminal investigation over a civil investigation.
When you say early on, when do you mean specifically?
I couldn't give you a date, but I believe I had a phone conversation with him. But it was not lengthy, and I don't remember communicating much after that, if at all.
So in October, just after October 2nd?
Yeah, it'd have to be after October 2nd, 2019.
And was it your understanding from that conversation that Brandon hired him to track Melanie?
I'm going to object, Your Honor.
Sustain. Sustain.
What is the legal objection?
Well, it calls for hearsay. It's not relevance, and it also could open the door to something you don't want it open to.
So you did not email with him or text with him, Rich Robertson?
No, not that I remember.
And he didn't send you any kind of information on the case?
No, not that I remember.
Okay. Did Brandon ever convey that he was frustrated with the way the investigation was going?
I'm going to object to hearsay relevance.
Sustain.
Detective Pillar, can you tell me about when you arrived at the scene that day on October 2nd?
What would you like to know?
When you arrived, who was there and who did you speak to first?
When I arrived on scene, I parked east of the crime scene, the 3875 East Phelps. And the first individuals I remember talking with were my fellow detectives, Detective McDermott, Detective Biggs, and Detective Ferrer, determining what our roles would be. I cannot say for certain who I first spoke to as far as the officer, as far as the briefing goes, but I do know there were multiple officers on scene, to include Officer Rob, who was here earlier.
And someone briefed you though, right? Do you know who that was?
I do not know who that was, but yes, somebody would have briefed us on that case.
And nobody remembers who briefed anybody?
It doesn't sound like it, and trust me, I would rather give you answers than say I don't know. But I don't know, I can't remember who gave me a debriefing.
Well, it was Officer Rob, and who was the other officer that was with her when the first two on the scene? Officer Bullock?
Officer Brian Bullock was
Okay.
the other officer that was on scene.
So would it have had to be Officer Rob or Officer Bullock who briefed the detectives when you arrived?
More likely than not, yes. It would have had to been one or both of them collectively, but I do know that Officer Rob, being the first officer there and obtaining all the initial information, she's more likely than not the one who briefed us with the date, time, location, and involved persons.
Okay. So they briefed you, and then what happened after that?
After the briefing, again, I was decided that I was the primary case agent, the detective. I tasked Detective McDermott, Sergeant McDermott now, with running the scene. So he used the assistance of Detective Biggs and Detective Ferrer with evidence collection tasks, while I introduced myself to the 3 males sitting across the street from 3875 and identified Brandon Boudreaux. And then we went to my vehicle to have an interview with an air conditioning because it was a little warm outside.
Okay. And when was the house cleared? Someone had mentioned the house being cleared. Did that ever happen?
The house was cleared. That was prior to detective arrival.
Okay. So before you got there, that had already happened?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then you went and spoke to Brandon in your car, is that correct? And
Yes,
did
ma'am.
that interview?
Yes.
And you made an audio recording of that?
Yes.
And then someone transcribed it, is that correct?
We used a third-party transcription service at that time. So yes, that was transcribed.
And you heard Brandon's testimony that some of those things he thought were transcription errors?
Yes.
So did you go back in preparation for this testimony and listen to that audio recording of that interview?
I did not, well, yes, I did listen to the interview. No, I did not compare it to the transcript. It was Net Transcriptions, which was the company we used at the time. And there were errors at times, but I did not compare it to my interview with Brandon, if that's what you were getting at.
So there could be transcription problems in that interview,
It's possible.
but you didn't go back to check to see if there were. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And about how long did that interview last?
35, 40 minutes is an estimation.
Okay. And then where did you go next? You guys got out of the car and what happened at that point?
Brandon returned to his friends, and I re-entered the crime scene to determine what my fellow detectives had discovered.
Were you aware that Brandon's friends, through the body cam, that they had been walking around in the crime scene?
It wasn't until watching it after, but once the crime scene was established, they didn't enter it again until we were done with what we needed to do, or at least we had our primary crime scene, which was the Tesla and the glass in that area. There was times where, I don't know if they were getting drinks or if there was times where they had to go inside of Brandon's home at the time.
Okay.
But that was allowed under some supervision.
And then how long were you at the scene in total, do you think, that day?
From the start to the finish, and unless I had the CAD report or the police computer system to say when we arrive on scene, when we close off, I wouldn't know that accurately, but I know it was hours we were out there.
A few hours.
Yes.
And then how did that get wrapped up? I mean, if you're the case agent, how do you wrap it up, send everybody home? How does that work?
Well, like I was explaining earlier, extra detectives came out there. Once we finished with the canvas, the line search, we start letting people go from the scene and ultimately conclude our involvement, make sure that Mr. Boudreaux and whoever else, maybe witnesses or people that were canvassed, have contact information for the detectives, and just make sure we can maintain communication moving forward.
And you had mentioned that contact before. So you had said that you have a special phone for victims to contact you on. Is that correct?
Not just victims, it's my work cell phone, and I'm very open with giving that number. I have been since my start days in CID. Victims, offenders, witnesses, whomever wants my cell phone, they can contact me by text or call.
So you have that separate from your own personal cell phone?
Oh, yes.
And then you had mentioned that you had taken Brandon's cell phone. Is that correct?
Yes.
And how does that work? Talk me through that.
He completes a consent to search form,
Mhm.
which is a form that describes in detail what we're going to be doing with the device. In a layman's terms, we are making a digital copy of the software and all the content on that electronic device. So we turn it over to our digital forensics unit, which is detectives who specialize in this, utilizing their hardware. And we made a copy of his smartphone and it's all the data on it. And we returned it to him as quickly as we could. I do not recall if it was the same night or the next day, but I know it was pretty soon after because that was his primary device to utilize.
Okay. And so what are the logistics of that? You're on the scene, you physically take the phone, you put it in an evidence bag. How does that work?
Yes,
And then how does it get transported to the forensic people?
I transport it. In this case, I believe it was, I can't remember which detective. It was either myself or McDermott. We worked on this case quite a bit in the beginning together, but ultimately brought the phone to our digital detectives.
So within that same day,
Yes.
right? And it just gets turned over in the evidence bag and it's marked and all that?
It was never impounded, so although it's noted to be his and has his contact information in it, the point is to expedite the process. So instead of impounding it and then having to have it pulled out of evidence and then put back in so it could be ultimately returned to the owner, he gave us consent to take it, download it as quickly as possible, and then return it to him.
And then who would be the person who returned that to him physically, the phone?
I don't recall, but I know I turned it back over to him. I believe he came to the police department the next day or shortly thereafter, or even that night. Again, I don't recall, but I know it was turned over to him soon after by a detective.
So he could come pick it up, basically, is what you're saying?
Yes,
You didn't take it back to the house, he came and picked it up?
I believe so.
Okay.
Shall we break there for the evening?
Sure. yeah.
Okay. Members of the jury, tomorrow, please be back and ready to start at 10:15 a.m. 10:15 a.m. Please remember the admonition. We'll be at recess for the evening.
All right, the jury.
Okay, that is it for the jury. They will be excused for the day, long day, and asked to come back at 10:15 tomorrow. We should hear a couple of housekeeping issues right now between Judge Boreski and the prosecution and defense. Lori Daybell returning to her desk.
Please be seated. The jury is no longer present.
Ugh, get her in crap, please, Judge. Please.
I told the jury 10:15. I'd like the parties here as close to a little bit after 10 as possible. I don't know if Judge Kemp, who's in here before doing his morning calendar, should be wrapping up by then, but just in case there are things we need to discuss prior to the jury coming in.
Oh, there will be.
Anything from the state at this point?
No, Your Honor.
All right, from the defense?
I
All right.
can mention it, did have some childcare issues, I should be able to get here by 10, but.
That's fine.
Okay.
The other advisory council will be here at 10.
I have 2 morning court matters, but hopefully we should be done.
Okay.
And just to go to where I have early court on the 11th, so obviously we're going to be stuck in there, like over here, the show time is starting on the 11th.
That's Friday?
I know, it's a couple days from now, it's.
Oh, I'm sorry, I was looking at the wrong day. You have what on Wednesday?
I think it's just a CCMC.
Oh.
But sometimes you get stuck in courts and can't get out.
Right. I probably should start drafting up final instructions soon, I would think. So I'll try to get those maybe by tomorrow afternoon, and then I guess we'll go from there. All right, we'll get recess for the evening.
All right, that is it for the day. Court is adjourned, and we'll be back in tomorrow just after 10 to handle anything that needs to be handled. But you could see that, public defenders who are advisory counsel for Laura, I mean, they are probably a bit mentally exhausted too.
We all are mentally exhausted. All of us are mentally exhausted. It is so painful. And Lori just goes round and round and round. I want to ask this questions, ask this random question. I mean, holy man. It's painful. And is it just that she isn't prepared? Or is it that she's just doing this on purpose to make it a little bit of a wasting some people's, like, you waste my time, I'm going to waste your time. It's painful. And we have 10 o'clock tomorrow without the jury, 10:15 with the jury, which is 11. It'll be 11 o'clock my time, Mountain Time. So I'll come on probably 10:45. Oh no, then we have the half an hour delay. So I'll do it 15 minutes before again. So 11:30-ish, 11:15. That was painful today, wasn't it? Now, I did miss a little bit because of other things today. So you guys were holding down the fort. So I appreciate you for hanging out and staying while I had to deal with drama for your mama. She is a vampire. Lisa says, what the trailer park trash was that? You're welcome, Amy. Thank you for being here. You guys are awesome. No, thank you for helping me get through the day. You guys are making me laugh when I came back after my phone call. So I'm going to have to go in a few minutes. I want to spend a few more minutes with you guys, and then I have to go. I'm on mom duty. Awesome community here. Agree. Love it. Airly Ozzy says, thanks, Linda and chat, for making it fun. We all need a stiff drink after that crap show. Oh, man. Like, maybe this is what she's going to do, is she's going to stretch it as long as possible, because he said we're going to need the jury instructions soon, right? So we're getting closer to the end, but maybe she's going to try and push it till Friday so that she can get a little bit longer outside of her cell, because you're going to be in there for a long time. Thank you, Abby, for the super sticker. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Rage says she's listening to the answers the prosecution gets, makes some silly notes on it, then wings it 100% when she gets up there based on her notes. No prep. Yeah, and it has nothing to do with that expert. Like I said earlier, she'll choose. It's like, okay, this guy's talking about the Jeep. I'm going to talk about something that's irrelevant. This guy talks about this. I'm going to talk about something that a different expert would be talking about. The plain question. Yes, Terry, I'm very familiar with the let them theory. It helps. You are so welcome, Chrissy. Thank you for being here. Theme day tomorrow, beach day. We know who the beach is. Yeah, this is her last kick at the can for publicity. Yes, give a little like for me, please, today if you enjoyed that I'm hosting these trials. Tomorrow, I will get to be with you all day, minus picking up my son. But other than that, I will be. Today was a little impromptu phone call that was important. Ended up being a 2-hour phone call regarding the care of my father. So we'll see what happens tonight and tomorrow. We're a little bit stressed out, but we're going to woosah it out. Thank you, Dodie, for being here. And to all of you guys for being here, the mods who kick butt, and you guys with your snark. I super appreciate it. You guys are making me laugh and making everybody else laugh. And we're watching Lori go down. So hopefully she's haunted tonight. Every minute of the night, I hope she's haunted by her kids and Charles and Tammy and whoever else is up there that wants to haunt her. So get prepared. Tomorrow we are going to get our popcorn ready, and we'll see what happens. Beach day or biatch day? A little of both, and one and the same. 6 of one, half a dozen the other. And there's Charles. Hi, Charles. Linda, did you read her Idaho appeal? I think it was out this weekend. Yeah, I started reading it a little bit earlier today. There's 64 pages, so it might take a minute. Duping Delight says, will the real defense attorney please stand up? Please stand up. Please stand up. Thank you, Bella Italian. Today was a woosah day. It's hard. It is hard going through these things. Shannon Lewis, thank you for the super sticker. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. If you guys haven't seen the videos, I have some on Melanie's and Ian Pulowski, her new husband. I have the latest in the, I guess 2 weeks ago now I put out was 2 videos. One of them was on the timeline and the other one was 10 things you need to know before this trial, which still goes for this trial. If you guys want to see it, if you haven't, or maybe review it again. Give the YouTube gods some love and me some love. And I would really appreciate that. And then we'll work on some other stuff soon. Thank you, Early Aussie. Until tomorrow, we meet again. Really, I don't know what else happened earlier today. I'm going to have to go over that. But we did have the first officer on scene. She was the one with the pen in the bullet hole that Lori had a problem with. And it was interesting because Trina asked Detective Pillar, who was case agent, was like, well, were you just still sitting there eating a cheeseburger or what were you doing? So that was good. Oh, good. I'm glad you liked the interview. I got a contact. I have that on my list to contact Josh to get him on here. So we'll have him very, very soon. We'll see if what they're going to, what his hours look like. And then maybe we'll figure that out maybe at a lunch hour, or that's kind of tricky, but I'll ask him. I love you guys. You guys are awesome. Okay, I'm going to have to get going. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for your support. Thank you for your snark. Thank you for everything. Tomorrow we are on day 4 and we are going to hope like crazy that Lori doesn't sleep tonight. Because today is the day 5 years ago that JJ and Tylee were found on Chad Daybell's yard. And Lori was already in jail at that point. But we hope she gets haunted tonight. At the extreme. So thank you so much. Have a great night. We'll see you tomorrow.